Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. Title: Children of Fallen Gods, The War of Lost Hearts, Book 2. Author: Carissa Broadbent. Copyright: 2021 by Carissa Broadbent. Cover illustration by Ina Wong. ArtStation.com Ina Wong. Typographic interior design by Carissa Broadbent. Editing by Noah Sky. noahcsky@gmail.com. Editing by Anthony Holabird. holabirdediting.com. Proofreading by Cody Ann Arco Omori at Fantasy Proofs. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. For you, the fact that you're reading this right now is the coolest thing ever. Thank you. I hope you love it. Contents: Prologue, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter 10, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 14, Chapter 15, Chapter 16, Chapter 17, Chapter 18, Chapter 19, Chapter 20, Chapter 21, Chapter 22, Chapter 23, Chapter 24, Chapter 25, Chapter 26, Chapter 27, Chapter 28, Chapter 29, Chapter 30, Chapter 31, Chapter 32, Chapter 33, Chapter 34, Chapter 35, Chapter 36, Chapter 37, Chapter 38, Chapter 39, Chapter 40, Chapter 41, Chapter 42, Chapter 43, Chapter 44, Chapter 45, Chapter 46, Chapter 47, Chapter 48, Chapter 49, Chapter 50, Chapter 51, Chapter 52, Chapter 53, Chapter 54, Chapter 55, Chapter 56, Chapter 57, Chapter 58, Chapter 59, Chapter 60, Chapter 61, Chapter 62, Chapter 63, Chapter 64, Chapter 65, Chapter 66, Chapter 67, Chapter 68, Chapter 69, Chapter 70, Chapter 71, Chapter 72, Chapter 73, Chapter 74, Chapter 75, Chapter 76, Chapter 77, Chapter 78, Chapter 79, Chapter 80, Chapter 81, Chapter 82, Chapter 83, Chapter 84, Chapter 85, Chapter 86, Chapter 87, Chapter 88, Chapter 89, Epilogue, Ashen Sun, a 4-part prequel. Acknowledgements. About the author. Prologue. It began with a whisper and it will end with a scream. What comes between is a dance of fate's tangled threads. I believed in fate once, or something like it. I believed in gods and deities and the guiding faith of a grand plan. Why did it comfort me so to believe that I was merely one small piece of something bigger? Why did I revel in the thought of my own insignificance? Perhaps it was because I was so desperately lonely, and I treasured that innate connection. You cannot leave me, for we are part of the same path. I no longer believe in such things. Surely if the gods existed, they would have spoken to me by now. I linger close enough to death to smell it, close enough to press my fingers against the frosted glass that separates me from their world. I peer through and see nothing but dust and bones. I have learned that there are few certainties in life or death, but one of them is that bones do not speak. Dust does not sing. So I sing to myself instead, in off-key fragments of forgotten lore, craving the warmth of a heartbeat. It began with a whisper, and it will end with a scream. What comes between is still to be seen, and so I wait. Chapter 1. Tisaanah. The air hit my chest all at once. My eyes snapped open to a pit of darkness. Sweat plastered my hair to my neck and the rough sheaths to my skin. The blood rushing in my ears drowned out the sounds of the ship, the wood creaking, the ocean churning, the steady breaths of the sleeping passengers around me. The whisper circled my mind, flooding me with directionless panic. Every time I blinked, Reshaye's memories assaulted me. A flash of golden hair, a room of white and white and white, and the overwhelming feeling that something unseen loomed just past the horizon, reaching for me, for us. Slowly, I sat up. Rising to my feet, I channeled Reshaye, my calm, or at least as much of it as I could force. I had to move very, very carefully to avoid waking anyone up. The ship was large, but it held so many passengers that we had to forego formal beds in favor of laying down bedrolls, practically shoulder to shoulder. Esmaris Mikov's estate, after all, had really been more of a city. And that city had housed nearly 1,000 slaves, soldiers and servants and maids, horse trainers and farmers, craftsmen and cooks, of course. Like I had once been. Some had chosen to stay in Threl, either to reunite with family members or remain in the Mikov estate, now formally under the leadership of the Orders. But most had come with us to Ara, a country where they could be free, yes, if only because it was now the country that held my leash. At the thought, Reshaye slithered through the back of my mind. Even that small movement was enough to make me tense. I glanced down, looking for a clear path. Cyril was snoring softly on one side of me, and even now, more than a week later, when I looked at him, I felt a strange pang of disbelief in my chest. Every so often, I had to resist the urge to grab him just to make sure he was real. I had long ago stopped believing in the gods. I already lived my life under the control of so many mortal men. It brought me no comfort to think of immortal ones pulling the strings too. But if there was anything that had ever felt like divine intervention, it was that my friend was beside me again. The bedroll on my other side was empty. I tiptoed over sleeping bodies and crept up creaking wooden stairs. A wall of cold air greeted me on deck, the sky opening up above me like a velvet blanket. I half stumbled to the rail and leaned over. A blast of wind chilled the sweat on my skin, but my heart was still racing. "It was a dream," I whispered to Reshaye. "You are safe. It is not real." A hiss, caressing my thoughts. A lungless breath made goosebumps rise on the back of my neck. And I could feel Reshaye's disquiet, its fear, as my eyes lifted over the horizon. My gaze lingered at the seam between worlds, where the sky met the sea. Reshaye's interest pulled there, reaching out into the distance, yearning, searching. I leaned further over the rail. I didn't even know what I was looking for, but it was like something was pulling me forward, something that, if I could just get far enough, I would be able to see. A hand yanked me away. I stumbled, letting out a small grunt as my back hit a familiar form and a set of arms wrapped around me. "Too cold for swimming," a voice murmured, so close to the crest of my ear that goosebumps of an entirely different kind raised on my skin. It was punctuated by an unagonizingly brief brush of lips. Reshaye wordlessly slunk to the back of my mind. I was not going to fall. I'd rather not risk it. "If I recall correctly, you're not a terrific swimmer." Psh! I ran my finger along my captor's ribs, and just like I knew he would, he let out a poorly stifled laugh and released me. I turned to see Max giving me a terse half-smile that looked as if it were trying to be annoyed and failing. Left side first, of course. It was the kind of smile I returned without thinking. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. You abuse the power I've entrusted to you by exploiting my weaknesses like that, he said. I shrugged. I cannot be expected to resist all temptations. We'd spent a week in constant, agonizing proximity, but had barely touched each other. We had no privacy, after all, for anything more, though I'd never admit aloud the embarrassing amount of time my mind now spent thinking of all the things we'd do once we did. My ear still throbbed with warmth. I gave him a sly smirk, ready for another retort, but his gaze had turned serious and concerned. "Nightmares?" he said, quietly. "They feel very real. They do. Of course, Max, of all people, would know." He extended his hand, and I arched my eyebrows. "What?" he scoffed. "Please, Tisaanah." There was a part of me that didn't want to show him, didn't want to give him yet another thing to worry about, especially not when I knew how much he was giving up to be here with me. I laid my hand in his, palm up, and together we looked down at it. The veins of my wrist and forearm, once barely visible beneath the pale patches of my albino skin, had darkened nearly to black. Max's brow knitted. "There is already so much about Reshaye that we do not understand," I murmured. "Perhaps this will just be another strange unknown. I don't like unknowns." I almost laughed. "Too bad, because we're surrounded by them." His gaze flicked up to meet mine, and the words died in my throat. His eyes were stark and bright beneath the moonlight. They were the ultimate reminder of what the thing that lurked inside me was capable of. I could still vividly picture those translucent eyelids sliding back, revealing a dark, determined stare, and his body unraveling into flames. Beautiful, terrifying. I looked down at my hand one more time. Then I shrugged and let it drop. "This should be the least of our concerns anyway," I said, as I turned my gaze towards the sea, towards Ara. I did not know what was waiting for us there. After we left the Mikov estate, for a few blissful days the high of victory drowned out all else. But then the nightmares grew more vivid, and the shores of Ara grew closer, and I felt the Order's chains tightening. I had made a deal, after all. The Orders gave me the power I needed to topple the Threlian lords and save those I left behind. But in exchange, I sold myself back into slavery. Except now, I would wield death instead of light touches and pretty words. A knot formed in my stomach at the thought of it. Max's memories of the destruction of Sarlazai still haunted the backs of my eyelids. I would not repeat that kind of devastation. "I think I have the mental capacity to be equally concerned about all of it, personally," Max muttered, and I placed my hand over his. His fingers rearranged around mine instinctively, warm and familiar. "What do you think we will find when we return?" He was silent for a long moment. "I think that it doesn't make sense," he said at last. "I think that Nora has been too quiet. I think that Cessarin's reign is a strange battle for the Orders to choose. And I think they're desperate, and that's the thing that scares me most, because I don't know why. So I don't know what we're going to come home to. When we get back," Nora had said to me, "I hope you're ready to fight like hell." I had no choice but to be ready. I was surrounded by reminders of all that depended on me. 8 years ago, my mother had kissed me on the forehead and sent me, her only daughter, into a hideous and uncertain future. It was all so I could have a chance, just one chance, at survival, at living. And this was my only opportunity to make my life worth all of the ones I had seen snuffed out. There would be no more little girls torn away from their mothers in the night, no more mothers worked to death in the mines. There was no sacrifice too great for that. My gaze lifted to Max, to his far-off stare. Guilt and affection tangled in my chest, each feeding off the other. Max had already made so many sacrifices, more than anyone should ever have to suffer. I said, quietly. His eyes flicked to me. I would understand if you cannot do this, if you can't be in another war. I would understand. A shadow crossed his face, as if something painful had torn through him, then softened. If you can do it, I can do it. His hand lifted to brush my cheek, then he said, softly, I don't care what we're walking into. You're not going to do it alone. Gods. My gaze slipped out to the ocean, because suddenly the sight of him, the sight of the way he looked at me, was too overwhelming. And for a moment, he made everything feel surmountable. But then Reshaye's voice unfurled in my mind like a thread of smoke in the darkness. Aura, it whispered. The next morning, I stood with Sorel leaning over the rail of the ship. I had barely gotten back to sleep the night before, but aside from aching eyes, I wasn't tired. Instead, I felt like electricity was running through me. Beside me, Sorel lifted his chin and blinked into the salty sea air. We're arriving today, right? He asked. The Syrians say we're close to shore. If it cleared up a bit, maybe we would be able to see the towers by now. Sorel let out a long, low whistle. The towers! What a sight that must be! It's really something. There was no denying that. When I first came to Ara, I had been so feverish when I arrived that I barely remembered the journey. The only thing I did remember was that sight, the towers, framed above the imposing Iranic cliffs. It had been so magnificent that it made everything inside of me go silent. And for the first time in weeks, I had felt hope. Reshaye sniffed at the memory and let out a bitter chuckle. I never thought I would live to see it. An easy smile still clung to Sorel's mouth, but his voice dipped a little as he said it, and I knew all the bittersweet depth hidden in that one sentence. A lump rose in my throat. You'll love it, I said. I told myself it was true. It had to be true. Sorel loved almost everything. He was effortlessly, ceaselessly optimistic. There was no reason why his feelings towards Ara would be any different. But still, there was so much he didn't know. So much that I didn't know. I turned and looked out across the deck. Almost all of the passengers were up here now, which meant that it had become exceptionally crowded. But everyone knew how close we were to arriving, and no one was willing to miss the first glimpse of Ara. The refugees' emotions were so unguarded compared to those of Iranans. Excitement was so thick in the air that it felt like breathing in syrupy mist. And I could taste what lived beneath it, too. Nervousness, uncertainty, fear. My eyes fell to the other end of the boat, where a group of refugees clustered around two figures. One was a young man, Phileas, who was a little older than Sorel, with cropped dark hair and stubble across his chin. He had large, deep-set eyes that were almost always narrowed, assessing the world with inherent suspicion. Beside him was a woman in her 50s, with a calm face and red and gray streaked hair, Reshaye. The two of them were inseparable, and they were always surrounded by people. Though both of them had been slaves from Esmerisa's estate, I barely knew them. While I had largely been confined to the house, they had lived on the outskirts of Esmerisa's land, working the farms. Sorel had met Phileas a few times when Phileas had been pulled into guard duties. But I hadn't met either of them until they had boarded this ship, and the first thing I had noticed was the way they radiated determination. Most of the people on this boat were here so they could go build a better life for themselves. But Phileas and Reshaye wanted to build something bigger. I was fully in support of that, of course. Still, they, especially, regarded me with deep, wary suspicion. It didn't offend me. It didn't even surprise me. Surely they had heard the stories of me and my terrible magic. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. And while all of us had been slaves to the same master, the people on this ship were otherwise completely different from each other. We all came from disparate, fallen nations, some of which had been at war with each other for years before the Threllians swooped in to become the bigger threat. To some, I was a savior. To others, I was a Nizranese witch who had sold her soul to some dark god. Someone who had helped them, yes, but not necessarily someone to be trusted. And maybe they were right to think so. Perhaps I had saved my people from one war-torn country just to drag them into another. Perhaps I would not be able to protect them when I wasn't even sure how I could protect myself, with my blood on an order contract and Reshaye burrowed deep in my mind. Of their own accord, my eyes slid across the deck until they landed on Max, who was leaning against the rail beside Samarin. He looked as if he was busy ranting about something. I wondered if he had any idea how easy he was to read. I was so far away, and yet I felt like I could practically hear him. "So, how's the sex?" My eyebrows leapt as my head whipped to Sorrel, who gave me a sly smirk. "What? You heard me. There's no sex." "Oh, excuse me, love-making." "Sorrel!" I could feel my cheeks heating, even though I tried to look very serious and convincing. "There is no sex, or love-making. That'd be a shame if it were true, which it isn't. What makes you think? He looks at you like he wants to eat you, slowly, with his tongue." Now my face was burning. Regardless, I still took a moment to appreciate the image that conjured in my mind. "See?" Sorrel said, gesturing, and sure enough, I turned to see Max staring at me. When I met his stare, he gave me a too casual wave and looked away. Gods, he was easy to read. I was still deciding how I was going to respond to this when Sorrel's eyes suddenly went wide, lifting to look over my shoulder. Threlny shouts rang out, a ripple of awe rising up from the crowd. Sorrel muttered a curse of amazement. I turned around. The mist had parted, hazy white giving way to the orange skyline. And there before us, at long last, were the towers. Chapter 2. Max. There was a time when the sight of the towers was comforting to me. Beyond comforting, actually, it had been inspiring. I had been amazed by their strength, their beauty, the ceaseless stability they represented. How fitting, I would think, that they were visible for so many miles. They were a beacon calling across the land and the sea, signaling constant truth, just like the orders themselves. I had never believed in anything with such unwavering conviction. I never would again. Now I frowned as I watched the towers come into view. We were still several hours of travel time away from shore, but they were the first piece of aura to appear. 2 columns of light rising into the sky and disappearing into misty fog. The Threllians gasped and grinned and pointed. I could almost see another image superimposed over this one. The image of Tisaanah, before I had met her, clinging to the rail of a ship just like this. Her back destroyed and her body raging with fever, utterly alone. She had probably looked at this same view and been overcome with relief. Relief because she was so certain the orders would save us all. Instead, they'd strip us for parts until there was nothing left to take. Where I'd once seen strength and certainty, I now saw grotesque monuments to broken promises. 2 middle fingers raised towards the sky. Well, fuck them too. She was beside Sorrel. He looked out to the horizon with the same bright-eyed hope as the others. But Tisaanah's stare was a little harder, a little colder. There was a little serious turn at the corner of her mouth. I wondered if she was thinking of a plan. Tisaanah loved plans. Me? I craved the certainty of a known factor, and yet acted almost entirely on impulse. My impulses were screaming at me now, though to do what, I wasn't sure. "I'm looking forward to getting off of this boat," Samarin muttered. He leaned on the rail with elegant carelessness, even though I was almost certain he was actively trying not to vomit. "Solid ground will feel good. Not sure if it will feel good enough to make up for whatever's waiting for us once we get there." Samarin made a non-committal noise, but he drew in a deep breath through his pipe and let it out through his teeth, sending smoke unfurling into the wind. He only smoked when he was nervous. That breath said more than his words ever would. I wished I was as good at hiding my anxieties. As much as I despised sea travel, there was a certain appeal to the time we had here, suspended on this boat. I didn't need to understand the Threlni to understand the Threllians' hope and excitement. And for a few days, it was easy to get lost in it too, especially as I watched Tisaanah. She looked at Sorel as if she was never completely sure he was real. There was an euphoric delight to their interactions, like they were both so breathlessly thrilled to see each other again. It was nice. It made everything else feel as if it had been worth it. Because anything would have been worth it to see her like this, to see her happy. Even if I could feel the shadow looming. I glanced over to Nura, lingering near Eslin and Ariadne, who looked abjectly miserable. Sirazin might be inherently unnerving, that eyeless stare just cut straight through you, but I found Nura's silence to be infinitely more foreboding. She had barely spoken during this trip, and yet I knew her well enough to read the hard lines of anticipation in the way she looked towards Ara every day. "Will you fight?" Samarin asked. "In Cesarus War with Tisaanah? I'm certainly not going to let her fight it alone." My answer was easy, quick. Still, it would be a lie to say the idea didn't make my palms sweat. It was one thing to cut down slavers, another to raise my weapon against people who just happened to follow a different leader than I did. The last war left enough marks on me. I knew too well how high the price was, and all for so little. "I'll stay with her," I said firmly, as if to myself. "But that's all. It's about her, not about them." Samarin let out another puff of smoke. The Rivenai War had torn him up too, even if he was better at hiding the scars than I would ever be. He had grown quieter over these last few days. It was a different silence than his usual, leaden not with thoughtfulness but with nervousness. "You know," I said, "I'm sure we could find someone else, if you wanted to return to your practice when we got back." I said it casually, but Samarin gave me a look that cut through my manufactured carelessness. "You couldn't find anyone as good." He gave Tisaanah a brief glance, one dark enough that I knew he wasn't looking at her so much as what lurked hidden inside of her. And I don't trust anyone else to control that thing. Even though I hope it doesn't come to that. A lump rose in my throat. I hated that I was relieved, because I didn't know if I trusted anyone else to do what Samarin could either. The strength of his magic, mastery of flesh, made him one of the very rare individuals who could force Tisaanah down if Reshaye got out of control. And the strength of his character made him the only person in the world that I trusted to do it. He hadn't been there the day that Nura had forced my mind open and decimated an entire city. And he hadn't been there the day that Reshaye used my hands to murder my family. And even if he never would say it aloud, I knew that he carried that weight. There was nothing else to say. So instead, I clapped him on the shoulder and turned back to the sea, watching the towers grow closer and closer, and feeling their shadows grow colder. "This doesn't look right," I muttered. I didn't even realize I was speaking aloud, but beside me Samarin agreed. It doesn't. Tisaanah had joined Samarin and I at the bow. She said nothing, but I heard the uncertainty she didn't voice. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. We were close enough now to see the port, but while the Threllian passengers were bustling with excitement, the rest of us were clustered at the front of the ship, watching nervously. Something was not right. We were too far away to see people at the docks as more than little smears of color, but I saw many, many gold jackets, the uniforms of the Crown Guard. The towers which loomed over us seemed darker than normal, quieter. And while it was typical to see the capital docks populated with dozens or even hundreds of fishing boats, now it was almost entirely occupied with sleek, polished ships. "Those are warships," I said. Tisaanah gave me a glance of alarm. "Warships?" she echoed, as if to say, "Already?" I had to agree. I had been steeling myself for war, but I hadn't thought that it would be waiting for us when we arrived. We both looked to Noura, who almost certainly knew more than she was giving up. But even she stared at the approaching shore with hard concern drawn over her face and a hint of confusion. "We will not steer into that," Tisaanah said, shaking her head. "Not with all of these people on board. I will not risk it. We won't dock in that harbor." I lifted my chin to one of the rowboats at the side of the ship. "We'll go down first and see what all the fuss is about, and then we can lead the ship in." No one disagreed. We readied the rowboat and settled inside. Our weapons were handed to us. As my hands closed around my staff and I passed Il-Sahaj to Tisaanah, our eyes met for just a moment. I knew we were thinking the same thing. It was here, with our weapons back in our grasps, that our suspended week of peace came crashing back down to earth. We hit the water with a splash. The boat held Tisaanah, Samarin, Noura, Eslin, and I. Ariadnea remained on the ship, watching us with her eyeless stare as I took up the oars. We were silent. The docks lapped closer. I peered over my shoulder to see gold-clad figures standing there, gathering as we approached. It was only once we were a few feet from the docks that I realized something was off about their uniforms. They looked similar to those of the Crown Guard, but the resemblance wasn't perfect. There was a splash of red on their chests, a sigil that I couldn't make out. That wasn't right. Crown Guard uniforms bore no house's sigil, not even the Queen's. By the time the boat slapped against the wood of the docks, I counted 24 soldiers, and more were coming. A captain, who wore a red cape spilling over his shoulders, stood at the front, watching us. 2 of the soldiers helped pull us up. No time to appreciate the way a non-moving floor felt beneath my feet. My eyes settled on the captain, and my confusion intensified. "Hello, Maxentarius," he said. He gave us a tight-lipped smile. "It's been some time. I barely believed it when I heard you were back." Elias: "It's been some time indeed." When I had known him, he had been in his 30s, and one of the finest warriors I'd ever met. I didn't doubt that he was still just as formidable, though now gray streaked through the temples of his brown hair, and lines pinched his features. I did not miss the way his gaze moved from me, to Tisaanah, to Samarin, to Noura, assessing each of us how a soldier assessed a target. Nor did I miss the way his men held the hilts of their swords, the same look of anticipation lurking beneath quiet politeness. I lifted my gaze, looking past them to the steps to the city beyond, and bit back a curse. The city was barricaded. From the distance of the ship, blocked by the shape of the docks, we hadn't been able to see it. Wooden structures clung to the steps leading from the docks to the city. Soldiers lined them. That's why there was no activity here. These docks had been closed. This was a trap. And by the way that Elias was looking at us, I could guess for whom it had been set. Elias gave Noura a nod. "Noura, always a pleasure." "Can you explain why you're cornering us?" Noura replied coldly. He chuckled, as if he was not at all surprised by this response. "It's not my intention to corner you, and I'd happily explain why we're here if you would drop your weapons." His gaze fell to Tisaanah, examining her with a sort of curiosity that made my knuckles tighten around my staff. "I'd rather reverse the order of that plan," I said. "There's no need for this to get ugly. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Eslin's spear raise, her body shifting like a cat about to pounce on a canary. "We are soldiers of the Queen of Aria," she said. "You are committing treason by raising your weapons against us. Let us pass." Elias's brow knitted, briefly perplexed. "You are soldiers of Zareth Aldris," he said. "Traitor to the rightful king of Ara, a trick of Venice. And of course, we cannot allow that to stand. Your association with Aldris makes you traitors to Ara and to the throne. Drop your weapons." What? None of us moved, our confusion palpable. A trick of Venice? Venice was Cesaris' uncle, her father's brother-in-law. And what would Zareth have to do with any of this? "Zareth?" I repeated. "King?" Tisaanah said. "We are only—" If I was being optimistic, perhaps there was a chance, in this moment, where we could have resolved this peacefully. But with a single movement, Eslin shattered that hope. She leapt forward, her spear poised at Elias's throat, magic crackling at the edge of its blade. "Do not threaten us," she growled. And just like that, Elias's stare turned to steel. "Drop your weapons," he repeated. All of his soldiers raised their swords. "Do not lift a hand against us," Nora hissed. Time slowed. My eyes flicked to the guards behind him, all ready. I knew the way they were looking at us, targets that had already been marked. They had never intended to let us walk out of here alive. "I don't ask anything 3 times," Elias said. It was the truth. By the time the words were out of his mouth, I saw his men already beginning to move. And I didn't need to think before magic tore through my veins, through my staff, the blades raised. A split second, and I was leaping forward, blocking one strike and then another. A sword crashed against the steel of my weapon, and I found myself locked face to face with Elias, trembling as I held him back. "Stand down," he commanded through gritted teeth. "You were never going to let us go." His mouth twisted into a set grimace. I heard the blows coming before I felt them. I blocked one, but the other landed. My knees were on the ground. I whirled to see another soldier raising his blade over me, only for him to falter, letting out a wordless grunt of pain. He clutched his abdomen. Between his fingers, I could see black rot. And as he staggered back, Tisaanah was behind him, Ilsahaj bloodied. "Do not touch him," she ground out as I was finding my feet again. No time to thank her, no time to question, no time to breathe. Any words I could have said disappeared beneath the clash of steel. Chapter 3. Tisaanah. The violence cracked through the air like lightning. The thread of tension tightened, snapped, and then all at once it surrounded us. I held on to control, but only barely. Reshaye thrashed at my muscles, feeding me power, getting me drunk on it. And the anger that had surged in me when I saw those men go after Max, it was all too easy to turn myself over to it. My magic roared into my veins, and my fingertips flowing into Ilsahaj. Reshaye snarled. Pain slithered along my arm. A sword nicked me just as I rolled out of its path. Too quickly, another soldier lunged for me, his sword raised, only to lurch to a stop, rigidly. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Samarin, blade in one hand and the other raised, then closed into a fist as the man crumpled into a heap. "Thank you," I tried to say, but I had no breath for words. Split seconds, and I whirled to block another attack, then another, and then Ilsahaj was opening ribbons of rot on the flesh of our attackers. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. I fought my way to Max and pressed my back to his, guarding his weak spots while he guarded mine. He was a beautiful fighter, his movements skilled and graceful. But at the end of each strike he lurched a little, tilting his blade away from throats and towards limbs, striking to hobble but not to kill. Reshaye's disapproving hiss slithered through me. I clamped down on its reaching fingers as it begged for more and more control, and paid for that distraction with another breathless gasp as a sword struck my thigh. I stumbled. In that moment of vulnerability, a flash of white leapt in front of me, Nura, slipping into the gap left by my ruined strike, her blade sliding between the ribs of my attacker. Her magic clustered around her like wisps of shadow. Even this brief brush of her presence, so close, sent unnatural fear tearing up my spine. I blinked, and saw Esmeralda's blood-flecked face, saw golden hair and bloody fingernails, and a room of white, and Reshaye's terror almost overwhelmed me. It took all of my mental strength to force it to the back of my mind. I managed to dodge another strike, land a blow, one more vicious than I had intended, rot blooming over the chest of a soldier. He staggered close, and I saw that his facial hair was patchy, eyes wide and afraid above acne-scarred cheeks. It was a young face. No time to doubt, no time to question. More soldiers were on me in seconds. With Reshaye's rage in my veins, I cut through them one by one, my dark magic mingling with the flames of Max's. I whirled around, looking through the fighting to the sea, where the ship waited still, carrying all of our innocent passengers. 2 of the sleek warships were leaving the docks. Panic spiked through me. "Leave," I wanted to shout, as if my voice could reach across the sea. "Leave as fast as you can." A force tackled me, knocking the breath from my lungs. My back slammed against the ground. Elias leaned over me, gripping my wrists, his armored weight too heavy for me to push off. His eyes searched my face, narrowed with curiosity. "Who are you?" I answered him by calling more magic to me, focused around my wrists. He let out a grunt, jerking away palms that were now black with decay. I staggered to my feet, taking in the battle. Max was handling 4 of them at once and barely succeeding. Nura was overrun. Samarin had 7 in his magic's grip, each slowly breaking free of his control. And Eslin was surrounded by bodies, prying her spear from a corpse, barely avoiding a strike at her back. There were too many, too many. My fingers curled. Reshaye whispered, "I didn't want to. No, no." And yet I was still lingering at that final thread of restraint. An explosion rocked the ground. My knees hit the floor, ears ringing. Someone yanked me up, pulling me back towards the blast. I was already starting to strike when a woman's voice hissed in my ear, "I'm helping you." The smoke finally cleared enough for me to realize what was happening. Sirazin. More than a dozen of them, stepping out of the air as if surging through invisible doors. One grabbed Max and yanked him away from the fighting. Others stood with Samarin, Nura, Eslin. More still flickered from nothingness. There was so much blood on the ground that my feet slipped against the pier floorboards. "Hold on," the Sirazin said into my ear. "The ship," I started. I didn't get to finish. The world unraveled, and we were gone. The sudden silence was deafening. The next thing I knew, my knees were on the ground, wet not with blood, but with dew from damp grass, my palms pressed to the earth. "She fucking burned me," an aggravated-sounding voice was saying. "She wouldn't have if you'd given us a little warning," Eslin's voice grumbled back. "I was 2 seconds away from taking Vivian's head off myself." I turned my head. Max was beside me, also crouched in the grass. He'd barely scrambled to his hands and knees before he looked to me. "Are you all right?" he panted, and I nodded. I pushed myself to my feet and turned to the Sirazin. The one who had saved me, a blonde woman with freckled cheeks, was sneering at a dark wound on her wrist. My fault, apparently. "The ship," I said. "The refugees were brought back with us." "We have the ship," she said, a little impatiently. "We sent a few Sirazin there, too. They are bringing it down the coast." Was this really necessary? Why are we here? There was something in Max's voice that made my head whip around. He had risen to his feet and now stood completely still, all color drained from his face, eyes locked straight ahead. For the first time, I noticed our surroundings. Before us was a mansion. It was beautiful, the exterior crafted of smooth white stone, covered with gold-plated decorations and sculpture. Gold columns lined its front, cradling a wrought iron balcony that extended across the whole exterior, breaking only to make way for the massive set of white arched doors at its entrance. We stood beyond its gates, massive, extravagant things befitting the property that they protected, and a bronze lion stared down at us appraisingly. Beyond the mansion were mountains. I could barely make out a wall, dotted with large square buildings in the distance, forts perhaps. I knew this place. I knew it, even though I had never been here. Knew it and couldn't place it. I felt Reshaye shift through my thoughts. Shay, it whispered. A Syrazan stood at the center of the gates. She was wearing a red sash, wrapped around her waist and pinned to her shoulder so it flowed down her back. She was older than most Syrazan, her hair gray-streaked and bound tightly. "Come," she said. "The king?" "The king?" Samarin said. Even he looked unnerved, eyes slightly wide as he stared at the building before us. Max looked as if he wasn't even breathing. "Why are we here?" he said again. "The king will explain everything," the Syrazan said, lightly. "Come." "I'm not going in there." Max turned his gaze to me, his jaw set and eyes bright with fury. And all at once, the memories flooded over me. Max's memories. Memories of dark-haired siblings running to meet him here, at these gates. Memories of his father's grin and his mother's embrace. Memories of Reshaye's rage and their corpses. All here, in this house. We were in Corvius, Max's childhood home. Ansara tilted her chin towards Max. "He said that you wouldn't like being here," she said. "And to tell you that the sooner you come speak to him, the sooner you can leave." Max stared forward with a jaw set so rigid it trembled. "He?" The word rolled out between clenched teeth, and it was Nura who answered as she stepped past us. "Who else?" she muttered. "Zareth fucking Aldris." Chapter 4. Afe. Once upon a time, I was a princess. I was just a child then, of course, too young to know better than to wear that power, that safety, carelessly. Like most children, I saw my circumstances as constant and unmoving. I did not question whether I deserved what I had. I did not question whether I could lose it. But then, I'd have no reason to think such a thing. I was the Ternus of the House of Obsidian, the heir to the greatest power in the greatest house of all the Fey nations. If there was anything to make one feel untouchable, it would be that. I lived in a beautiful room crafted of polished black stone, high at the top of the cliffs that housed the House of Obsidian, and I'd look out over the most incredible view and take it all for granted. I lived so far above the ground, and it never even occurred to me to look down. For 10 years, I lived that way, gluttonous on comfort and power, and above all, love. Now, it seemed like a whole other world, a cruel dream invented by a lonely mind. Perhaps it was a dream, because when it ended fast, like snapping awake to a crack of lightning. It was all stolen time anyway. I never should have held that title. My blood was tainted, cursed, unsuitable. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. One night I went to sleep the Tierness, and I woke up with my father's hands around my throat. Perhaps he should have killed me that night for what I am. But instead of taking my life, he took my title. What had amazed me the most was how simple it had been. By morning, my sister occupied all the spaces of my old life, as if one princess could be seamlessly substituted for another, and the world went on as if nothing had changed, all while I was still falling falling from the heights of my power, with nowhere to look but down. Once upon a time, I was a princess, but that was a long time ago, and I've been hitting the ground ever since. My head smashed against the stone floor, teeth tearing the inside of my cheek, vision darkening, sound dampening. My lips curled into a smile. Thick warmth seeped between my teeth and dribbled down my chin, pooling in purple smears. For another second, the world was slow, silent. Then the rest of it hit me all at once, the smell of sweat and spilled wine, the raucous shouts of drunken spectators, the shift of the grit beneath my feet, the rough ground under my hands as I pushed myself back up, the cool air across my skin as I whirled, and the pain, waking in my knuckles as they smashed against a bony, angular face. He staggered. My opponent was larger than me, but skinny and out of shape. I threw myself over him and bared my teeth, my razored incisors sliding from my gums. He turned away, but not fast enough. I caught the point of his ear. He howled. I spat his ear onto the ground, followed by a mouthful of his blood. And before he could rise, "Aphie!" That voice made me stop short. I looked over my shoulder just long enough to catch a glimpse of a familiar, deeply unhappy face in the crowd. That distraction was more than enough for my newly lopsided friend to stagger to his feet and send my world spinning with one decimating blow to my head. I hit the floor in a pile of limbs. Everything went gray. When my sight returned, I saw Shoban, my commander, standing over me, powerful arms crossed over her chest. Dark curls dangled around her face as she shook her head. "If you're going to get yourself expelled over a pathetic pit fight," she said, "you'd better at least win." "He insulted the tierness," I shot back. Despite my best efforts, I was panting. "And you took it upon yourself to show him the error of his ways?" She cast a dry, disapproving stare to my opponent, who was mumbling a string of vulgarities while groping around the bloody floor for his ear. "He certainly looks like a man reformed. I don't need excuses. Get up. Wall. Now." She threw my cloak at me, and I winced as it thumped against my stomach. "Yes, Commander," I wheezed. She began to turn, then cast one more look down at me as I struggled to my feet, crimson eyes narrowing. "You insult your vows by using your training in a place like this. You insult the tierness by using her honor to justify this farce." My mouth tightened. I drew my eyes down to the ground, suddenly very focused on adjusting my bootlace. Yes, once upon a time, I was a princess. Not anymore, and that was probably for the best. I was ill-suited for such things. I was too quick-tempered, too honest, too poor of disposition. And the House of Obsidian would be better, safer, stronger, with my taint far away from the throne. I would write my stories in blood on pub floors rather than in curling script on royal decrees. But still, sometimes, in moments like this, I couldn't help but look to the past. By the time I scraped myself up off the ground, Shoban was gone. The wall was nearly a mile beyond the edge of the obsidian pales, just far enough away that when you looked back, the cliffs loomed in their full, dramatic glory beneath the cresting sun. They reminded me of a star-dusted night, a black so dark that it glowed. That effect was only enhanced by the silver, running and twisting rivulets along the stone surfaces. From this distance, they looked like ornate metallic shocks of decoration, invisible until the sun hit them just the right way. It was only up close that one would see that they were actually thousands upon thousands of palm-sized swirls and images carved into the stone, painstakingly poured with silver. Each individual strand consisted of many carvings, and the longest of them spanned hundreds of meters of the cliff face, tangling with threads of other stories. Many of them immortalized epics, tales of deities or heroes, the origins of our kings and queens. But many, too, told tales of everyday mundanity, the birth of a child, the record of a wedding, the tale of a family business as it was handed down through the generations, all on equal footing. The obsidian pails were our home, and all Sidna Fay looked upon them with swells of admiration. But for me, it was less about pride of my home or my people or the grand achievements of our forefathers. No, it was more about the stories. The stories that we valued so much that we carved them onto our home just as we carved them onto our bodies. Afi! Shoban's voice was so sharp that my horse, yanked at the reins in a start, lurching me forward in my seat. I snapped my head up to meet her deeply unhappy glare. What? What? She says. She let out a scoff. I don't know what to do with you anymore. I apologize. Therein lies the problem, Afi. Apologize. Apologies imply that you have accepted some form of responsibility. It implies that you have remorse and plan to do better. The first time you said it, I believed you. But now? She regarded me stonily, with the militant, analytical focus of a predator. I don't think you are sorry. I think you regret your actions, yes, but I do not think you have any interest in improving, because if you did, you would have done it by now. I swallowed a pang of hurt. I sighed and loosened the laces of my leather sleeves, yanking them up to my elbows, and thrust my arm out to her. Waited. Shoban looked at it with pinched lips. Put that away, she said at last. You don't have any room for more anyway. But you don't. Put it away. I hesitated, then lowered my arm. She wasn't entirely right, but she was close. Every inch of my forearm was marked, a solid wall of black X's, scars on top of tattoos. One X for every infraction, for every shame, symbolizing another piece of my skin that could not be occupied by tales of heroics. That was, after all, the greatest punishment among the Sydney, the erasure of a story, or worse, the potential for one. Sometimes I looked down at my arm, and the sight of it hit me like a physical blow. All of those little misdeeds had built up, every instance of emotional impulse or lost temper. All my desperate desire to be a part of a tale worth telling only ended up chipping away at it in the end. Jaw tight, I laced up my sleeve, hiding X's beneath black leather. But soon, Afi, these matters will be beyond my control, Shoban said quietly. The blades cannot keep someone among their ranks who is so unpredictable. It is dishonorable and it is dangerous. A spike of terror rose in my chest. I whirled to her, eyes wide. I cannot be expelled, Shoban. Commander, she corrected sharply. Address me properly. Her rebuke hung in the air, heavy and sharp, as I struggled to compose myself enough to speak. I could feel Shoban's stare, even though I couldn't bring myself to meet it. Of the Blade's commanders, she was not the flashiest, the most accomplished, the most dangerous. But she was fair and steady, and that made her the most intimidating. If she judged you ill, that judgment was not based in the fickle throes of passion or pride, but earned through the careful weighing of a balanced scale. There were other commanders who disliked me, and in my anger I could tell myself that they held some personal slight against me. But Shoban? If Shoban decided that I was worthless, the only possible reason would be that it was simply the truth. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. Perhaps this was why I so sought her friendship and her respect, because I knew it was worth something. Siobhan's gaze softened. There is a part of me that wonders if perhaps you have no interest in being a Blade. Of course I do, I shot back. I need to be. Why? No one is more important to the royal family than the Blades, I said. No one serves them more loyally. No one better deserves their trust. I could have sworn that I caught a glimpse of pity in Siobhan's eyes. "You do not need to serve the royal family, Aeth. You are one of them." We both know that is not true. It is true, no matter what your father says. Mathira. I didn't understand why it hurt to hear it said as if it was so simple. I was torn in two, one half touched that she saw it that way, and the other wanting to rise to my father's defense. It was not his fault, after all, that I was unsuitable for a throne. But maybe there was a fragment of truth in her words. Maybe I had no interest in being a blade, and all I wanted was a way to prove myself. Like I was a cat laying dead rats at my father's feet. "Look at what I brought you. Do you love me yet?" I pushed the thought away. "It doesn't matter," I said. "I cannot lose my place. Tell me what I need to do to keep it. It's not my responsibility to save you from your bad decisions. And even if it was—" But then something caught my attention. My eyes snapped towards the forest, to the wall of dense green before us. "I cannot force you to reform or tell you how to do it." "Shh," I whispered. "You can't shut this out, Aeth. Commander, listen." My brow furrowed, ears straining. And there it was again, a sound I hadn't been sure I heard. A low, gargling voice, far enough away that the forest nearly swallowed it. The faintest sounds of movement. Siobhan and I exchanged a glance, our hands falling to the hilt of our swords. We did not need to speak. Slowly we slid from our horses. When we pushed through the thicket, every footfall was carefully chosen to be utterly soundless. The noise grew louder. It was, unmistakably, a voice. Saying what? I couldn't string the sounds into words. Satanaga. Another 2 steps. All at once I realized. Satagana, I breathed. They're claiming Satagana. Satagana. A claim of help, of sanctuary, mutually understood and accepted between all houses and called upon only in the most dire of tragedies. Siobhan's eyes widened. She whirled around, caution discarded in favor of urgency. "Speak," she bellowed. "We announce ourselves. We are Sidney Blades. We hear your claim." She leveled one mighty strike through the blanket of thicket, and we pushed through to a clearing of swamplands. And I drew in a ragged gasp. Laid out before us were bodies. A dozen of them if I had to guess, or maybe more, sprawled out in the swamplands in a macabre, bloody trail. Male, female, a few children. None moved, except for the one closest, a copper-haired male. One hand was outstretched, as if trying to claw himself farther. The other clamped around his middle, covered in violet blood. His face lifted, just barely to meet our horrified stares. "Satagana," he whispered. "Mathira, are they dead?" The words flew from my lips before I could stop them. I dropped to the man's side, kneeling beside him while he gazed up at me with glazed-over eyes. He shook his head, weak but desperate. "Get back to the pails," Siobhan barked. "Go to the base. Bring help. Now. If these people aren't dead yet, they will be soon if no one intervenes." She was already knee-deep in water, yanking bodies out of it. I began to stand, but shaking fingers clutched at my sleeve. I looked down to see the auburn-haired male clearly fighting to stay conscious. "Take me. I'll come back," I said. "Please," he rasped. They must see. Is that really what he thought? That the people of the House of Obsidian were so cold, so heartless, that we would not help them unless we saw his entrails with our own eyes? I could not bring myself to leave him behind. So I straightened, grabbed the little tube of steel that hung around my throat, and whistled for Ree. When she galloped through the brush, I, as gently as I could manage, lifted him out of the dripping swamp. He was trembling so violently that he nearly slipped from my grasp, the hot warmth of his blood soaking through my clothes. There was so much of it. "I'm sorry," I murmured, as I hoisted him onto Ree's back while he let out a little gurgling groan. When I climbed up after him and urged Ree into the fastest gallop she could manage, I tried to press my body against his to keep him as stable as possible. We flew through the trees. I peered down and noticed the distinctive cut of his jacket, a high collar finished with bronze thread, and a triangle sigil at the back of his neck. The House of Stone. A small but respected house, and Obsidian's closest neighbor, though it still sat miles away. My brow furrowed. Did they drag themselves here? "Who did this?" I whispered. We broke through the forest. The wall came into view, and beyond it, the sleek darkness of the Pales. What happened? I did not expect an answer. My companion was now slack against Ree's neck, his blood soaking all three of us. But his face turned, just enough for me to see the edge of his profile, a sliver of green iris. "Humans," he ground out. "Humans?" As far as I knew, none of the houses had had any contact with humans in many hundreds of years. And compared to Fae, humans were so weak. I counted nearly a dozen gutted Fae in those swamps. That couldn't be. "Later," I said. "We'll talk about it later." Words I couldn't understand tumbled from the Fae's mouth. I leaned closer. We flew through the gates, falling into the familiar, welcoming shadow of the Pales. "What?" "I am 13th," he mumbled, "for the crown." Then he went slack, falling utterly silent. Chapter 5. Max. "I'm so glad to see you've made it here safely, despite the excitement. Apparently you didn't receive our letters at sea. Sit, eat, you must be hungry." Zareth stood at the head of the table and gestured down its length. Overflowing platters of food were artfully arranged down the center. Chicken and fish, rice and breads, diced fruits with wet crimson meat glistening beneath the candlelight. The table could have easily seated 30, but the 5 of us were clustered at one end. Near the other, Tare, Cesrus Maltane's advisor, sat with his eyes downcast. And at the head, Zareth stood and smiled at us with easy charm. Zareth! Zareth was there, in the same spot my father used to sit, in the main dining room of my family home. Zareth Aldris, wearing a crown on his head. I was so furious I could barely speak. "Why are we here?" I demanded. But my words were sliced in two by the sound of splitting air. 3 silver blurs whizzed past my ear, so fast I felt my hair rustle. "You snake," Nura spat. In a split second, Zareth was leaning against the table, rubbing his neck and peering over his shoulder at the 3 throwing knives now embedded in the wallpaper behind him. Beside me, Nura stood rigid, her eyes icy with rage. "Welcome back, my dearest second," Zareth said sweetly. "You have no shame. As opposed to who, you? Who didn't wait 30 seconds before your first assassination attempt? She missed on purpose. I wish she hadn't. Words still escaped me. That was rare. You have many things to explain, Zareth," Tisaanah said, quietly but with a deadly edge to her voice. And Zareth straightened as he smiled at us. "I do indeed. Sit down and we'll talk." Sit down. Funny how out of everything, those 2 words were the thing that made a bitter laugh slip between my teeth. Zareth's smile turned to ice. "Is something amusing?" Zareth Aldris just invited me for dinner in my own ascended damned childhood home, with a crown perched on his head? Amusing is not the term I'd use. I didn't realize I was leaning forward until I felt my palms pressed against the mahogany of the table. Beneath my left thumb, I could feel a scratch in the surface.
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. Various Luce had made that mark some 15 years ago when scratching away at too thin parchment with the nib of his pen. And now Zareth is sitting there, telling me to sit down. "Where is Cesri?" Samarin asked. "Why are we here?" I added. Because still, despite everything, it was the one question I kept coming back to. But I wasn't quite expecting the sheer lack of hesitation, the utter nonchalance, as Zareth said, "Queen Sesri is dead." He took a bite of steak, chewed loudly. "Eat. Don't make all of this go to waste." We all sat there in stunned silence. Every set of eyes looked to Ter, who seemed to sink into his chair, staring down at his empty plate, expressionless. "Horseback riding accident," Zareth added. "It was horrible." "Accident," Samarin repeated, dryly. Zareth cocked an eyebrow, then put down his fork and continued. "Sesri placed a great deal of trust in the orders. Ter, after all, was her most trusted advisor." Zareth gestured to the Valtane beside him, though Ter's gaze remained dutifully lowered. Obviously, Sesri had no heirs, and likely would not for a very long time, considering her age. So, prior to her death, she enacted a decree entrusting the crown to the Arch-Commandant as regent in the event of her death. Thus, Zareth reached into his breast pocket and produced a sheet of folded-up parchment paper. He smoothed it out on the table, then slid it towards us. I craned my neck to read it. "By decree of Queen Sesri, first of her name, she of no successor, I hereby declare that in the untimely event of my death." I skimmed through the rest, several paragraphs of winding verbiage, until I got to the end, the important part. "Crown shall pass to the Arch-Commandant of the Order of Midnight and the Order of Daybreak, as one who is most committed to Avera and most qualified for the role." And there, beneath it, was Sesri's signature. But of course, without looking up, I could hear the smug, sarcastic smile in Zareth's voice. "None of this is a surprise to my dear second. She didn't fill you in?" The realization fell over me like a cold shadow. All this for what? For a 13-year-old's throne? I'd asked that to Nura merely weeks ago when we were traveling to Threl. Now it all clicked together. They, Zareth and Nura, had been using Sesri, using her to replace lords with ones more favorable to their cause, using her to make herself so horrifically unpopular that any alternative would be welcomed with open arms. Nura wasn't flinging knives at Zareth because he'd stolen a crown. She was flinging knives at him because he did it without her. My head snapped up. Tisaanah was giving Nura a piercing stare, but Nura's eyes still looked at nothing but Zareth, any reaction hidden beneath layers of ice. "You still haven't answered?" I ground out. "Why are we here?" If you'd have some patience, Maxentarius, you would hear me explain that we are here because there is still a great deal of work to do. Is no one going to eat? No? He let out a sigh and stood, then grabbed a rolled-up piece of parchment from the sideboard behind him, pushed his place-setting aside with a dramatic flourish, and unrolled the fabric down the table. It was a map of Avera. Red paint marked various cities across it, and the largest red circle of all was around the capital. "As you all have seen," Zareth said, "Sesri declared the Arch-Commandant, me, to be the rightful heir to the crown in the event of her death. But, as one might expect, many of Sesri's cousins are not especially eager to accept the truth of the matter, particularly Atric Avaness. I came north shortly after the announcement to solidify my position with the Rivenai nobles and gather loyal troops." His gaze flicked to me. "We all know that Corvius, of course, is the military center of the north. Your Aunt Lysara was all too willing to host the new king, especially once she learned that you're an ally." "Lysara," I repeated. "Of fucking course. I wouldn't put it past my miserable aunt to host Zareth." Still, there was a certain, was it disappointment? For a second, there had just been a part of me that was wondering, "Surely you didn't think Brian had invited me?" Zareth said. No, it was a ridiculous thought.
He wouldn't have done that. Zareth's nose wrinkled. No, he wouldn't. As far as I knew, my elder brother had been gone from Ara for the better part of 10 years, all too eager to leave the estate in the care of our aunt and go wander Besrith. Not that I could blame him. Anyway, Zareth cleared his throat, voice growing sour. I admit it was a mistake to leave the palace so soon. I underestimated the loyalty some in the capital would have towards the royal bloodline. Avernus's forces took control of the palace while I was gone. Merely a stumbling block, of course, given our superior resources. His gaze fell to Tisaanah, and I ground my teeth. She stared back at him with a cold glare. You knew what would meet us at the Mikov estate, she said quietly. You had fought with Azin Mikov. You knew he was angry at the orders. You knew that party invitation was a trap, and you told us none of it? Were you hoping that some of us would not make it back alive? Or was it just something to keep us busy while you came to Ara to steal a crown? I took the invitation at face value. Besides, I had great faith in your abilities. Rightfully, it seems. I heard some incredible tales of what happened that night. His eyes flicked to me. Very interesting things, actually. And after all that, Tisaanah said, you expect us to go take the capital and give you your stolen throne? I could practically see the gears turning in her head. I object to that description, Zareth said, brushing the crown on his brow. It seemed to sit oddly on his head, like he wasn't fully comfortable wearing it. But yes, of course, we are to put down the rebels challenging the rightful line of succession. Rebels? Nora snorted. You make it sound like we're talking about a bunch of ragged militiamen. Atric Avernus has one of the best armies in Ara, perhaps even the world. And I see at least 5 other old blood houses on that map of yours. She was right. Some of the most oldest, most powerful districts in Ara were among those marked in red. It was no surprise to me that these would be the families to object most strongly to Zareth's reign. For some, the loss of a royal bloodline meant the loss of their own claim to power. But even beyond that, many would oppose on principle alone. Zareth had gained great power within the orders, yes, but he had come from nothing. For Arana nobility, a throne held by a nameless bastard would be seen as a threat to their very way of life. If you're suggesting that we take the capital back now, I said, then we're looking at a bloodbath, no matter how much power we have. I did not miss the pleasure in Zareth's stare on Tisaanah, or on me. And how would you do it? I was pointedly silent. I had an answer, of course, but I wasn't about to advise Zareth Aldris on the best way to conquer Ara. Nura spoke instead. If the capital is held by Avernus's army alone, then maybe you'd have a chance at taking it back easily. But that would mean taking, at the very least, the Gridot, Lishan, Varnil, and Archerath families out of his ally pool. She gestured to 5 cities on the map. They have strong armies and deeper connections within the old blood. Without them, Avernus's forces fall apart. Zareth nodded. I think so too. And so, that will be our approach. Tisaanah will help me topple Varnil and Archerath from power. And you, Max, will take Gridot, Lishan, and a few other of these little strongholds to the west. Tisaanah and I exchanged a quick glance. Absolutely not, I said. If you gain these people as your allies, Tisaanah said, you will be stronger than if you simply conquer them. You absorb their strength instead of destroying it. I could tell that even Tisaanah understood what she was suggesting was unrealistic. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. But I knew Ara's upper class well enough to know that it was more than unrealistic, it was outright lunacy. These families, they would sacrifice their own lives and thousands of their soldiers before they would bend the knee to someone like Zareth. He gave us a look that said he knew it too. An ugly realization settled over me. After everything, this was what it was all for? The Order's manipulations? Tisaanah's blood pact? This was the war she would fight, the servitude he would demand. She would kill in Zareth's name. And I wasn't about to leave her side, not for a minute. "I'm here to keep Reshaye under control," I said. "That's all. I'm not about to tramp across the damned country collecting lordships for you. Let's drop the pretenses. Everyone in this room knows why you're here, and it's not because of Reshaye." He leaned forward, his smirk fading into something sharper, a look that made my blood boil. "I'm not too prideful to say that you're a great fighter, Max Antarius, and a phenomenal wielder. Any army would be honored to have you on their front, mine included. But," his lip curled, "if you step a single hair out of line, if you undermine me, if you so much as look at me in a way I disapprove of, I will make these next 5 years the worst ones of Tisaanah's life. And I do know the scale of all that implies, considering her past." Beside me, I heard Tisaanah let out a slow breath through her teeth. My fury ran so hot it scalded the insides of my veins, and for a moment I genuinely considered the possibility of killing him right here, right now. I could take him, and was there anyone in this room who would stop me? Zareth's gaze sparkled, in that particular way that I'd come to learn meant he knew exactly what I was thinking. "There's one more thing I'd like to show you." He reached down and unbuttoned the wrist of his jacket, then wrenched the sleeve up to his elbow. There, on his forearm, was a tattoo. I did not recognize the design, similar to a stratogram, but more twisted and chaotic, the lines twining through the circle center and growing so dense that individual shapes were indistinguishable. Circling its edge were tiny, jagged figures that looked as if they could be words, though not in any language I'd ever seen before. The black ink bled angry, mottled purple into Zareth's albino skin. "Nice," I said, flatly. "Very pretty, Zareth. Looks infected, though." "This isn't just a tattoo," he said. "It's a spell. It combined my blood and Tisaanah's, and it binds her life to mine. If I die, so does she." My heart stopped beating. My gaze shot to Tisaanah, just long enough to see her eyes go wide. "Impossible!" I barked. Zareth smiled as he rolled down his sleeve. "Nothing is impossible, Max. The people in this room should know that better than anyone by now." "Impossible?" a part of me still insisted, the part of me that wanted so desperately to be right. "It can't be done. Impossible." Tisaanah moved so silently I didn't realize that she had stepped forward until she was leaning past me, pressing her palms on the table as she stretched toward Zareth. Her face was utterly calm, and yet her eyes were so bright, like something inside of her had lit on fire. "I signed your pact," she said, her voice quiet and sharp. "I will fight your war. I have no choice in this. But know that I've defeated more powerful men than you, Zareth, and in the end, their desire for power only made that easier." "It's nothing personal," Zareth said. "I'm realistic about the risks I face. I'm protecting myself. Don't pretend any of you would be doing anything different if you stood in my place. I wouldn't, and that's why I would never stand where he stood." His fingers brushed the crown absent-mindedly, and a flicker of thoughtful uncertainty crossed his face. But then that smile was back, easy and careless. "Do you know what power is?" he said, leaning back in his chair. "Power is sitting here alone in a room with 4 people who want to kill me and knowing I'll walk out alive." Chapter 6. Tisaanah. I remembered very little about my life in Nizarene before it fell. I was so young when we fled, my lost country reduced to fragmented sensations burned into my memory. Sometimes, moments that I didn't realize I remembered would come roaring back at the most unexpected times. Now, as Max, Samarin, and I strode through the hallways of a beautiful house that I had never been to before and yet recognized more clearly than my own homeland, as Reshaye roiled and hissed in the back of my mind, awakened by the sheer force of my anger, one of those lost images bloomed to life. My father had kept a little, useless metal contraption on his desk, a series of interlocking brass rings that went on in perpetual motion. The night the capital of Nizarene was conquered, I had been standing in his study, my fingers clutching the edge of the desk, watching those rings swing, the only thing in my world that remained a certainty. That was what my mind felt like now, something that needed to keep whirring away, because if it stopped, too much would shatter. My fists were curled at my sides, fingernails biting my palms. Zareth's words echoed in my ears. If I die, so does she. How casually he said it. How easily my life became a piece in his game, something to be played with and bartered away, something that ceased having value the minute it was no longer useful to him. Reshaye whispered. It reached for a memory. Esmer's face as he told me, "You are worth 1,000 gold." Max walked fast, his eyes straight ahead, as if by not looking he could avoid his surroundings. Not that I could blame him. I could see the ghosts of his family out of the corners of my eyes, edges of Reshaye's frayed memories catching on every doorway or hallway or painting we passed. And still, the beauty of it was undeniable, mind-boggling even, to see it firsthand. Every inch of the interior displayed the same delicate, elegant craftsmanship on the outside. Brass, carved columns separated the hallways from the ballroom below, the floors composed of complex mosaics, the doorways immaculately crafted from mahogany. Art adorned all of the walls, paintings that I could only catch glimpses of as we walked. His hand found mine and held tight, as if he was afraid I would be pried away. Without hesitating, he led us down a spiral staircase, then through a stunning atrium filled with light flooding in from a glass ceiling, until we reached a set of double doors, which he barreled through immediately. A wall of cool, moist air hit me. The sky was overcast, darker now than it had been when we arrived. Max's pace slowed slightly. We were in a garden, crossing a large stone patio, with pathways shooting off. Mountains loomed over us. I could see what looked like military forts dotting the horizon, less than a mile away. There was more activity out here than I expected. Uniformed soldiers clustered across the landscape, and many more still were traveling to the bases in the distance. "Zareth said he came here to gather loyal troops," Samarin muttered. I suppose that was accurate. Max swore beneath his breath. His stride did not break. Heads turned as we passed, whispers rising. "Is that Maxentarius Farlonio? I didn't believe he'd really." "Now what?" Max finally ground out, so low I almost didn't hear him. Now what? That was the wrong question to ask. I knew exactly what would happen next. I would fulfill the pact I made to the orders. I would fight Zareth's war, even though he betrayed me, even though he now used my life itself to manipulate the people I loved most, even though I hated him almost as much as I hated the Mykovs. He would do all of that to me, and I would still hand him everything he'd ever wanted. But I didn't get the chance to voice this, because suddenly Max stopped short. His gaze snapped to one of the groups of soldiers in the distance, brow furrowed, a look on his face that made my heart still. "Express emotions subtly, not dramatically." "What is it?" Samarin asked, just as Max began striding across the path. "Moth!" he bellowed. "Moth!" I followed Max's gaze, and there he was, standing with a cluster of young men in deep green jackets. At the sound of Max's voice, Moth whirled around so fast that his blonde curls went flying, his face lighting up. He gleefully abandoned his conversation and half ran to meet us, grinning. You're back! They said you'd come here, but I didn't think it would be so soon. So, did you do it? Did you kill the slavers?" "Moth," Samarin said, calmly, but in a tight voice that betrayed something deeper. What are you doing here?" Max barked. "What the hell are you wearing?" Max was not listening to Moth. He wasn't even looking at his face. He was looking down at Moth's jacket, at the sun emblem at the lapel, and the embroidered name, and those familiar brass buttons. My confusion soured to dread. That was a military uniform. Moth's glee faded. "Well, you were all gone, and Helene wasn't a very good teacher, and 2 weeks ago they offered us a lot of money to—" "You enlisted," Samarin murmured. "What the hell were you thinking?" Max's voice began quiet, then slowly rose. "Samarin leaves you alone for 2 weeks, and you run off and join the military?" Moth was the only person I'd met in Ara who had such little control over his emotions that I still felt every ripple. And now I tasted excitement turn to hurt. I just thought you and Samarin were both members, so I thought—" "You weren't thinking. This was a stupid decision, Moth. Reckless." What, Max?" I murmured, putting my hand on his arm, and he let out a breath through his teeth. Moth's eyes darted between us, landing on Samarin. "I thought you'd be glad," he said in a small voice, and Samarin looked as if someone had actually struck him. I felt it too. "Why would you think that?" Samarin said, and Max scoffed. "Glad? No, Moth. We just thought better of you." Then my hand closed around his wrist, and his gaze snapped to me. Enough. For a brief moment, he just looked at me, and I could see all of the invisible words neither of us could tackle hanging there in that split second of connection. Then he pulled from my grasp, turned away, and began striding down the path. Moth looked as if he were actively holding back tears. "I'm sorry," he said, quietly, as if it were the only thing he could think to say, even though he didn't know what he was apologizing for. But I did. I understood exactly. "It's not about you, Moth," I said. I glanced back at the boy, took in the sight of him, round-faced, barely a teenager, still years away from so much as peach stubble. Then my gaze met Samarin's, and I knew we were thinking the same thing. I felt vaguely ill, nausea warring with anger, not at Moth, but at everything that led him here. He was just a child. And now what? What was this world going to do to him? What is it going to do to all of us? A smaller voice whispered, in the back of my mind. "It's not about you," I said, again, and went after Max. I rejoined Max far behind the house. He had taken a sharp turn away from the main paths, veering to a secluded expanse of overgrown grass at the edge of the grounds. It was getting dark, and mist clung to the air, rendering the sky gray and flattening the distant mountains to silhouettes. Deep green forest spread out before us, and the house loomed behind. Max stopped walking abruptly, head bowed, hands stuffed in his pockets, facing the tree line. We stood there together in silence. "They will not send him out there," I said at last, quietly. "Will they?" "I don't know. They took him. If they're desperate." He cleared his throat. "Last time, some of those soldiers were only 14, 13, near the end. Children." I did not miss the way his head twitched towards the house, as if he was going to look over his shoulder, and thought better of it. The soldiers were not the only children claimed by the war. A blink, and his memories, Reshaye's memories, flooded me. Blood, and fire, and anger, and the lives of all those Farleone children discarded in one terrible night like crushed flower petals. I reached for his hand, and his fingers twined around mine with unexpected force. as if he were a sinking boat and I was the only thing tethering him to the shore. Or perhaps the opposite. "And this is what it was all for," I muttered. "Zareth's throne. I should have seen it happening." He closed his eyes. "But of course I didn't. I didn't see any of it until it was too damned late." I knew he was talking about more than the crown, more than the war, more than Zareth. He was talking about me, too. Reshaye stirred at the back of my thoughts. I shuddered. "It's not possible," he said. "One life can't be bound to another like that. He's bluffing." I was silent. I wouldn't put it past Zareth to manipulate us with a lie. And yet, when I thought of the strangeness of what he had showed us, the odd magic I felt in the air when he revealed it, I suspected it was not so simple. And I suspected Max knew that too, and didn't want to admit it. "There must be a way to get out of your contract," Max said. "I've heard rumors that there are ways to break a blood pact. If I talk to the right people, maybe—" "Break it? Of course. Do you want to be the one to put Zareth on a throne?" "No." The answer rang out in my head firmly. "No, I don't." But out loud I said, "I don't, but I will." Max's gaze snapped to me. The betrayal in it gutted me. That man doesn't deserve to draw breath. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter? You think I do not hate him too? Of course I do. He made me. I couldn't even figure out how to finish that statement. What words were there? He had left me in slavery once, and now he dragged me back into it. He took my desperate desire to save the helpless and used it to make me a weapon of death. Now he tried to control my very life and use it to control others. It made me so angry that I couldn't breathe. But then the image of the refugees on the boat flashed through my mind. The way they looked at me, as if I was their last hope. "But I made that pact," I choked out. "That has not changed. I fight his war so that I can go fight mine." His war for what? For his ego? When I spilled my blood on that contract, I thought it was going to be for Sakadra's ego. Is there a difference? Max gave me a look that said he thought there was a world of difference. Zareth is the difference. I controlled it, I said. I can do it again. I can use that power to make this war less bloody than it would be without it. You sound like Noura. The words cut me open. I yanked my hand away from his, even though I could already see the regret spilling over his face. "What do you want me to say to you?" I shot back. "Do you want me to tell you that I want to walk away from all of this? I do, Max. Of course I do. But there are so many people who cannot walk away. They are still there, suffering. Girls like me. You hate Zareth for leaving me there, but you're asking me to do the same thing." Something flickered in his expression. "That isn't the same. Why? Because they aren't standing in front of you? Because you don't love them the way you love me? Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it isn't happening. And they are just as loved, just as important. It is a privilege to do nothing, Max. So many people do not have that gift." He looked at me, jaw tight, regret and sadness and anger all mingling in his eyes. "No war can be fought with clean hands," he said. "Not even the ones waged for the right reasons. Not even the ones you win." I knew he was right. In the Threllian Wars, I had lost so many of my own people to the cost of victory. But what choice did I have? I stepped closer and placed my hands on either side of his face. "You don't have to fight this fight," I whispered. "You have already given so much." Max's forehead pressed against mine, his body so close I could feel its warmth surrounding me. "Express emotions subtly, not dramatically." And when he spoke again, All that anger was gone, replaced only with weary resignation. "That was never an option, Tisaanah," he murmured, and pulled me into an embrace. It felt like falling. One moment I was clinging to my plans and composure, and the next I was lost in him. His scent of lilacs and ash surrounded me. I buried my face against his neck, inhaling it. I could feel the slight shudder in his breathing as he struggled to keep from unraveling. I pulled away just enough to turn my face, lips parted even though I didn't know what would come out. But before I could speak, he kissed me. Gave me the kind of kiss that communicated everything that we couldn't put into words. For precious seconds, nothing mattered except for this: the cadence of our shared breath, the movement of his lips, the brush of his tongue. Nothing mattered except that we were alive and here, and together. We parted but stayed close, his forehead against mine. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "I'm just being here as—" He sounded as if he could barely get out those fractured words. My chest ached. It had been impossible to miss the change in him the minute we stepped through those doors. A raw, tangible pain, like he was walking over razor blades. "We will not let it be like last time," I whispered. "We will find a way." I told myself I could make it true. I was grateful that he didn't call out my uncertainty, even though I know he heard it. Instead, he pressed a kiss to my jaw and said, quietly, "I want to believe you." Chapter 7. AF. "What he says cannot be true," the king said. "All the survivors say the same thing, my lord," Siobhan said. She knelt at my father's feet, at the bottom of glassy black steps that rose up to his place upon the dais, sleek and dark beneath an arch of polished stone. He, my mother, and my sister all stood there, crowns adorning each of their brows. My father's was night glass upon a head of long ashen-brown hair. My mother's, spires of twisted silver against pale skin and sleek locks of red-black, near identical to my own. Actually, it was uncanny, the extent to which I resembled my mother. A less beautiful version of her, to be fair. My skin was a little ruddier, my mouth a little broader, my eyes bigger and curved down in a way that my mother used to always joke made me look as if I was perpetually sad. Used to joke. It had been a long time since my mother had joked about anything. Now she sat upon her throne, gazing off into the middle distance, that lovely face offering no sign that she had heard anything that we had told her. There was a time I barely remembered, when my mother was intelligent and humorous and talkative. Now she was only beautiful, and whatever lay beneath had been eaten away like moth-bitten silk. And yet she was captivating, so graceful in a way I never would be. My sister, though, embodied that grace impeccably. She had my mother's bearing, even if her appearance was much more my father's. Richer skin and fairer hair, and those dark eyes like pools of night. Reshaye sat beside my mother, hands delicately folded over her velvet-adorned lap, a twist of silver across her forehead. She had given me a faint smile when I strode into the room with Siobhan, though now her gaze was lowered with concern. My father frowned, still visibly skeptical. "I don't see how humans could have done this," he said. Siobhan bowed her head. "We sent 6 blades to the House of Stone, Tisaanah. They counted 60 before they stopped trying to account for the dead, but understand that was only a small fraction of the full loss. There may be other survivors, but our scouts found none in Ateko." "None in Ateko?" Reshaye whispered. It was easy to tell that she was scared. She had the same look that she did when we were children, and I, ever the obnoxious older sister, would terrify her with some ghost story or monster tale. The entire city, and none? None that we could find. That sentence hung in the air for several long seconds. "And how many survivors do we now have in our infirmaries?" my father asked. 19, I said. His gaze slipped to me. Are any of them able to speak to us? He asked. Stupid, how I still found myself shriveling under my father's stare. Not currently, I said. None of them are conscious right now. The one that I rode with was the one who told us it was the humans, but he didn't manage to say much more. So I heard, my father said, grimly. Surely everyone had by now. My companion had been only barely aware enough to garble some frantic, meaningless words at the cluster of Sydney who met us at the entrance to the Pales, clutch at one shocked woman's shoulder, and then keel over. I glanced down at my sleeve. A smear of his purple blood still stained it. There was one other thing, I said. He told me that he was 13th in line for the stone crown. If a Tekko has fallen, and there are no other survivors? Wordless sound echoed through the room. My mother's fingertips were pressed to her lips. Dismay wrought over her face. It was the sort of innocent dismay that looked like it belonged to a small child. All alone? She whispered, so quietly that it seemed as if she didn't mean to speak aloud. But before she could say more, my father hushed her and wrapped her hand in his. He looked down at their intertwined hands, thinking. Keep close watch on the survivors, and tell me as soon as any of them awaken, he said, especially him. I will speak to them immediately. I do not wish to imagine what they have already endured. I was exhausted. After leaving my parents, I'd begun to head towards my room only for Shiobon to stop me. Surely you wouldn't be so foolish as to think you're done. Shiobon, I just finished fishing a dozen bodies out of the swamps. You also, she squinted up at one of the timepieces, 4 hours ago. The wall is more than well attended now, considering recent events. But all of that guard overstaffing does mean that weapon cleanings have been neglected. Any other commander, and perhaps I might have argued, but Shiobon, it would be like talking to stone. And as I loosed an exasperated sigh and went on my way to the armories, I couldn't help but glance down at my marked-up forearm and note the patches of remaining clean skin. If I had to choose, I would take cleaning duty over another X. So I mustered the last of my energy and dragged myself back to the blade's heart, located deep within the Pales, so far into the darkness that it felt like you had to walk through the night sky to get there. The house of obsidian was built entirely within the cliffs of the Pales, hallways burrowing into an endless expanse of glassy black stone. Twinkling silver lights were carved into the walls, adorning the ceilings in scattered illumination. Nestled within our cliffs were entire structures all on their own, everything from homes to shops to government buildings. Individually designed, yes, but all carved from the same stone, all connected to the same heart. When I was a child, and still the Tierness, I used to visit other houses on diplomatic visits with my parents. I had marveled at the freestanding buildings, towering state houses, and ornate palaces, all of which were clearly great sources of pride. But to me, they had all seemed so vulnerable, like paper sculptures left to stand in the rain. They were just out there, beneath the sky and rain and wind, so separate from each other. It was unthinkable to me then. When I was young and afraid at night, I used to press my palm to the wall, and I'd swear I could feel the heartbeats of 1,000 other people, the heartbeats of all the Sydney who lived within these walls, and the heartbeat of the Pales themselves. When I did the same in my rooms in those other houses, I felt nothing but cold brick. That night, all I could think of were those paper palaces.
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. The House of Stone was one of the places I'd visited all those years ago, and now those lonely buildings were left to crumble. It was nearly midnight once I finished cleaning, but I couldn't imagine going back to my chambers and lying there alone in the darkness. Instead, the tavern welcomed me back with open arms, despite the trouble I had caused there earlier that day.
My favorite wine was presented wordlessly, the air hot as an embrace, the music roaring, a stranger waiting with a gaze held a little too long. That was one of the many things I loved about the House of Obsidian. We were among the largest of the Fey houses, and that meant there was always another stranger. Whatever I could not lose in a drink, I could lose in sloppy kisses against the wall, and then the door, and then my bed. If it was dark enough, I would not have to see whatever stares they would give the X's up my arms. If I was drunk enough, I would not care either way. Not if it meant that I was the furthest I could possibly be from alone. But that night there was something chasing me that I couldn't lose in another's breath. I had one drink, then two, then four, enough to make touch inviting. And yet I found myself staggering away from the pub without a partner. I didn't know exactly where I intended to go. I surprised myself when I stumbled past my own chamber door and instead kept going down deeper into the pales. The healing quarters were always staffed, but it was so late that even these areas were quiet, devoid of footsteps. My own, even in drunkenness, were silent, a gift of decades of blade training. I rounded a corner and slipped through a slightly ajar door, and there before me was the copper-haired, stone-held man. He looked like a painting. He was utterly still, eyes closed, dark lashes falling over fair cheeks. I had barely seen his face before. It had been covered in blood and contorted in pain. Now it was so clean and smooth he seemed as if he had been crafted out of porcelain. That serenity stood in dark, stark contrast to the rest of him. No wonder there had been so much blood. His body had been torn apart. Blankets of black silk were folded down neatly across his hips, leaving his abdomen exposed. The sight of it had me drawing in a sharp breath through my teeth. Violet-stained bandages wrapped his ribs, and within those bandages, herbs and flowers and healing spells had been tucked between the folds. Sydney healers had likely spent the whole day and much of the night casting spells and whispering prayers to Mathira and her sisters. Many of them, by the looks of it. I just stared at him. Self-consciousness fell over me. I wasn't sure why I had come here. Stupid. This had been a stupid idea. I was about to turn away when I heard a sound, a groan. I turned around again. The stone-held's eyelids fluttered, just barely. One hand moved towards his abdomen. Don't. I crossed the room in 2 long steps, quickly enough to catch his hand. Don't touch it. You are hurt. His head rolled, eyes opened barely enough to peer at me. They were a mossy green, a color unseen among the Sydney. He yanked his hand away from my grasp with surprising force, letting out a wordless grunt as he pushed himself to his elbows. His neck was craned, looking down at his decimated wounds. "Stop," I said again, when he tried to touch his dressings. "It is to help you." But when I reached for him again, he shook his head and pulled away. "I need," he choked out, his voice barely more than a wheeze. And when he drew back 2 of the bandages and violet blood began to bubble over, he just watched it spread. Even though I uttered a curse and looked around for a healer, more gauze, something, anything, to stop the sudden influx of blood. "It was real," he said, barely louder than a whisper. There was something in his voice that made me stop. His gaze flicked to me, raw and angry. "Yes," I whispered, and the word stung. How many left?" 19, including you." A wince shuddered across his face. The blood was now rolling over the pale valleys of his abdomen, blooming over the sheets. I cursed. "Stop moving." I pressed the bandages back down over his wounds. Surely it was agonizing, but he didn't react. "You're safe here," I said, and his stare darkened, as if I had said something appalling. "Safe?" His voice was a serrated blade. "Don't talk," I said, but he had already fallen back against the headboard, as if all of his strength had left him at once. "It sounded like rain," he murmured, and all at once his fury to utter, bleak sadness. I did not know what he meant. He seemed as if he barely did either. But that sadness just grabbed me and would not let go. I did not think. My hand covered his. "It's gonna be all right," I whispered, and by the time his gaze flicked back to me, it was empty and impassive. He shook his head, barely a movement. "It is not," he murmured. But by the time the words left his lips, consciousness slipped away. I shouldn't have been there. In fact, some might have considered it downright dangerous for someone like me, someone rejected by the gods, to be in a holy place of healing. But I looked at this man, and all I could think of was my visit to House of Stone all those years ago. All of those little houses separated in the rain. Nothing sadder than to be so alone. And alone forever now. And so I stayed, my hand over his, until my lashes fluttered closed. And when sometime late into the night my eyes snapped open, my heart pounding with a panic, I reached through the dark until my palm met the cool solace of stone. I held it there, and I imagined that I was connected to them all. The warm flesh of the stone-held man against one hand, and against the other 100,000 other people, and the pails themselves. Chapter 8. Max. It was late by the time I returned to Zareth. His guards waved me in. I hated their nonchalance. It meant they had been expecting me. It meant that Zareth knew I would come back. When the door opened, Zareth was lounging at a desk in the library, looking dramatically unsurprised to see me. Maxentarius? What a surprise! He smiled and gave me a face of overwrought confusion. "Did the end of our last conversation not sit well with you?" "Mothretham," I said. "He's a new recruit, in Commander Charles' division. I want him on mine." "A new recruit? But why? Will he be with me or not?" Zareth shrugged. "Fine. I doubt Charles cares much either way." Then he cast me a sidelong stare. "I take it then that this means you have officially accepted the title I've so graciously offered you, General Farleone." It made my skin prickle to hear myself referred to that way, and that prickling intensified to outright crawling as I heard myself answer, "Yes, I accept." "I'm glad to hear it," Zareth said cheerfully. I was already leaving. Halfway down the hallway, I stopped short. Noura rounded a corner in front of me, and the two of us stared at each other in silence. For a moment, I was struck by the bizarre realization that the last time I had seen Noura here, in this house, everything about our lives had been different. My family had been alive, and I had loved Noura, had trusted her implicitly. Now, that thought seemed like a cruel joke. Here, we were both surrounded by everything that war and Reshaye had taken from us, and we only stood here because of her. "The great mystery solved," I said. "So all of this, and it was just for a coup?" Something flickered in her expression. "It's more complicated than that." "It is? Because from where I stand, it looks like you're prepared to kill thousands of people for what? A crown? This is what Tisaanah's life is for? You say that as if I'm not giving her everything she's ever wanted." I let out a breathless scoff. To think there was a time that I admired that quality in her, her ability to peel away emotion, her ability to be ruthless. She had always been a better soldier than I was. It just took me 10 fucking years to realize how much it had cost her. "Express emotions subtly, not dramatically." "I don't understand you, Noura," I said, turning away. "I don't understand how you can be in this house and say that with a straight face." I didn't wait for a response. I was already halfway down the hallway when Noura called out, "Max, did you tell Zareth you'd lead?" I paused, didn't turn back. My silence was enough. "It'll be worth it," she said. "I promise." I almost laughed, as if Nura's promises were worth anything anymore. At least the first time I sold my soul to the orders, I was too young and stupid to know that I was just driving a dagger into my own gut. This time, I felt every inch of the blade. Tisaanah and I slept in one of the outposts that night. I had meant it when I told Tisaanah I couldn't stay in that house. Even now, curled up with Tisaanah in a little cot in a cold outpost on the edge of the grounds, I could still feel it looming over me. It was the smell that really did it, I think. The minute we had landed, I knew before I opened my eyes that we were here. That scent of pine and iron yanked me 10 years into the past in seconds, and now it tethered me there. I stared at the ceiling, watching moonlight fall over rafters. Tisaanah slept, though it was light and fitful, her limbs intertwined with mine like roots clinging to the earth. One sentence kept floating through my mind. Tomorrow I will leave to go fight Zareth Aldris' war. It was a ridiculous sentence, reflecting a horrifying, distorted reality. Ruefully, I thought of the man I was 5 years ago, the man who barely managed to make it out of Sevseed dens alive, who was in the process of creating a garden to surround a cabin in the middle of nowhere, and he would sit there, unmoving, like a rock letting the water rush by him. I wasn't sure if I pitied that man or envied him. He had been nothing if not certain. He was certain that there was nothing in the world worth saving. He was certain that even if there was nothing he could contribute to such a cause anyway. And above all, he had been certain that he would never, ever, under any circumstances, find himself on a battlefield ever again. I missed certainty. But then my awareness returned to Tisaanah's weight against my chest, the warmth of her breath on the underside of my chin, the strand of hair that kept tickling my nose. But then, I thought, there is this. It was sometime past midnight when I carefully pushed back the rough blanket. I extracted myself from Tisaanah's arms, shoved my bare feet into unlaced boots, and rose. It was so cold outside that when I slipped through the outpost door, my teeth started chattering. Ascended above, I had forgotten how chilly the nights could get so far north at this time of year. I hadn't bothered to grab a jacket, but I stuffed my hands into the pockets of my trousers and tread down the pathway leading to the main house. There weren't many people around now, activity dulled to an eerie quiet. It was a long walk back to the house. I didn't go to the front gates. Instead, I went around back, cutting through the clearing where Brian used to run me through drills until I could barely lift a sword, then tracing down paths where Atraclius and I once raced. I glanced to the tree line, and through the darkness could make out the entrance of the path that would lead to Kira's shed. The door was small, tucked beneath one of the balconies, unassuming compared to the grandeur of the main entryways. I slid my fingers along the inside of the doorframe. My instincts still knew exactly where it was, the notch that, if you pushed just the right way, would jostle the loose lock enough to turn the handle. Atraclius had been the one to discover it. It remained our secret, among my siblings and I. We all, now and then, needed a way to sneak back into the house undetected, even Brian. I slipped through. It was so silent. Anyone staying here would be in the upper levels, leaving these hallways still and dim beneath the quiet glow of sconces on the walls. I paced through, climbing one narrow set of stairs, then two, until the small servants' passages opened up to the main atrium. And then I stopped. I couldn't move. Double doors stood before me. Through them would be the ballroom and the grand staircase and the hallways that led to my old bedroom and those of my family, where they had lived and where they had died, where I had killed them. 8 painted pairs of eyes gazed at me from beside the door, an old family portrait. It was a small one, more of a sketch than a finished piece, but my mother had always been fond of it, hence why she found a place for it here. My whole family stared back at me, rendered in loose, organic brushstrokes. My parents, my father with a smile in his eyes, and my mother deep in thought. Kira, only 10 years old, looking as if she had much more important things to do. Variaslis, who seemed to be trying very hard to seem elegant. And then the twins, one grinning and the other frowning. Atraclius, so comically stern that anyone who knew him would see that he was actually making fun of the whole thing. Brian, noble and serious. And me, 18, vaguely disgruntled, with no idea how fucking lucky I was. It was suddenly difficult to breathe. It had been so long since I had seen their faces in anything but dreams. It is strange to be here after so many years. The voice came from behind me. My blood went cold. A familiar voice, with no accent. I turned. Moonlight fell over Tisaanah's face as she stepped towards the painting. But the movements, clumsy and lurching, were not Tisaanah's. I closed my eyes, every muscle suddenly tight. "Get out," I ground out. The words were visceral, deep, the only truth I could choke out. There was nothing more terrible than seeing Tisaanah's face like this, with everything that made her stripped away. But here, with my family's ghosts bearing down on us, my revulsion was so intense that I could barely breathe. She stepped forward again, hand outstretched. "You are angry." I jerked away. "Don't touch me." Reshaye pulled back, cold curiosity behind Tisaanah's eyes. "And after so many years, you still dream of the dead, even though they made you weak." Curiosity hardened into hurt. "You had no one but me. And still you dreamed of the dead?" "They were the best part of me," I wanted to say. "How dare you speak of them that way?" "You don't belong here," I said. "I will always be here, just as I will always be in you." She reached out again, and again I jerked away, my hands on Tisaanah's shoulders. "Do not touch me." But she just looked at me, eyes wide, searching, angry. "Why do you talk to me that way? I made you strong. I gave you love." "Love?" I scoffed. My anger bubbled over, scorching. "You don't know what love is." "To love is to want," she shot back. "To love is to covet, to desire. Do you think I do not know what that is? And do you think I did not see it in you? All the things you coveted, Max Ontarius, all the things you wanted. If it is love to crave a heartbeat of another, then I do know it. I love her, and I loved you." For the first time in nearly a decade, I felt something else as I listened to Reshaye, something other than hatred or fear. I felt pity. "It must be agonizing," I hissed. "Existing this way, so close to humanity, and yet understanding none of it? All you can do is mimic a shade of a shade of a shade of what you might have been once a long time ago. And all you can do is destroy, because everything else is beyond your reach." Tisaanah's face lurched into an uncharacteristic sneer. Her hand reached out for me, even though I kept her at arm's length, fingers brushing my jaw. I could feel magic there, pulsing beneath her touch. "I gave you everything, everything, Max Ontarius. And yet you mourn them, and you reach for her, and your heart turns elsewhere, just as hers does. I feel the pain in it. I see how she aches at the thought of losing you tomorrow, just as I see how you hurt for people who cannot even see your grief." Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. It makes you both weak and still you cling to it above all else. Why? The question hung in the air, sharp both with anger and with an odd, childlike confusion. And in the seconds after, she searched my face as if she was really looking for an answer. Instead, I slowly pulled her hand away. "I told you not to touch me." Her jaw set, and she stepped back, though her eyes did not leave mine. "She's stronger than you are," I said. "I wasn't, but she is. But if you hurt her, Reshaye, I will put you in that white room you love so much, and I'll make sure you stay there forever. Forever. Do you understand?" Her hand lifted and pressed to her chest again, over her heart. "Something has changed, you know," she said quietly, "far underneath, deeper than all of this. It feels like," she frowned, "as if something is searching, reaching, trying to see me. But I do not think I wish to be seen." I had no patience for Reshaye's incoherent ramblings, especially not here. "Do you understand, Reshaye?" Mismatched eyes fell to me, first dull with hurt, then bright with anger, and then sparkling with an eerie, inhuman glee. A smile spread across her lips. "Do I understand?" she repeated. "Of course I do. We always understood each other's darkest shadows, Maxentarius." Chapter 9. Tisaanah. Max left the next day. Zareth hadn't wasted any time assembling his division. I was with him when he saw them for the first time, from the balcony at the upper levels of the Rivenai outposts, a sea of green and blue and golden coats. Here it all became so dizzyingly real. Max and his army would travel to Antedale to conquer one of the most heavily fortified districts in Ara, and after that, Lishan. In between, he'd be taking a few other smaller cities as well, and from here, I'd be doing the same, fighting, conquering. I wasn't as worried about my own battles as I was about his. I did not need my magic to know what Max was thinking. His hands were clasped tightly together in front of him, shoulders square, jaw set as he watched the army prepare. He was wearing a military general's uniform. The sun was rising, outlining his strong profile in gold. Perhaps to an onlooker, he looked every bit the noble military leader lost in concentration. But I had been there to watch him button that uniform jacket up and then stare at the mirror for 30 long seconds, seething resentment written over his face. And I'd felt the way his hand squeezed mine before we arrived, in a silent plea or apology or some combination of the two. I knew that I was seeing dread, not strategic determination, in the hard lines of his expression. I was watching him live his worst nightmare, and it was all because of me. We had only a few minutes alone together before his departure. When he turned to me and I knew it was time for a goodbye, my heart swelled into my throat. A tangle of Arin and Thereni words choked me. I'd always been able to conjure pretty words when I needed to, but it was moments like these, moments when words weren't beautiful noise, but raw, ragged truths, that they overwhelmed me. I gave him a weak smile and said, "I promise that I will stay alive if you will." He arched an eyebrow. "Is that supposed to be an incentive?" "Of course," I replied, casually, stepping closer. "The best kind. I'm glad that recent events have done nothing to dull your ego." The lump in my throat grew so large that I couldn't speak. Max's smirk had slowly faded. I took his hands. We bowed our foreheads against each other. "If you can do it," murmured, "I suppose I can do it." Then his eyes met mine, so close I could see every vein, every cloudy shift of color. "And you have to, all right?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I took his face in my hands and kissed him, long, deeply. My mouth felt cold against the air when we parted, and my fingers were achingly empty when his hand slipped from mine. I stood with Zareth up on the balcony of the military headquarters to watch him leave. I couldn't tear my gaze away, not even when he was a speck of green and gold in the distance. He was barely visible when he turned around one final time and lifted his hand in a wave. My eyes stung as I returned it. I felt Zareth stare, but didn't look. "He'll come back," he said. "He'd better," I thought. "He has to." "Why him?" I asked. Why do you want someone who hates you so much to lead your armies? Because he's good. I'm sure you have many good generals. Maybe I chose him because he hates me, and because I can make him." My gaze flicked to Zareth. There was a twisted smile at the corner of his mouth, and he leaned casually against the wall, elbow propped on stone. On the surface, he seemed as nonchalant as a cat bathing in the sun. But I looked closer. There was something off about it all. The lazy stance of his was practiced and deliberate, the smile a little too forced, the tone of his voice sticky sweet with manufactured drawl. No, it wasn't as simple as that. Not quite. Zareth's head cocked. "What are you looking at me like that for?" "Do you remember the first time we met? I must have been 14 summers, yes?" He chuckled. "Probably. I was so excited to meet someone who looked like me, even with some differences." I gestured to the patches of gold skin on my face, raising my brows wryly. "I asked you to tell me of Ara. You took your knife and carved the shape of the continents into an apple. Threl and Besrith, even the Feylands. You showed me where Ara was." His smile had gone distant. "I don't recall." "I'm sure you don't. But I kept it until it rotted. I still remember exactly how it looked. The white meat of the apple shriveled, the mottled skin of the continents fly-eaten. I tried everything I could to preserve it. Impossible in the oppressive heat of the Threlian summer. By the time I finally gave up and discarded it, it looked like a ravaged version of the world, blackened and decaying like the flesh I now rotted beneath my fingertips. Zareth was long gone by then, of course, set off across the sea. And after I threw that apple into the trash, I returned to my little, windowless room with nothing but a dream of whatever lay beyond it. "I was so young," I said. "I thought that it was kindness what you did for me. But you have always been so willing, Zareth, to dangle a world just out of reach." Then I pulled my cloak closer around me, slid my chilly fingers into my pockets, and went down the stairs. I understood, in an abstract way, that Max's family had been powerful, but walking the halls of the Farleone estate put that into a whole new perspective. It was so different, seeing it in person rather than in the imprints of Reshaye's memories. Those fuzzy images didn't capture the scale of it or the unfamiliar beauty. Max rarely spoke of his family. Now I realized exactly what the Farleones must have been before their fall. This estate was befitting of a family only 2 steps from royalty. The hallway was lined with paintings. I paused at a portrait of a woman with long dark hair and brown eyes that gazed into the distance. The half-smile on her lips was the same one Max wore when lost in thought. His mother, surely. Beside her, there was a man with gray at the temples of his black hair and deep smile lines, and the angles of his face resembled Max's so strongly that I knew I had to be looking at his father. I heard light footsteps approach from behind me. "We need to start working today," Nura said. "Start strategizing. And training, of course. Taking Khazara won't be easy with our forces split. We'll have to rely on you heavily. And the sooner we take back the capital, the sooner this nightmare is over." It was the first time I'd heard Nura say much of anything, let alone express such strong distaste, since she hurled blades across the dining room the day before. There was something else in her voice, too, a glimpse of a deeper discomfort. Even beneath Nura's stoic ice, I had seen the expression on her face shift, ever slightly, when we walked into this house. I turned around. "Express emotion subtly, not dramatically. Why did you miss when you threw those knives?" Her lips thinned. "Did you think you were the only idiot to spill your blood over a contract?" Ah, now that it was out in the open, it seemed practically obvious. How had I not seen it before? "You can't act against him. I certainly can't kill him." Her wording was different than mine. Noted. "Zareth and I never got along," she said. and to be a second is to be a failed competitor of the arch-commandant, and the one to take power if they die. It made sense to build a loyalty protection into the oath, as much as I despise it. She looked as if the words physically pained her. I was sure she did hate it. I was also sure that it was the only reason Zarith had made it this far alive. You and I are united in that, she added. It's in both of our best interests to get this over with as quickly as possible. I didn't answer. I took a few meandering steps down the hall, looking up at the paintings. Several dark-haired, dark-eyed teenagers stared down at me, and then I stopped in front of a face that made my heart clench. Amazing how different he looked. Max was a young man in this painting, barely more than a teenager. His face was a little softer, yes, but it was the look in his eye that so starkly separated this boy from the man I knew. A sharp, cold stare. He looked very different. He was different back then. He was less afraid. When he wanted something, he was willing to do whatever it took. She lapsed into silence. Then she added with a hint of sadness, "He had incredible potential." The way she said it made my jaw clench. He had incredible potential, she said, as if there was something this boy had that the man did not. Willing to do whatever it took, she said, as if that was something to be admired. Max had seen the cost of war and decided it was unacceptable. That wasn't fear, that was compassion. And this arrogant child that stared down at me from the wall, he wasn't brave, he was foolish. I had seen many young Threlian soldiers with that look in their eye, the kind that told me they had already granted themselves absolution, and whatever they were about to do to me was merely a step in whatever it took. He hadn't lost something, he had gained something. I turned away. "The Syrian told me the refugees have been settled," I said. "I want to see them before we do anything else. Afterwards I see them first, then we work." My voice must have told her it wasn't worth the fight, but she let out a little frustrated breath. "Fine, if you insist." These weren't homes. They were slums. The Threlian refugees had been settled into large, ugly buildings at the edge of the city, constructed of crumbling stone and rotting wood. The apartments themselves were small, which would have been fine had they not also been ramshackle and ill-kept. The surrounding areas were no better. They stood just outside of the capital, close enough to see the walls looming and then the towers beyond them. Close enough to make my palms sweat when I thought of the battles that would be inflicted upon this city not long from now. "This territory is safe," Ariadne told me when I asked about it, "fully undisputed. And neither Avernus nor Zarith wants to damage the city they plan to take, not within the walls or outside of it." I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. And now, the chilling possibilities of everything I'd failed to stipulate in my contract loomed over me like a cold shadow. I'd spent hours dictating my demands, so careful to close every possible loophole. But how could I have stopped this? What words could I have used to define that their washrooms should be functional and their windows unbroken? The refugees were busy, settling themselves into their new lives, making the best of it. But my magic tasted their uncertainty just as strongly as their excitement. They knew, after all, what a war-battered country looked like. They knew what dangers it held. Nura had wandered off with the Syrian, but Samarin remained beside me, silent in a way that told me he was thinking what I was. "I should have been more careful," I muttered. "You were never going to be able to control every outcome. But couldn't my life buy more than this?" I didn't say the words out loud, but Samarin placed his hand on my shoulder, a brief, wordless comfort for the things I did not voice. Later, I helped Cyril move into his new apartment. Move, actually, wasn't quite the right term because that would imply he had belongings to unpack. He brought only one small bag with him from Esmerise's estate, a worn leather satchel that he had carried with him the day he arrived at the estate. I wandered around counting water stains in the ceiling as he shelved 3 shirts and 2 sets of trousers. 4 books, worn and torn, that he meticulously arranged in the corner where the wall met the floor. He had no bookshelf. Then, upon his single set of drawers, he placed 3 items. A silver necklace that I knew had once belonged to his mother. A tin flute, which he had learned to play quite beautifully over the years. A little carved bone figurine of a bird. And, at last, his sword. By far the most valuable item in this place, probably worth more than this apartment itself. "I almost didn't keep it," he remarked, as he set it down and regarded it with a wrinkle over his nose. It's his, you know?" "I know," I said, thinking of my bloody jacket that I had so happily discarded as soon as I'd arrived at Ara. Thinking of the way my hair had looked shriveling in Max's fireplace when I'd hacked it off. Still, he brushed the hilt, patting it like an old friend's shoulder. Just in case. Just in case. I wanted so badly for my friend to never have another just in case. I wanted him to be able to leave steel behind. I watched as Cyril circled the room, examining his new home. A lump rose in my throat. "I'm sorry," I said. "I didn't realize it would be—" I stumbled over my words. "I'll get you somewhere better soon." "What? This is terrific!" He gave me a grin. Gods, there was nothing quite like Cyril's smile. It illuminated his whole face. He went to the windows and extended his arms. "Look at this! This is what freedom looks like, Tisaanah." The freedom that he was gesturing to was, in fact, an utterly breathtaking view of a narrow alleyway, a pile of trash, and a brick wall with some very unpleasant Iran words painted on it. "So what if it's not pretty?" Cyril added, as if he could hear my skepticism. "None of the best things are." In any other scenario, I would have happily taken the door he'd left open for my self-aggrandizing, silly joke. But I could barely speak. I wanted to believe him. But I watched his silhouette as he dropped his arms and looked out into the capital slums, watched his smile fade and a wrinkle form between his brows. And in that moment, I could feel it. His doubt. Freedom, yes. But he and so many others had once again been ripped away from everything they knew and thrown into a world that had no care for them. I would need to care enough to make up for it all. I went through the rest of the day in a haze. I trained, I strategized, I followed Nura and the Sirazin and Zarith as we ran over strategies and maps. I kept careful track of Reshaye and carefully patched the gaping wound of anxiety in my chest. And of course, I showed none of it. There were few things I was more adept at than hiding uncertainty. So now I draped mine in calm confidence that was smooth as silk. Still, that evening when I ate dinner with Samarin, he looked at me in a way that told me he saw hints of what I refused to show. "You look tired," he said. Coming from him, it sounded soothing rather than somewhat insulting. He did have a gift for that. "So do you." He let out a small chuckle. "I don't doubt it. Are you worried about Moth? Max will protect him. From all that he can. From all that he can." We both understood what that meant. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. It was one thing to protect Moth from magic and steel, to protect him from wounds and open flesh. But Samarin and we both knew that war cut deeper than that. I watched Samarin silently swirl his wine. When I had first met him, his calm had seemed utterly impenetrable. But now I could see the uncertainty he did not voice, collecting on his silence like fog on glass. "Sometimes I'm afraid that none of this will ever end," I murmured. He paused before answering. "Sometimes I am too." He set down his glass, eyes drawn to the table. But I fought to become a healer because I wanted to fix things, even though my abilities are so well suited to destruction. Well suited to destruction. I thought of the way my flesh looked when Samarin was healing it, muscle and sinew and flesh weaving together as if of its own volition. And I thought of the way my body had felt under his power when I lost control of Reshaye back at the Slavers' Hub in Threll. He did what he had to do, and I was glad for it. But I'd be lying if I said that I didn't see the darkness inherent in such a power. And perhaps Samarin shouldered that just as I shouldered the darkness of the power in me. The human body is a magnificent machine, you know, he said, as if to himself. All of the muscles and veins and nerves, all are in perfect sync. It's so easy to disrupt that. I'm only a passable fighter, but I had the highest kill count in my division. I was efficient. They didn't want to let that go. He said the word with a subtle sneer of disgust over his nose, and a chill ran down my spine. How did you get out? They needed me for Max when he got Reshaye. Still, they expected me to be a warrior, not a healer. Max pushed for it back then. Told them that he needed a healer, and it might as well be me, since he was saddled with me anyway. A small smile. His words, of course. I smiled. Of course. It is hard to imagine you as anything but a healer, I said. The truth, Tisaanah, is that healing is a fight. And only now did his eyes flick up to meet mine, something a little sharper, a little harsher, beneath their deep calm. Sometimes you need to act on nothing but gut feeling. And sometimes, no matter what you do, you lose the battle. Healing is more difficult than killing in every way. But that's how it always is. I've walked both roads. Destroying is easy. He leaned back and took a long drag from his pipe. When he spoke again, smoke slipped from his lips. But worth it, he said. Always worth it. I was given a room in the guest wing of the house. It didn't reek of death the way the main living quarters did, nor did it arouse Reshaye's memories quite as much. But still, as I lay there in the dark, Max's absence ached in my bones. I was so accustomed to losing those I loved, I didn't expect the loneliness to eat at me like this, with razored teeth and ravenous bites. Reshaye curled around my pain like smoke caressing the rim of a pipe. I felt it pick up my sadness and examine it, curious. Any other circumstances, and I would have pulled that emotion away. But now, I was tired. Do you know this feeling? Not sadness, more like, what was it? I let it see the memory of leaving Sorrel behind, the way that I had craved his company in the minute since. The still seeping wound of the loss of my mother, even though that had been so many years that my memory lost the details of her features. Reshaye murmured. I was surprised that it understood grief. I suppose it is grief in a way, to mourn an absence of someone. I suppressed my revulsion. I wanted to say, what right did you have to mourn him, to miss him, after everything you did to him? But I carefully hid those thoughts, tucked away beneath a shroud, far away from Reshaye's reach. Instead, I asked, what about before that? What about the other people who carried you? The smell of the sea, a woman peering into a mirror, drawing pauper hair back from her face, the taste of raspberries. And before you were with others, is this what you always were? Silence. A mournful emptiness, it whispered. Hands through the fields, again and again. Gold beneath the sun. A sheet of glossy black, and a reflection within it, with a face that would never come into focus, no matter how Reshaye clawed at the memory. It felt almost human. That sadness. What do you want, Reshaye? It seemed silly now that it had taken me so long to ask. Perhaps I thought I knew what Reshaye wanted. Love, or its dark, twisted version of it. Unyielding loyalty. There was a long pause. I felt it grapple with this question. A story? It groped for the right word, reaching and failing. I blinked back my surprise. I wasn't sure what I expected, but it wasn't for Reshaye to wish for death. But then, wouldn't I, if I lived as it did? We have work to do, I murmured. We will need to show them all what we're capable of, and we will need to do it very carefully. But if you help me, Reshaye, I will find a way to give you a story, and I will find a way to give you death. In the sparring ring, Max's hands on my body, the way I had shut it out in the Mikaveh state. I cannot prove my truth to you. You will just have to trust me. Reshaye spat with an ugly laugh. Or you will fight me, and I will win, just as I won when we were in Threll. Though sometimes I did wonder, did I win? Or did I do what Reshaye, or some part of it, had wanted me to do? A long silence. Your choice, I said, then drew the curtains of my mind up tight. I had a choice too. It wasn't my choice to Zareth's war, true, but just because I couldn't control everything didn't mean I couldn't control anything. I would win, and I would win quickly. I had spent my life stealing little fragments of power from the gluttonous hands of the Threllian lords. I knew how to manipulate scraps into something more. I was made for this. Chapter 10, Afe. What are you doing here? I awoke to a scraggly voice, sandpaper over my throbbing headache. I forced my eyelids open. My neck hurt. My cheek rested against black silk, and I was wrenched awkwardly over at the waist, face pressed to the edge of a bed. My memories, clouded by last night's alcohol, were a smear. An old healer woman looked down at me with disdain. You should not be here. I asked her to stay. The words came from beside me, smooth even through the rasp of disuse. I forced myself to sit up more. I looked at my hand, a hand that was still resting over delicate long fingers. And then I followed that hand to an arm and a shoulder and a face and a pair of green eyes that peered down at me before turning back to the healer. The stone-held man. The memories came back all at once. Embarrassment flooded me. I jerked my hand away and pushed from the bed. I'm sorry, But the healer was only looking at the stone-held, eyes round. Forgive me, we did not expect you to wake so soon. The Tirna wished to see you as soon as you rose. Let me send word. She gave her a colder stare. Your father will not be pleased you are here. I recommend you leave before he arrives. I looked away. She hurried off, leaving the stone-held and I in awkward silence. With significant effort, I stood. I apologize, I said. You shouldn't, he replied. He was giving me an odd look. Your father, the healer said. I winced. Sometimes, most times, it was easier if they did not know. Then he asked, am I addressing the... No, the Tyrannus is my sister. I spoke too quickly. I will leave you, I said, and began to turn away. Wait, what is your name? I paused, turned. His voice was so raspy that I had not noticed before, but he had a stone-held accent, giving the words a strange melodic texture. Afe, I said. Afe Ialah. Afe, he repeated, slowly, as if my name was wine he was rolling over his tongue. His eyes were ringed with darkness, his gaze tired, but somehow that only made his stare more intense. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. I felt like I was being seen, being examined more carefully than anyone had in a very, very long time. A shiver ran up my spine. I could not tell whether I found it intriguing or uncomfortable. And what is yours? I asked. Cadwan Yarrow, he said. Yarrow. I did not know the surname, but then it had been such a long time since I had needed to know the court structures of other houses, let alone one as small as the House of Stone. "Am glad we got the chance to meet, Cadwaniero," I said, quietly. For a time I wasn't sure we would. Something I could not read flickered across his face. "Stay," he said. "My father would prefer if I did not, but I would prefer if you did. You were the one who brought me here, and you should hear why." And then he added, "Please." I hesitated. I was already dreading the look on my father's face when he found me here, and the way he would react if I had to explain why. But there was something in Cadwan's face, something buried beneath his odd, impassive mannerisms that held a mirror up to my worst fears. Nothing sadder than to be so alone. I sat down beside the bed. "Fine," I said. "My father did not come alone. Shaban was with him, and so was Klein, the Sydney master of war and spycraft. All three of them gave me odd looks when they entered the room to find me already here. Shaban, a carefully hidden glance of confusion. Klein, a not at all hidden stare of pure distaste, which, as always, I gladly returned. And my father, a barely visible pause with slightly narrowed eyes. It lasted less than a second, and yet that disapproval sank to the bottom of my stomach like a stone. If Cadwan saw any of it, he did not show it. And similarly, he showed no signs of pain, even though I was certain that he was in agony, the agony of his ripped-apart body and the agony of his utter, sudden aloneness. My father, Klein, and Shaban all offered their solemn condolences, and Cadwan barely reacted. "We are deeply saddened by what has happened to the House of Stone, Cadwaniero," my father said. "It is the utmost tragedy, and we will never allow it to happen to another house." Cadwan barely looked at him. "Did you go?" he asked. "Did you see?" "We did," Shaban said, quietly. "There is nothing left." "There is." "You told me it was humans," I murmured. "But I thought that cannot be. Could it?" That question hung in the air, heavy and pungent. We all looked at Cadwan, waiting, but he stared past us, to the far wall of the room, as if he could see through it, to the horizon beyond. "Did you know," he said, "that there are no creatures in the world more sensitive to the circumstances around them than the stone-held Atraves butterfly?" My father's brow furrowed. "Pardon?" "They are one of only a very small number of fey-dwelling creatures that have an inherent sensitivity to magic. Trace amounts, but enough to anticipate things that go beyond the typical senses of an insect. As a result, they are difficult to kill. They have an explosive population in Ateco because few predators can catch them. The faintest distant hint of danger, and they just fly away." And only then did that mossy stare turn back to us. That morning, they all left. Thousands of them, shooting into the sky like steam over the lake. Do you know what 10,000 butterfly wings sound like? He spoke so calmly, but I looked down to the sheets and saw that his hands were clenched around them. His words from the night before, ragged and delirious, curled through my memory. It sounded like rain, rain, I whispered, and some grotesque version of a smile twitched at one corner of his mouth as he lowered his chin. Exactly like it. It was beautiful. I could almost hear it, picture it. The smile disappeared. "Not at all like," he said, "what came after. There was nothing beautiful about that. Thousands of human soldiers descended on Ateco. I did not see them arrive. I was on the edge of the city, working in the archives, when I heard the screaming, the shouting. I looked out the windows, and it was already happening. They were everywhere." A brief pause. A muscle in his jaw twitched. "Most did not escape," he said, at last. There were too many. I gathered those of us who had and led them here. We could not stay, and we would not have survived any longer. But humans are so much weaker than us, Klein said. How? Cadwan let out a ghost of a scoff. Weaker. That isn't how nature works. Even the strongest predators have their enemies. And when the numbers are 3-1? 3-1, Shaban gasped. Is that a surprise? The human lifespan is a fraction of ours, yes, and perhaps their bodies are physically weaker. But while a Fae would be lucky to produce 1 or perhaps 2 children over the course of 500 years, humans reproduce frequently and easily. And they, too, have access to magic once again. His eyes darkened. We sat here while humans conquered mountains and deserts and seas, rid some of the most inhospitable environments in the world of their most dangerous forces. And yet we think that we're too powerful for them? Because we are, Klein said forcefully. The tragedy of the Stoneheld will not be repeated. I swear this to you. They surprised your house, but they will not surprise us nor any other. Cadwan gave him a hard stare. Hubris is not comforting to me. I'm not sure why you thought it would be. He said this as if it were simply a matter of fact, and perhaps it was. We could comfort ourselves with our promises of vengeance and swift action. But what would that mean to Cadwan? What would that mean for everything his people had already lost? Nothing. I thought of all those houses, standing alone in the rain, reduced now to little more than piles of cold brick. You can stay here. The words left my lips before I even knew I was speaking. For as long as you need it, you and the remaining Stoneheld have a home here, if you want it. My cheeks began burning by the end of that sentence. I could feel 3 sets of eyes drilling into my face. I'd just made an offer that wasn't mine to give. The House of Obsidian was staunchly separatist, and though we weren't on bad terms with the House of Stone, they were not among our allies either. I carefully avoided my father's stare, meeting only Cadwan's. Once again, it seemed that he had no idea that I had committed a faux pas. Instead, the faintest glimpse of something flickered behind his expression. Thank you, he said. That is very kind. Of course, you and the other of your kin may stay here as long as you wish, my father said. I blinked in surprise. Even considering my inappropriate offer, it would be rare for my father to give indefinite shelter so easily. My kin, Cadwan repeated, quietly, as if to himself. There are 18 others, all in the infirmary. Most are not yet conscious, but you may visit them as soon as you're well enough to walk. Cadwan went a shade paler, the line between his brows deepening. My father said, I have been told that you are in line for the stone crown. Cadwan's gaze snapped to me, then slid back to his hands. 13th. Barely in line at all. It appears that is not true anymore. It doesn't matter who stands at the dais of a nation that no longer exists. Ghosts and rubble do not need to be led. There are 18 souls in this infirmary that need a king more than ever. Cadwan visibly flinched, as if the title stung. It never should have been me, he said. Perhaps not, my father said. But it is. There was a long silence. And when Cadwan finally lifted his chin, when his gaze finally met mine again, I saw it harden with a reluctant, unspoken decision, the kind that sent a chill running up my spine. This is dire. We went directly to my father's study from the infirmary. When the door closed, there was a stark transition. Calm reassurance was left outside. Inside, there was only cold focus. We have no need to be paranoid, Klein said. The House of Stone is a smaller nation, and they were unprepared.
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. We have no such You sound as if you are suggesting that it's the Stoneheld's own fault that they were slaughtered, I said, before I could stop myself. I am merely looking at the situation rationally. Rational? How could one be rational about thousands of Fey deaths? We still lack so much information, Shoban said. I don't understand how they managed to do this. The numbers were on their side, but this level of destruction is extreme. Nor do we know why they did it. I'm not certain that there are answers to those questions that would make me feel any better about this, Commander Ireed. My father paused at his window. The view looked out over the farming settlements that lay just beyond the edge of the pales. Beyond them was the wall, and we were so high up that the lush sprawl of the forest was visible beyond it. Somewhere out there were the remnants of the House of Stone, not so very far away at all. I agree, Shoban said, but we still need to make it a priority to get those answers rather than acting on impulse. And while I have every sympathy for the House of Stone, we must remember that we uphold Sydney interests, not Stoneheld interests. My eyebrows lurched. I whirled to her, my anger flaring so violently I had to choke back my response. And what would Sydney interests be? My father mused. He peered over his shoulder, and his gaze fell to me. You look as if you have something to say, Ahufe. Normally, I was so unaccustomed to speaking to my father that even his stare left me frozen. I wasn't even sure why he had allowed me to come here. But now, when I thought of the grief on Kaduan's face, I felt the kind of fury that made my thinking sloppy and my words too quick. I was answering before I could measure myself. It was a coward's fight, I said, to overwhelm an unnumbered enemy. If the humans did it to the House of Stone, they'll do it to others. We cannot allow that. We still don't know why they attacked, Shoban said. It is early to make that assumption. Their quarrel may have been with the Stoneheld specifically. Do you think that they care about the borders of our houses any more than we care about the borders of theirs? It was Fey blood spilled in that slaughter. That deserves to be avenged, no matter what house it belongs to. I paused at the wall, pressed my palm against the cold stone. At least we have the pales to protect us, but the other houses do not. And if more houses meet the same fate as the House of Stone, if the population of Fey is smothered out until we're among the only ones left, then, well, just be like mice hiding in our tunnels. I couldn't bring myself to meet my father's gaze. It was several long seconds before I lifted my head to see him still staring out the window. Shoban turned to the map on the wall, silver engraving seared directly into obsidian. The houses furthest south, closest to the human lands, would be in the greatest danger, and would also hold the greatest chance at having more information, she said. She pressed her finger to the little sigils denoting houses closest to the sea and the islands. The House of Reeds, the House of Roiled Seas, the House of Nautilus. But they are all aligned with the Tithery. Eero did not address it. But even Stone is technically an informal member of the Tithery, Klein added. He said the word Tithery the way one might say runny horseshit, and everyone let their noses wrinkle appropriately. Most Fey houses fell into one of two alliances. The Tithery was led by the House of Wayward Winds, while the House of Obsidian headed the banner of the Cadre. The two were not on good terms. It had been many years since the two alliances had warred with each other, but when they had, it had been horrific. No one had been quick to forget it. Afe is correct, my father said, at last. I couldn't help but blink in surprise to hear those words. This may be larger than house conflicts, he went on. And if getting the answers means working with the Tithery, then so be it. Klein's eyebrows lurched. With all respect, we cannot trust Wayward Winds. We can't allow our fear of one imaginary threat to overshadow the one that's already poised at our throat. I've made my decision, my father replied.
I'll write to wayward winds tonight." Mere days after all of Stoneheld awoke, Cadouin had his coronation ceremony. It had been, unsurprisingly, my father's idea. My father, who believed in upholding tradition above all else, even though the idea made Cadouin pale 2 shades. A coronation for who, he had said? For a dozen people? And my father had looked at him as if this were a ridiculous question. "Yes, exactly," he'd replied. The ceremony took place upon the dais of my father's throne room. The stone held on the expanse of black glass, so few of them that they looked like lone ships lost at sea. Words were spoken, prayers were whispered, stone-held rituals mingling with Sydney ones. My father was the one to bestow Cadouin his crown. It was a beautiful creation of copper and polished stone that formed delicate peaks like a stag's horns, one of the few artifacts that the blades had been able to recover from the House of Stone. Cadouin had risen, and his handful of remaining subjects bowed, and the image made my eyes sting. On the day of my father's coronation, he had seemed like the most powerful man in the world. I had been in awe of him, his easy smile and bold confidence more befitting of a force of nature than a living, fallible creature. But Cadouin? Cadouin just stood there, looking past his subjects, past my father, past the pales, as if searching for the home that had once lay miles beyond them. He seemed so lost. At sunrise the next morning, the House of Wayward Winds arrived. Chapter 11, Max. I really did try not to look back. It seemed like it would be easier that way. When we rode out, I could barely breathe. I'd been handed so many lives and told to throw them like a battering ram against the most powerful cities in Ara. We would start with Antedale, a fortress of a city, and one of the key jewels in Zareth's path to victory. And that, of course, would only be the beginning. Yes, I tried. But when we were nearly out of eyeshot from the base, I couldn't help but turn. Tisaanah was standing on the balcony, a speck of red. I raised my hand and gave her one final wave. Moth rode beside me. He'd been given a big, lumbering beast of a draft horse that had little interest in either moving or listening to him, which would have been very amusing had I been particularly inclined to find anything amusing in the moment. He turned in his saddle and followed my gaze. "What will she do?" he asked. "Ascended above? What a question indeed! She'll be defending Corvius." Moth's brow furrowed. "Alone?" My stomach turned. I could have said, "No, she's not alone. She has the rest of Zareth's army." I could have said, "No, she's with Zareth, who betrayed her, and Nura, who has hidden knives poised at everyone's throats." I could have said, "No, she's with Reshaye, an ancient, bloodthirsty entity that does nothing but destroy." Instead, I said yes, and that felt much closer to the truth. Moth didn't say anything more, going uncharacteristically silent. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw him keep looking over his shoulder until the base was out of view, shrouded by the rolling clouds. It would be a long journey to Antedale. My division was not entirely comprised of wielders, making stravagram travel impractical. And, of course, it was generally a bad idea to mobilize hundreds at once that way, with such a high risk of people accidentally landing on top of each other, or, in the case of one infamous freak accident, in each other. I had 2 captains who each helped lead half of my forces. One was Isani, a Solari woman who was taller than I was and bound her chestnut hair into one long coil piled atop her head. She was perhaps in her 40s, eyes sharp with a constant take-no-shit stare. I'd known her during my time in the military, though not well.
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. She had seemed strong and practical. Oddly, she'd also had an amiable friendship with Zareth. Even then, that had surprised me. The other was Aerith, a Valtane man with an admirable white beard and large eyes that peered beneath an eternally lowered brow. He was wiry and inclined to ramble, but he was also clearly intelligent, and his men admired him, a sign I had long ago learned of a leader worth keeping. They both seemed like competent captains, skilled wielders, and good soldiers. But I knew that surely they weren't chosen for their skill alone. No matter whatever illusion of control Zirith had bestowed upon me, he would be an idiot not to surround me with people he trusted implicitly. Ensnare and Aerith deferred to my commands, but Zirith certainly had their true loyalty. And if I stepped out of line, they would report me to him in a heartbeat. Not that I would. As much as I hated it, Zirith was right. I was a woefully cautious man, and Zirith's threats against Tisaanah echoed constantly in the back of my mind. I wanted to believe it was impossible. Hell, I still believed that it was impossible. But after so long, I had forgotten how potent it was, the fear of having something to lose. There were some things I just couldn't risk. That night, I watched the soldiers as we made camp. If any of them were nervous about what was to come, most didn't show it. But some were so fucking young. None quite as young as Moth, but at least a few couldn't have been much older. Those were the boisterous ones, stumbling about with manufactured swagger, making fools of themselves. It made my stomach turn. My heavy eyelids and tired limbs told me that I should, theoretically, be hungry after a long day of travel. But I sat there and looked down at my soup with disinterest, ultimately handing it off to Moth, who gobbled it up in 11 genuinely impressive seconds. After dinner, when most of the soldiers mulled about drinking, a tall, gangly young man approached me. "Captain Farlione, if I may interrupt?" I blinked. He was interrupting nothing but my silent, far-off stare into existential dread. I cleared my throat and rose to my feet. Of course. It was dark, the only light now the moonlight and the dimming remnants of the campfires and lanterns. The man had a mop of mousy hair that fell so low it nearly covered his deep-set eyes, and a crooked, apologetic half-smile. I was struck by a wave of recognition I couldn't quite place. "I only wanted to meet you personally, sir." He lifted his hand into a salute and bowed his head, a sight that made me viscerally uncomfortable. "Ah, no need for. Just—" I stuck out my hand instead, and the man looked confusedly at it before grasping it in a quick handshake. "It's an honor, sir," he said. "Philip. Philip Alior." The realization hit me like a stone. "Alior," I repeated. Philip's eyebrows arched in surprise. He grinned. "You remember?" "Of course I do." My tone veered on unintentional annoyance. "Do you actually think I'd forget?" I cleared my throat. "What's your relation?" "Brother, sir." I eyed the young man before me. He was probably, 19, 20? Just around the same age as his brother had been when he stood in his place. The resemblance between the two was uncanny. Same awkward stance, same gangly limbs, same ridiculous floppy hair. "Rian always spoke so highly of you," Philip said. "So when I found out that you would be leading us, I was—" He shook his head. "Well, if I may speak frankly, you were a legend in our house when I was younger. And then, with your victory at Sarlazai, it's just an honor, sir. A real honor to fight behind you." Honor. That word made me sick. "The honor was mine," I said. "Rian was a good man. The world is worse off without him." Sadness flickered across Philip's face. "Thank you, sir. He was a good soldier, and I know that it would have meant a lot to him to know that you thought so too." It took everything in me not to correct him. "No, that isn't what I said. He was a good man, not a good soldier, and one is worth 1,000 times the other." I went silent for too long, and Philip shifted awkwardly. "Well, I should be getting back, but I just wanted to meet you for myself. Again, sir, thank you. It's an honor." "Ascended?" That word. "Likewise," I grunted, as Philip saluted me again and turned back to the beachside fires, leaving me feeling as if I'd just had a conversation with a ghost. It shouldn't have hit me so hard. I was being ridiculous. But suddenly I was so, angry?
That didn't feel like quite the right word. But what other response was there to a world that threw Rian Alior's life away as if it were worth nothing, and then launched his little brother into the same gluttonous jaws? "Are you all right, Max?" Moth's tentative voice pulled me from my thoughts. I turned around to see him clutching his empty bowl, looking up at me with wide eyes. He'd barely spoken to me all day, clearly somewhat terrified after my outburst the day before. Instead of answering, I asked, "Why did you join the military?" Moth's round eyes grew rounder. "I told you, it was just that the other teacher wasn't good and—" "No, Moth, I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose. "I'm not asking so I can scold you. I'm asking so I can find out the answer." He stared at me warily. "Truly," I said, "from my heart of hearts. I didn't lie. It was all true. Helene wasn't a very good teacher, not like Samarin. And there was a lot, I mean a lot of money, and you know that my father— If your father needed money, we could have found another solution for that." His eyes were downcast. "It wasn't just that. It's just, you and Samarin and Tisaanah were out there killing slavers, and I was just doing lessons that didn't help with anything. So when they put out the call for recruits, I thought—" He shrugged. "This is how I can actually help with something. Instead of—" "Moth, you're 12. Ascended? Damned years. I'm 13. I threw up my hands. "Oh, well, that just changes everything." "You and Samarin were both 12 when you joined," he shot back. I felt like I had been punched in the gut. "That's different. Why? Because I'm not as good at wielding as you were? I can get better. I have been getting better. I practice all the time. I haven't even broken anything since you left for Threll, so I can be just as good as you." His brow was knitted, hands balled up against the edges of his bowl. "I'll work 3 times as hard, but I want to be just as good." I closed my eyes. A memory from long ago unfurled in the darkness. My brother, then 17, shoving a sword into my hands when I was 10 years old. Or did I pick it up myself after watching him wield it? I drew in a breath and let it out slowly through my teeth. Your value and skill as a wielder has nothing to do with how much time you spend on a battlefield. But Samarin and I spent the better part of a decade trying to undo everything that the Rivenai War did to us. Do you understand that? But Max, I raised a finger. "Do not," I said, "interrupt me. Listen. I had you move to this division so that you could be my assistant, and when we arrive at Antedale, you will stay at the camp and mind all of the very important logistics to be minded miles away from the fighting. Do you understand?" A wrinkle deepened between Moth's eyebrows. "But do you understand, Moth?" A long silence. He looked deep in thought. "So I won't be helping," he said, at last. "Sometimes the best possible thing you can be is useless," I said. And that was the end of that. Chapter 12. Tisaanah. I dreamed of a memory. I dreamed of Esmerice. I was 15 years old, lounging in one of Esmerice's many velvet-adorned salon rooms. 2 other women were there, too, more of his slaves. By the end, I was his favorite, but that was not true just yet. They were older than me, and 2 of the most stunningly beautiful women I'd ever seen. They draped themselves over Esmerice and his general, both of whom treated them as mildly irritating scenery. Still, they knew their roles, and I knew mine. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. They were the open arms, and I was still the curiosity, the fragmented girl with strange skin and strange eyes who could make such beautiful butterflies. Esmerice and the general were talking business. I floated about the room with my little performances, but kept one ear turned to their conversation. I was young, but I already understood the value in collecting scraps from conversations no one knew I heard. Today, Esmerice was displeased. He had been fighting with another powerful Threllian family for valuable land to the east. Through the sheer might of his military force, he'd claimed one small section with intention to tighten his fist around the rest. But his rivals had been so incensed by his victory that they'd sent in their men to burn the fields. It was a suicide mission. The men who'd lit the fires, slaves, had died doing it. The family would not reclaim their land. It was a move made out of spite and nothing else. But of course, that was how the Threllian lords played their games. They were not hungry, so a few £1,000 of destroyed food meant nothing to them. Their slaves were possessions, not people, and so a few discarded lives in the name of revenge was considered to be an appropriate cost. Esmerice's general was deeply displeased, his face growing mottled and purple the longer he talked, flecks of spittle landing on the slim arms of the woman draped beside him. It was an admirable feat of self-control, I thought, that she didn't wipe it away. "We will destroy them," the general spat, bringing his fist down on the table. "Our forces are nearly double theirs in size, and none in Threll are more skilled. We could rid Threll of their house forever." But Esmerice's rage was cold and calculated. "We could," he said calmly, "but we will not." Even I had been surprised by that. The general's face contorted in confusion. "We can't let their disrespect stand." Of course not. But they chose meaningless destruction because they're too small-minded to think of anything bigger. "They disrespected the Mikoff name," the general growled. "They don't deserve mercy." Esmerice's anger struck like a viper. That's always how it was. Nothing but cool serenity. And then suddenly, his hand was at his general's throat, wrenching him down across the table. "Mercy?" he breathed slowly. "This isn't about mercy." The general was twitching, struggling to breathe. I couldn't move. The two other women in the room avoided looking at Esmerice, making a careful show of not acknowledging what was happening right in front of them. "What will I do with 1,000 dead men?" And then Esmerice leaned forward and said, "Dead men are useless. Dead men don't remember your name." He caught me staring. His eyes flicked to me, and I was so afraid of the hatred that I saw in them that I couldn't breathe, couldn't speak. I was not supposed to look this cruelty in the face. I was not supposed to acknowledge what I was seeing. But perhaps Esmerice thought so little of me that he saw no more judgment in my stare than he did in the faces of his decorative statues. He released the general, letting him fall over the table in a heap. Esmerice Mikoff did not attack that rival house. He could have destroyed their cities and burned their crops. He did not. Instead, he had their children taken, mutilated, sterilized. I heard only stories of what was done to them and prayed that most of it was exaggeration, even though I suspected it was not. In one swoop, with merely a handful of lives, Esmerice killed the family legacy. He sent them back the corpses. And he kept just one child from each branch of the family alive, tongue intact, to make sure they knew exactly who was responsible, and just how merciful he was. And they did not attack Esmerice Mikoff ever again. Tisaanah. My eyes snapped open. I knew right away that something was wrong. My hand was halfway to Il-Sahaj hilt by the time the darkness came into focus. A silhouette carved from the shadow as my sight adjusted. White skin, white hair, white eyes, white clothes. "Get up," Nura said, and I was already obeying. What happened? I knew, somehow, before the words left her lips. There was a certain buzz in the air, like the kind that lingered before a crack of lightning, one that nagged at Reshaye's hunger. "Khazara struck first," Nura said. "They're at our doorstep. Time to turn them away." She said it as if it were a grim chore to be done. the way one might speak of rats that had gotten into the grain shed or a long overdue need to trim the hedges. I rose and threw on the military jacket that she presented me, shoved my feet in boots, dressed quickly in the dark. When I rejoined Noura, she gave me a quick glance that held just a shred of uncertainty. No time to acknowledge it before she stratagrammed us away, and a wall of cold air hit me. The darkness of the bedchamber was replaced by the silver-dipped shadow of the mountains at night, moonlight falling over their peaks like spilled nectar. We stood on one of the outposts, a wall sprawling in either direction. We were surrounded by Sirezin. Their faces were all tilted to the horizon. At first, the topography of the landscape disguised what I was really looking at. And then, all at once, it snapped into focus. I fought the urge to curse. How many men was that? 1,000? 2? They spilled from between the rocky ridges in the distance, on horseback and foot, bloody red torches dotting their lines. How the hell did they make it here so fast? Noura bit out. Stratagrams. The shelter of the mountains. Anzura shot me an appraising look. At least we have our great savior. Savior, indeed, a familiar voice purred, and I turned to see Zareth approaching, his hands stuffed into the pockets of his long white coat and a smile twisting his lips. And yet, as he stepped closer, I could see something simmering beneath the surface of that smooth voice, that smirk, souring them to an off-color pantomime of his usual manner. Do you know the things I laid at Esme Vernil's feet in exchange for Kazara's alliance? And this is how she repays me for my generosity. Word spread fast, Ansura said. They'd know that your armies had left yesterday. So they think I'd be stupid enough to present myself up like a little lamb for slaughter? They don't know who's on the butcher block. When his gaze fell to me again, all traces of that smooth exterior were gone, replaced only with ragged steel. Something was different about him, rougher, sharper, less carefully controlled. He pulled close, and when he did, I saw nothing but hatred in his eyes that were ringed with uncharacteristic darkness. I saw what you did to those slavers, he snarled. I want what you do to them to be worse. Reshaye shivered, stirred to hunger by my fear or the promise of blood, or both. I looked to the armies. Thousands of men, thousands of lives. The slaver hub was 50 men, I said. These are thousands. Reshaye hissed, as if insulted by my hesitation. Zareth let out an ugly chuckle, and his fingers tilted my chin towards him as he leaned close enough to have kissed me. Don't act as if I don't know exactly what you're capable of. This close, I could see spiderwebs of dark veins beneath the pale skin around his eyes. He released me and turned to the others. They're coming through the Ervi Pass, Zareth said. If you bring down the cliffs there, you can crush them, literally crush them. Bile rose in my throat. Suddenly my nostrils were filled with the overwhelming scent of smoke. That would be a waste, I said. If Esme Vernil surrenders to you, you take Kazara and all of its armies. Why would you destroy what would be yours? Esme Vernil and the people that populate her city made it very clear that they have no interest in being of any use to me. You're allowing your spite to cloud your decisions, Noura said. Tisaanah is right. You're throwing away precious resources. Zareth let out a low chuckle. My, Noura. Express emotion subtly, not dramatically. To think, is that a soft heart I hear beating beneath your cold little breast? These are Aaron's, Zareth, she hissed. The very people you're trying to lead. Think about this. These are people, Noura. The memory hit me fast, gone as soon as it had arrived. Max's words in Sarlazai, before Noura forced him to slaughter a city. Reshaye whispered, Are you questioning my decision, second? Zareth's mouth twisted into a sneer. I have thought about it. I thought about it every time Varneel threw my negotiations back at me. I thought about it every time she called me low-blooded trash. Bring down the cliffs. Give me a victory that shocks the world. He reached into his pocket and shoved a vial into Eslin's hand. Go with her, he said, and use this to help. Eslin frowned at her hand. Is this? You know what it is, Zareth said, but I could barely hear him, my blood now pounding in my ears. This is a mistake, Zareth. He whirled to me, anger finally sparking. Do not question me. These are your orders, and I invoke your pact, Tisaanah. A rough gasp escaped my lips. The words snapped something around my throat, like a leash yanked suddenly taut. I could feel Zareth's magic, too, reaching for me, reaching for my mind, and squeezing, squeezing. Give me a victory, Tisaanah. Give me a victory that leaves Varneel and all of her noble-blooded friends quaking in fear at my name. Make me someone to fear, and do whatever it takes. Those are your orders. Those are your orders. Those are your orders. Every word was a link in a chain, one that bit into my skin, sawed at my thoughts. Everything was suddenly foggy. Zareth was gone fast, leaving me swaying as he strode away. Just as quickly, Eslin was beside me. Looks like we have our commands, she muttered. Wait, I said. My head was pounding. Wait, I can't do this. I couldn't speak the words aloud. They got caught somewhere between my mind and my lips, like flies stuck in honey. That was what I feared. The soldiers were spilling through the pass, faster and faster. Eslin gave me a look that veered on pity. What did you think you signed up for? Nora yanked me aside, pulling me close. I know it's hard, she said. Believe me, I do. But what he is asking for is a decisive victory. The more force we show today, the sooner the war will be over. And the sooner you can go fight your war in Threll, Tisaanah. Just think of that. Gods, the way she rationalized it. As if it were a simple equation, a scale to be tipped, a game to be played only in numbers. And yet I thought of the people who were waiting for me, and the promises I had made. Was this it? Would I have to clear their path by burying this one in bloody rubble? I didn't have time to question. Eslin grabbed me, and the two of us disappeared into the air. These are your orders. The words were a collar, a heartbeat, a promise, and a curse. I didn't think. Il-Sahaj was out, my muscles barely my own. The violence hit Reshaye like a drug, its rage-soaked satisfaction flooding me. These are your orders. Eslin and I landed in the middle of the fighting. Already, Zareth's other troops had begun to spill forth from the outposts, defending the wall. Before Max left, we would have outnumbered our opponents many times over. Now, our defenses were noticeably weaker. Even through the fog of my command, I could acknowledge that in this, Zareth had been right. I was the difference between victory and defeat. These are your orders. We need to fight our way up, Eslin said, her voice nearly lost beneath the chaos. We travel along the ridge. I can play stratagrams. You can help weaken them, and we push through. Something must have looked strange on my face, because she said, Don't worry, we can do this. Of course, that was what she thought I was worried about. Under any other circumstances, it would be insane for any wielder to take down an entire cliff on their power alone, let alone a Voltaigne, who would have limited control over stone. But I had Reshaye, and I knew what Reshaye was capable of. It had taken a moment for the opposing soldiers to realize we were here, in their midst. Right after we landed, so did other Sirazen, stepping out of the air with their spears drawn, leaving bloody bodies like morbid gifts. So quickly, it devolved into chaos. The first man I killed because I had to. He came at me with his axe raised, and I struck before I could think. By the time I had turned to meet his face, it was slack, his leather armor rotting, Il Sahaj covered in blood and blackened flesh. The magic was at my fingertips, in my skin, running through Il Sahaj's veins. These are your orders. I had forgotten what this was like, the heady intoxication of it, the way Reshaye reveled in it. It pried away little pieces of control until I didn't know where its thoughts ended and mine began. Mercy, it whispered. Funny, how it seemed like an oddly tender offer, as if it was offering me mercy from my guilt. But I held on to my control, no matter how hard Reshaye fought for more. Eslin and I reached one side of the cliffs, where she withdrew the bottle that Zareth had given her, and crushed it in her palm, blood and silver liquid mingling together over her sliced-up skin. She drew in a little gasp, her body lurching, as if she had been struck with a greater force than she was expecting. But she righted herself quickly. She pressed her palm to the rock and drew a ragged stratagram in her blood. "Help me," she ground out. "These are your orders." I pressed my hand to rock. At first I felt nothing. I was a Valtane, after all. I did not speak to stone, and it did not want to listen to me. I loosened my grip on Reshaye, let a little more of its power surge through me. A crack. Not enough. Eslin whirled, pressing her back to the rock, forced to split her attention to defend us. "We don't have time, Tisaanah," she ground out, pushing a lifeless body off her spear. Reshaye snarled. "These are your orders." I gave up control. A smile that was not my own spread over my lips. Power spilled through me like light decimating shadow. Tentacles of black crawled from my hand until the stone began to crumble. "These are your orders." Something snapped into place. Something terrible. Something I couldn't control. The world became a smear. Blood was hot on my face. Eslin and I turned, and Il Sahaj was raised, and its hilt was so slick my palm slipped. I could tell myself that it wasn't me, that it wasn't my own hand guiding them to death, but Reshaye's. And I could let it all blur around me, the death and the stench and Reshaye's glee, and the desperation on the faces of the slaves, the ones who were waiting for me, the ones who didn't have time for me to waste. "These are your orders," Reshaye whispered, as another body fell. One more. Stratagram. Then two. Eslin struck with lethal precision, the two of us slipping through the air like a needle passing through fabric. With every hit, the cliffs grew weaker, and I let myself go. It was easy in some ways to just let Reshaye do it, easy to cede responsibility. If I were to let myself slip a little further, I could fall away from my own body completely. Let Reshaye do the dirty work of Zareth's command. Let it win the war. Let it bring me back to my people with good news. Why not? I couldn't fight it anyway. Reshaye was in my bones. Zareth was at my throat. Magic was at my fingertips. Magic that did nothing but kill. And the lives of 1,000 slaves were at my shoulders. "These are your orders." Until I looked down and saw a face that made my heart lurch. The young man was on the ground, there between me and my goal. He was wounded, his leg shattered by some strike I didn't remember making, or perhaps by one of the Sirazen. Blonde hair caked with mud fell over his forehead, framing a pair of large, watery blue eyes. A spark of recognition tore through me. Reshaye's pull faltered. He looked like Cyril. So much like how he'd looked the day I first met him, years ago. The day I begged Ismaris for his life. I froze.
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. These are your orders, Reshaye roared. Seeing the opening, a soldier opened a slice across my shoulder. Eslin pushed me out of the way, buried her spear in my attacker, yanked me against the cliffs. We slipped through nothingness, reappearing near the top of the ridges. "What are you doing?" she hissed. "We don't have time to stand around. One more and this comes down." Reshaye's magic was already throbbing at my fingertips. "These are your orders." I closed my eyes and remembered the exact words of Zareth's command. "Give me a victory, Tisaanah. Give me a victory that leaves Varnil and all of her noble-blooded friends quaking at my name. Make me someone to fear. And do whatever it takes." "No," I choked out. "No?" Eslin repeated. Reshaye hissed. "Take me to the front," I said to Eslin. "Quickly. Over there, beyond the forts." We had distracted most of the soldiers in the pass, but many more were still pouring through, making their way towards the outposts on the Corvius border. But the orders were, "I am following orders. Now, Eslin." After a moment of hesitation, she obeyed. We landed on the ground, looking out at the narrow path cutting through the rocks. The soldiers pouring through it were a tangle of flesh and steel, like a bloody, writhing serpent. I knew that even without the cliffs, I could take them. I could take them all. With Reshaye, I was that kind of powerful. Reshaye whispered. "No," I was shaking. Control was wavering. "And you have seen too much to think so small. I am giving you the gift you want the most." The soldiers now knew we were here. They were approaching. "Tisaanah," Eslin muttered, uneasy. I lifted my hands. Let the magic flow, and build, harnessed from Reshaye's rage. "If you wish to be remembered," I whispered, "why would we destroy our audience? You say you want to be powerful? That is what I want too. How does one gain power?" Magic flared as Reshaye threw itself against my thoughts, nearly shaking my control, but I held it back. "By becoming a god," I murmured, "and letting them live to become believers." Esmaris' voice unfurled in my mind like smoke. "Dead men don't remember your name." The soldiers were gaining on us. "Let us show them everything we can do, Reshaye. Let us write a story." And I surged forward with everything that I had, every scrap of magic, every piece of power. I poured all of it out, into the ground, into the stone, into the air. Crimson butterflies swelled around me. At first, I thought it wouldn't be enough. I needed Reshaye. It hesitated, angered by my defiance and confused by my goals. But then it watched as the soldiers faltered. "Do you see?" I whispered. "See the way they look at us? Not like a monster, like a god." And that was enough. Reshaye seized control, pouring its magic into mine with the kind of intensity that scrambled my insides. I couldn't breathe, couldn't speak, could barely even see through the blinding light that now surrounded me. With a powerful burst of wind, I forced the soldiers back through the ravine. And then I pressed my palms to the earth, and for the first time I could feel it speaking to me too. Could feel my magic flowing into it. Magic surged, the stone cracked, bloody butterflies spilled into the sky, so thick they dyed the sun scarlet. "Now, Reshaye," I commanded, and Reshaye obeyed. Just as Zareth had ordered, I brought the cliffs down.
When the smoke cleared, the soldiers would have seen the remnants of what once the bluffs, now reduced to rubble, blocking them from their path. And they would have seen me, standing there with il-Sahaj raised and blood-red wings spilling from my back. Chapter 13. Aethe. It had been more than 500 years, long before I was born, since the Sydney and the Wishraj met amicably. More than that, since we had opened our doors and let any of them, even a single representative, within the pales. My father, mother, and sister all stood at one of the highest and largest balconies in the pales, a wide lip edged with silver that opened from the cliff face. The view from up here was famously beautiful and expansive. There was the forest, then the swamps, and far, far in the distance, only on a clear day, the faintest outlines of the tallest peaks in the House of Stone. Now, all of it was doused in the bloody red of sunrise. My father, mother, and sister were silhouetted against that sky, and I could not help but appreciate how beautiful the three of them looked, perfect as a painting. We heard them before we saw them. It sounded like a breeze through the trees. Shh. And yet the sky was clear. The sound grew louder. The breeze became a gust, my cape yanking at my throat, my mother's long black hair flaring like crow's wings. My sister grabbed onto her diadem to keep it from blowing away. My hand found the hilt of my sword. Shh! All at once, they were everywhere. All at once, there was now a moving mass of wings flying up from beneath the balcony. They moved so fast and in such perfect unison that for one moment they looked like a single massive creature, backlit in shadow and splashed with red sunrise. And when they dove, they became smears of feathers and color, the white of doves and blacks of ravens and yellows of delicate finches, visible only briefly before a graceful cloud of rolling fog enveloped them, and when it dissolved, it revealed fey bodies preparing to land on the balcony. Fey bodies with outstretched, beautiful wings. "Mathyra," I whispered, and Soban promptly shushed me. I couldn't help it. Look at them. They landed in perfectly synchronous rows, fair fabrics rippling around them. The last two to land were a man and a woman, both with the same shade of champagne blonde hair and particularly ornate clothing. Then they parted and bowed. My father, to my surprise, followed their lead. And as strange of a sight that was, we followed him without hesitation. I lifted my head just enough to watch her arrive. Shadia, the queen of the House of Wayward Winds. Her wings were pure white, stark against her long red curls. A crown of gold peaks sat upon her head. She surveyed us, her wings outstretched. Then she drew them in tight, and they were simply gone, beneath a flash of rolling smoke. She turned to my father and bowed, turquoise chiffon gathering at sandal-clad feet. Tisaanah Raidnocht. It is an honor to be welcomed to the Pales for the first time in so many years. She spoke with a low, purring accent. It is an honor to have you and your people here, Esperine Shadia, my father replied. We all stood, the two nations staring each other down and doing an awful job of hiding it. We could not have looked more different. The Sydney all wore our finest clothing, deep black and lush purple and silver threads. The Blades clad in leather engraved with our individual tails. All this while the Wishraj wore, well, one could barely call them clothes. Their attire looked as if it could have been made from a few long unfinished pieces of fabric artfully pinned around their bodies. all of it rendered in shades of gold or turquoise or white, and all of it leaving an expanse of skin showing that among the Sydney would be truly shocking. The men donned one single swath draped over one shoulder, leaving practically half of their chest exposed, while the women wore theirs twisted to, mostly, cover their breasts and then drape down into capes. "You think they fight in that?" I whispered to Soban. "One wrong move and all your secrets are revealed." This time she didn't shush me, and a smirk twitched at the corner of her mouth. My gaze fell to the two Wishraj standing closest to the queen, with the long golden hair. The female was whispering something in the man's ear. Probably some equally rude retort, though not very funny, because he didn't react at all. The light spilling in through the windows cast a gold glow across his skin. Well-built shoulders, sculpted arms. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. A face that looked as if it were assembled from marble plains, both in beauty and in utter stillness. If they were going to walk around like that, at least they had the decency to be good-looking while they did it. No one could argue that. My father stepped aside. "It is my honor to introduce you, Queen Shadya, to my wife, Alva, and my daughter, Orshide, the Ternus." My sister, ever ladylike, blushed as she lowered into an elegant bow. Shadya bowed her head. "It is a great pleasure to meet you both. Your beauty surpasses even what I have been told." I watched in silence. It had been so long ago since I stood in Orshide's place, but sometimes it was impossible not to imagine what it would feel like to be bowed to by the Queen of Wayward Winds. My father turned to Kajuan. "And may I also introduce you, my queen, to King Kajuan Yarrow." The queen dropped into another bow, even lower than the one that she gave my father. Kajuan, to my horror, didn't. He just stood there, giving Shadya a stare that seemed to be picking her apart. I wished I could reach out and shake him. "Don't just stand there, Mathira-damned idiot! Bow!" Tension pulled the air tight. Finally, Kajuan dropped to his knees, and it was like the entire room let out a silent breath. They rose, and Shadya gave Kajuan a warm smile, as if she hadn't noticed his infraction. "I congratulate you on your coronation, King Kajuan, though I am deeply sorry for the circumstances that led to it. I assure you that we will not allow what happened to your house to happen to any other." She looked out across all of us, and her voice rose. "Half a millennia, and the houses now unite to make it so." She turned back to Kajuan with fire in her eyes, and it was clear that she expected a reaction to match. Perhaps some hardened statement of solidarity, some declaration of vengeance, some furious promise of hope and blood. Instead, he said, simply, "I appreciate that." I almost choked. "I appreciate that?" I muttered. "Shh," Shaban hissed, but even she could not pretend that she didn't have the same reaction. If Kajuan noticed that everyone was staring at him with perplexed horror, he didn't show it. Shadya, at least, chose to let this oddity slide too. She turned to the rest of us and swept her arms out. "And that, of course, does bring us back to the topic at hand, does it not?" she said. "We have an abundance of things to discuss and very little time." My father gave a serious nod. "This I cannot dispute. Come." We gathered along the long black glass table in my father's finest gathering room. The walls were adorned with the most intricate maps of the Fey courts and the human lands that Sydney artisans had to offer. Deliberate, of course, like everything my father did. Even these pieces of parchment needed to communicate to our reluctant allies the strength of the Sydney clan. We all spoke with honey-sweet words, but they still held a little bitterness. Bitterness that could merely be distaste or could be poison. The table was long, seating entire courts along one sheet of glassy black stone. Light spilled through tall silver-rimmed windows. The Wishraj sat on one side, their backs to the windows, making their flowing hair and loose robes seem to glow against the backlight. The Sydney sat on the other side, all staid darkness and dark leather. Kadjuin was in the middle, so clearly part of neither clan and so conspicuously alone. Time ticked by as the most revered strategists from both nations outlined our current situation. Kadjuin was called upon to recount what had happened to the House of Stone, which he did calmly and factually, though I didn't miss the way his eyes lowered as he spoke, the only crack in his composure. The Sydney and the Wishraj shared what they each knew of human aggressions, which turned out to be, in short, nothing. "And this is why," Queen Shahja said at last, "my generals propose a very deliberate tactical approach." She nodded towards to the two blonde Wishraj that I had noticed before. "My two leading generals, Ishka and Ayashka Sayes, have developed a plan that I think we will both find mutually agreeable," Shahja said. They rose, taking up a place on either side of the massive map. "One thing has been exceedingly clear while reviewing our current information and while listening to King Kadjuin's account of the attack," the woman, Ayaka, said. Her voice was low and smooth. "The humans managed an unacceptable level of surprise, and our first step must be to mitigate this risk and learn the nature of our enemy. We propose an initial approach rooted in information gathering and defensive strategy," the man, Ishka, continued. "We have no time for careful measures," Klein said. "I certainly understand the impulse to respond with force," Ishka replied. "The atrocity that was committed against the House of Stone deserves blood, and I assure you that we shall have it. In time." He turned to the map, gesturing with an elegant hand to the northern Feylands, where the obsidian pales stood. "I propose that we take a small elite team through the Fey houses, traveling south, investigating the aggressors and cause of the attack." He trailed his fingers over the Fey continents that soon gave way to smaller, more isolated Fey isles. "We will travel south, first to the House of Reeds, then past the houses of Nautilus and Roiled Waves, and then further to the independent lands and the human nations." "The human nations?" Siaban said. "Is that wise?" Ishka's expression barely changed, but some faint movement of his mouth evoked the ghost of a smile. "I have served in the Army of Wayward Winds for nearly a century, and led it for half of those years. In that time, I have learned that there is little more valuable in times of war than a few chosen feet on the ground with eyes that are sharp and weapons that are sharper. That is how you stop a war before it begins." I wasn't especially charmed by that Wishraj snootiness to his tone, but he was undeniably right, and Siaban, of all people, knew this. My father nodded. "Certainly, we can assemble an army to travel with you." "No army," Ishka said. "I propose that we send only 2 representatives from each the House of Obsidian and the House of Wayward Winds. The fewer there are, the more easily we can gather information without attracting unwanted attention. And in the meantime," Ayaka said, stepping forward, "we will build and train a joint army here, preparing ourselves for whatever is to come. A universal Fey force, representing the best of the houses of Obsidian and Wayward Winds together, united in the strongest and most finely honed power in the world." As she spoke, her voice grew slightly faster, as if her excitement was getting the better of her. I couldn't help but share in it. The Wishraj may be uptight and poorly dressed, but their warriors were the things of legends. Even their ridiculous fashion choices highlighted their lethal beauty. Those little strips of fabric displaying cut muscles and practiced grace, framing battle scars with the same reverence with which the blades treated our tattoos. I blinked, and for a moment the image overtook me. The black-clad blades fighting alongside the Wishraj knights, shadow and light, the stone and the sky mingling. Even in my imagination, it was so beautiful that I felt the hair on my arms rise. I glanced at my father, wondering if he too saw the incredible beauty in this potential. If he did, he didn't show it. "Have you already chosen who among the Wishraj will join the scouting team?" "Ayaka will lead the development of the joint military here," Shadya said, "and Ishka will be my point representative on the mission. This, of course, in equal partnership with whichever general you would like to send on your behalf." "You can decide once—" "I don't need to wait," my father said smoothly. "Klein, my master of war, will join Admiral Ayaka in the development of the military."
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. "And my daughter, Afe of the Sydney Blades, will represent the House of Obsidian on the scouting journey." I nearly choked on the air I was breathing. I barely heard anything after he said my name. The Wishraj nodded at this, completely failing to grasp why any of this was remarkable. But the Sydney all visibly stiffened. I felt dozens of sets of eyes glance at me, confused. No one said a word, but I knew they were all thinking it. I was thinking it. Why? Klein was looking at me as if my father had just made some terrible mistake. I could feel Siobhan's analytical stare drilling into the side of my face. But I looked only at my father who neither loved me nor respected me. My father who had dozens of far more qualified blades than I. My father who, despite all of that, had chosen me. "I will go as well." The sound of a new voice pulled me from my distraction. I snapped my head down to the other end of the table, where Cadouin sat. "On the scouting mission," he added, as if the silence that greeted him meant he had been unclear. As always, he seemed to have woefully misread the room. Shadya spoke first. "Perhaps it would be better to leave such dangerous travels to the soldiers. As a king, your insight may be needed here. The stone-held nation is nothing more than a dozen people now, none of whom need me for anything," Cadouin replied. "To say that they need me to stand here doing nothing and being some sort of figurehead is insulting to them and to me." Shadya's eyebrows arched. Ishka blinked 3 times in rapid succession, the only sign that he was taken aback. I had to fight an awkward laugh. I didn't understand Cadouin. Everyone kept trying to hand him the kind of respect I would kill for, and every time he carelessly discarded it. "I think it is unwise," my father said. "I disagree." Cadouin looked around the table, his stare suddenly razor-edged. "Let me remind you. I watched my home destroyed. I watched my kin murdered. I watched the world around me burn. And I am not going to sit here in a tunnel and wait for someone else to give me the answers. I want to know why. And when we find who did this, I am going to hear that answer from their lips." His words were quiet, but they lingered in the air. "It is not our place to disagree with that," I said. "Indeed." Shadya gave Cadouin a curious look that he did not return. "It is. And so it shall be, King Cadouin." The meeting gave way to a feast. Once the shock wore off, I was so excited that I could barely think, an affectation not at all helped by the several mugs of celebratory whiskey that I guzzled down over dinner. I threw myself into the music of the band, into the dancing at the center of the room. And when I finally saw my father stand and drift away, when I was finally able to find him standing in a quiet hallway, gazing off into the stone shadow of the Pale's tunnels, I chased after him, only to slow to a stop a few paces behind, suddenly self-conscious. I already had reason to distrust my own words, so often too sharp and too quick. I stood there, in silence. "What is it, Afe?" He didn't turn around. He was staring down the hallway, into darkness so deep that it was nothing but a wall of black. "What are you looking at?" "The Pales. Sometimes, when the world is dangerous and uncertain,
I just like to look at them." His palm pressed against the stone wall. Something in me leapt at this small, familiar gesture. "I do that too," a childish part of me wanted to say, as if to cling to every thread of similarity between us. I cleared my throat. "It is a great honor to serve them. A great, great honor. Thank you." My father glanced at me, and I could have sworn that I saw a flicker of pity in his gaze. "Contrary to what you might think, Afe, I do believe you have potential." His stare fell to my exposed forearm and the topography of dark X's. "You just fail to utilize it." "Do you ever think that things could be different?" I asked quietly. "Do you ever imagine what it would be like if they were?" I cringed as soon as I spoke. As always, I had asked a question I shouldn't have, and I knew the answer would hurt. There is no use in dreaming of realities that do not exist. I am your daughter. I wrenched my sleeve up on my right arm, the one covered not with X's, but ink and raised scars that told the stories of my ancestry. I wear your stories on my skin, just as they are in my blood. If only that was the only thing your blood carried. I flinched. There it was. Just as I knew it would, just as it did every time. It hurt, but only because it would always be true. My father turned to me. There was an odd expression on his face, something I could barely read, but was so much deeper than his typical cold dismissal. If I didn't know better, I might have thought it was affection or regret. "I do wish that things weren't as they are," he said. "But the gods have tainted you. You know why you cannot be the Ternus." "I do not want to be the Ternus," I whispered. "I want to be your daughter." My father looked away, as if my words had encroached on something too personal, and I regretted them immediately. When he spoke again, his voice was measured and distant, and I hated my honesty for shortening that brief moment of connection. "We stand at an important juncture, Afe," he said, "the crossroads of so many bloody pathways. Your mission is important, and it will decide whether this one leads to blood. I do not trust the Wishraj. Watch them. And beyond that, watch for the truth. The Sydney are relying on you." He paused, then added, "I am relying on you." I couldn't help but savor those words. I never thought I would hear them. He placed a steadying hand on my shoulder. "Show me all that you could be, my daughter." Maybe it was the alcohol. Maybe it was the heady excitement of the day. Maybe it was the rush of his hand on my shoulder, the kind of familiar touch I had not felt in so long. But I found myself fighting tears. "Yes," I choked out. "I will. I will." Chapter 14. Tisaanah. "That," Zareth said, "was not what I had commanded you to do." He was pacing the length of his office. This seemed unusual. Zareth was not the type to pace. I stood there in my soiled clothes, my jacket stained red, il-sahaj still in my hands. I had been summoned straight here from the battlefield. "I did exactly what you commanded me to do," I said. "You wanted victory, and I gave it to you. You let them retreat." Zareth whirled to face me. Dark circles hung beneath his eyes. The look that glinted there reminded me of an edge of broken glass. Rawer than I'd ever seen them before. Stranger. "Did you want me to kill all of those people, Zareth? They need to understand the consequences of what they've done. They were certainly afraid. Not afraid enough." The pacing resumed. I watched him carefully. This was not the behavior of a man in control of the situation. "Did you expect me to hand you a mountain of corpses?" I said quietly. "What makes you think they would appreciate that from you any more than they appreciated it from Cesri?" His mouth thinned. For a moment, I saw conflict war across his face. Fear. Gone as soon as I could identify it. You should know better than any of these other people here, he snapped. Do you think if you stood in my place, they would ever respect you unless you forced them to? You, a foreign slave? Do not patronize me, Tisaanah. You know as well as I do that they won't get on their knees in front of a no-name bastard unless I force them there, just like they forced me. His voice rose until it was nearly a shout, then echoed in the air, sticky with something resembling shame. He turned away. All at once, I understood. This was the real reason why Zareth had chosen Max, of all people. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. It was because Max had what Zareth wanted most, not just a military mind, but a family name respected by the Aaron upper class. Max had told me about the competition for Arch-Commandant all those years ago. Now the memory returned, clicking another piece into place. There had been 4 candidates, he had told me. One had been killed in the war. Max had withdrawn after the deaths of his family, and Noura had been unable to continue while she recovered after Sarla's eye. And that had left Zareth, and so he became Arch-Commandant. Not because anyone chose him, but because he was the only one left standing. The whole world shifted a little as I realized exactly how perilous Zareth's position was. "You're dismissed," he said. He didn't turn around, as if he didn't want to let me see his face. Maybe he knew that I saw the truth. By the time I got back to my room, blood was pooling in my footsteps. I'd been careful to remain steady when I was in the halls, but as soon as I closed my door, every seam snapped at once. I didn't even make it to the bed. I hit the floor in a heap. I was in Esmaris' office, lounging on a velvet couch, butterflies twisting from my fingers. On the battlefield, they had been ominous. Here, they were little wisps of silver, merely decorations, just like me. Esmaris had his general by the throat, and the other slaves and I acted as if nothing was wrong, as if a man's face was not pressed against the table, as if we weren't trapped in a box with a monster that could turn its rage on us at any moment. One day, it would turn on me. "What will I do with 1,000 dead men?" Esmaris snarled. "Dead men don't remember your name." I looked up. Suddenly, the room was empty. The general was gone, as were the women. Esmaris' dark stare turned to me as if, all at once, he had realized how carefully I had been watching. "Do you find yourself clever, Tisaanah?" he said. I smiled, only a little. "You are still a slave. You always will be." I stood and crossed the room. I could see every tiny wrinkle on his face, every freckle, every silver thread of hair. Even in my dream, I knew these parts of him. While he had looked at me and seen another decorative possession, I had been memorizing him. "Dead men don't remember your name," I murmured. "But tell me, do you remember mine, wherever you are?" I tipped his chin up, the reversal sending a thrill thought deep me. I loved the way it felt to look down on him. There was a time when I had been eager to show you everything I had learned from you. I thought you would be proud of me. Isn't that funny? No, it had not been pride in his eyes the day he tried to beat me to death for exceeding his expectations. "But I am still eager to show you, Esmaris," I whispered, "and I hope that you can see it. I hope you can see it when I destroy your world with the knowledge I stole from you." And only then did he smile. Suddenly it was Zareth's face cradled in my hands, dark veins beneath his eyes. "But they never told us the cost, Tisaanah," he said. "What does it cost to climb from so low? Are you willing to pay it?" Blink. Zareth was gone. Esmaris was gone. The estate fell away, replaced by a familiar embrace. The scent of ash and lilac filled my lungs, the sear of heat trilling across my skin, lips on my shoulders, my breasts, my throat, my mouth. It wouldn't be so bad to burn together, Max murmured, lips against my ear. Would it? You want that. I know you do. He spoke the truth that I was too afraid to acknowledge. Exactly how much I wanted to give up for him. Exactly how much I feared losing him. And I had already let him go. A breath, and he was gone. I was alone. I turned and saw a figure shrouded in the dusk. Reshaye, as I had seen it in the Mikov estate, a shadow of a person. Its face was tilted away from me, to the dark. I approached it. What are you looking at? And then I felt it. The reaching hand. The overwhelming feeling of being watched. Reshaye whispered. I reached out into the darkness. Breathe, Tisaanah. A shock of ice cold pressed to my forehead. My whole body convulsed, and I blindly reached for something. I wasn't even sure what. But what I hit was the edge of the basin, into which I violently emptied the contents of my stomach. When I finished, I blinked into dim lantern light. Noura leaned over me. What are you doing here? The question slurred. My tongue was not cooperative. I hadn't felt like this since the beginning. You can't be alone this way. Here. Noura thrust a small bottle into my hands. Drink. What you did out there was remarkable, even compared to what I had already seen. She gave me a hard stare. You forget that I was there through all of it. I know the toll it takes to do something like that. And forgive me if I didn't want our best asset to die alone in her room because she was being a show-off. Drink, for your own damned good. I swallowed the contents of the bottle and immediately regretted it. Don't throw that up, Noura said. I am trying, I muttered. I lifted my head, or tried to. She looked different, her hair loose around her face. And she wore not her typical high-neck jacket, but a camisole that revealed more of her skin than I had ever seen. Skin that was completely covered in horrible, disfiguring burn scars. Even though I could barely keep my eyes open, I still found myself staring. Noura gave me a humorless smirk. You and I and our scars. I suppose we both know what it's like to pay for something. We aren't the same, I wanted to say, but a wave of pain crushed me. Reshaye let out a hideous, wordless wail. The present and the past, mine and so many others, ran together, my senses assaulted by hundreds of fragments of memories all at once, all of them drowning in white and white and white, and pain. When I came back to myself, I was on the floor, shaking, sweating. The cold cloth was pressed to my forehead. Idiot, Noura muttered. Was it worth it? All this to show off out there? Funny how in the depths of agony you find the most clarity. If you were standing in my place, would you agree? Zareth had asked me. You, a slave girl? How would you make them respect you? Maybe, as Morris had been right. It was not enough to live like a human and die like one. I had to carve myself into their whispers. Today, they had looked at me not like a slave, not like a woman, but like a god. Was it worth it? Noura asked as I sagged over the basin. An ugly smile lurched at my lips. Yes, I choked out. Yes, it was. I faded off again after that, reality melding with dreams in a gray smear of darkness. And perhaps I dreamed that, sometime later, my eyes fluttered open under the control of another. Perhaps I dreamed that I rolled over to see Noura still in my room, reading, a glass of wine in her hand. You? My voice creaked out. Noura's gaze slipped to me, growing colder. She set her wineglass down. Hello, Reshaye. A smirk spasmed across my lips. Are you not afraid to be here alone with me? If you were going to kill me, you would have done it by now. And yet, I have seen your fear. I know how deep it runs. The memories were shards of glass. Nora, her face contorted in hatred, falling to the ground for the 50th time. Nora spilling her blood over an open, lifeless arm. In a room of white and white and white. Nora fighting again and again and again. And now Nora, her face doused in moonlight, giving me a slow, cold smile. Perhaps, she said, but I hate you more than I fear you. And my hate is always stronger. Hate. I rolled the word over my tongue. My hand pressed to my chest. She hates you too. She hates you almost as much as I do. I would expect nothing less. Slowly, she stood closer to me. Why her? She whispered, at last. Why did you choose her when you rejected so many others? I let out a low chuckle. You envy her. I don't. You do. And not because she has your former lover, but because she has me.
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. And where would I have lived in that mind of yours? Did you think that you would lock me in your palace of ice and steel like everything else you fear? I sat up, even though my muscles screamed, and I leaned close to her, so close our noses almost touched. You did not truly want me, because I would have seen everything in you. Nora's face went hard. Her eyes glinted in the darkness like two shards of metal. We are not done with each other yet, Reshaye. We can fester in our hatred and let it make us strong or stupid or both. And make no mistake, I do hate you. I hate you more than I have ever hated anything. She pulled away and went to the window, gazing out over the mountains. But you and I know that there is something else coming, and our paths are still tangled. A shudder ran over my skin. For a moment I thought I could see it, a shadow looming, a silhouette with their face turned to me, far beneath the layers of magic. Consciousness seeped away, the world fading back into my dreams. And the last thing I heard was Nora's voice. The real fight, she murmured, has barely begun. Chapter 15. Max. We were on Antedale's doorstep when I received word of the attack on Corvius. The letter was nothing more and nothing less than a military report, the entire ordeal reduced to staid, factual words on a page. As if such bland words could capture Tisaanah's incredible performance and brilliant, stupid, brilliant bravery. It was almost funny to read it written so plainly. Tisaanah Vitezek collapsed the cliffs and shielded the city with an illusion of wings. The display of power was enough to spur the Khazarans to retreat. Oh, I didn't doubt it. The memory of her voice caressed my ear. "We will find a way," she whispered, and she had. She used the weapon she knew best, the weapon of a perfect performance, to win a bloodless battle. Brilliant! But that moment of pride lasted only for a second. The report ended with tallies of military losses and damaged property. I flipped it over to find nothing but a blank page. There was no information on Tisaanah or her state. A knot formed in my stomach. I knew too well the toll that Reshaye's magic demanded. And what was described here, it could have been enough to kill her. I read the report again, put it down, then withdrew a plain sheet of parchment and a pen. I hesitated. What would I write? What would I ask? I struggled with words at the best of times, and now I had too many of them to capture in a stroke of ink. Finally, I wrote, "Tisaanah, tell me you're all right, you wonderful idiot. Max." I stared at the page.
Then I wedged one additional word in between the lines. Tisaanah, tell me you're all right, you wonderful idiot. Love, Max. It would win no poetry awards, and the words were far too weak to describe what I felt. But I folded the letter up anyway, scribbled a stratogram, and sent it away. The city of Antedale was heavily fortified, surrounded by tall stone walls that were lined with golden spires. A wolf, the crest of the Gritto family, loomed over the gates. It was a disgustingly gaudy thing, large enough to be seen even from nearly a mile away, and polished with such verve that it gleamed beneath the waning late afternoon light. Gritto, it seemed, had been well aware we were on our way to pry his title from his hands. When we reached the city, we found that the standing army of Antedale was already waiting for us, lines of soldiers surrounding the gates. Wonderful. We halted, just far enough away to avoid being an immediate threat, while making it very clear that we greatly overpowered them. That much was obvious even at a glance. Our numbers were evenly matched, but I had hundreds of skilled wielders behind me, while the Antedale forces were mostly volunteer militiamen. This was not a comfort to me. I sent a messenger to their head of guard bearing a letter demanding their surrender and Gritto's sworn fealty to, and here I nearly gagged, the rightful king, Zareth Aldris. An hour later, my letter was returned to me, crumpled and smeared with what I chose to believe was mud. The reply was only one line. The great city of Antedale rejects Zareth Aldris's baseless command. I really couldn't blame them. A stupid decision, Ensnare remarked. Stupid or brave? I wasn't sure which. They won't last an hour, Arith agreed. Undoubtedly true. My men are ready to march, Ensnare said. Better to strike at nightfall anyway. We can wield light and fire, and they don't have many wielders. One more advantage that we could use to slaughter as many of those poor bastards lining the gates. And slaughter them we would, surely. Arith nodded. By breakfast, we'll be on our way out. He let out a laugh. Splendid! My wife will be pleased to know that I'll be making back for our anniversary after all. You know, probably not, I said. I held the map of Antedale, examining runny ink lines that represented the city's winding streets. Sir, don't get your wife's hopes up. I set down the map and turned to my captains. We're not going to march tonight. With all respect, why not? Ensnare asked. She was looking at me as if I had announced that I was quitting the military to go breed exotic birds. What are we waiting for? We would win. When I answered, I was acutely aware of Ensnare's loyalty to Zareth and the promise that bound me to him. We will, I said. But it won't help the king's reputation if we overpower them so completely. He would become another Sesri. Is that what you want? Ensnare and Arith exchanged a perplexed glance. I believe that a show of power is exactly what the king needs, Ensnare said. If we prove that we are not to be trifled with, it will serve as a warning to the other rebels. And with respect, General, that is the king's chosen strategy. Of course it was. We can't disobey his orders, Arith said. Of course we couldn't. We won't. I stood and stretched. Make no mistake, our illustrious king will have his victory. But he won't have it tonight. Return to your soldiers and tell them they're welcome to turn in for the night if they wish, and they'll get further orders in the morning. Deafening silence. I slid my hands into my pockets and regarded Ensnare and Arith. They did not move. Well, is there something else you want to say? Going by the looks on their faces, Ensnare's withering disapproval and Arith's abject confusion, there was plenty more that they wanted to say. But they were both well-trained, competent soldiers, and well-trained, competent soldiers did not argue with their commanding officers. So they bowed their heads, saluted,
and left me alone in my tent, where I sagged back into my chair and stared at the draped fabric above me. Zareth was right. I was a naturally cautious man, and this was a gamble. He would not be pleased. But I thought of Tisaanah and all that she had managed to accomplish with a glorious facade. I thought of my old friend Rian and his brother, whose life was now balanced in my care. I thought of all those men lined up outside the gates, who just as easily could have ended up on either side of this battle. Was I about to sentence those people to death for the crime of rejecting Zareth's crown? Hell no. I received a letter from Zareth that night, sent via stratogram, even though I myself hadn't yet finished writing to inform him of my plans. This confirmed my suspicions that Essene and Arith were loyal to him, loyal enough, apparently, to tell him before I had a chance to. The letter was short. Captain Farleone, for all our sakes, I certainly hope you know what you're doing. Z. I wrote back, My illustrious king, I do. General Farleone. Chapter 16. Afe. The 5 of us set off on horseback early. Goodbyes were said under the hush of pre-dawn. My father and I gave each other stoic nods. My mother a chaste kiss on my cheek, her scent of lavender as fleeting as her brief affection.
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. It was only Orshide always, only Orshide who broke through the ice between me and the rest of my family. From a distance, she looked so pristine, meticulous as a work of art. I'd spent my life dreading the moment she would become like them, the day when she would become the tyranness more than she was my sister. That morning, she looked so elegant that I thought, perhaps this is that day. But then her perfect face crumbled, and she threw her arms around me in a wild embrace. I clung to her, wrapping my battle leathers around her delicate silk, and pressed a kiss to her cheek. "Be safe, sister," I whispered. "Be safe," she choked back out at me. "I'll miss you too much if—" But my father cleared his throat, and the message was clear. We were making too much of a scene for people who needed to appear dignified in front of our reluctant allies. So I pulled away, ignoring the stinging in my eyes. I did not allow myself to look back. I could feel Cadouan staring at me as I rejoined the group. Whether out of judgment or curiosity, I was not sure. I wasn't sure about anything with Cadouan. If he said goodbye to anyone, I did not see it. Even the small, mismatched collection of Stoneheld who gathered to see us off didn't so much as lift their hands to wave. We were silent as we rode, the only sound our horses' hooves crunching through the underbrush. When the road grew rockier and the trees thicker, I knew we were encroaching on the edge of Sydney territory. I turned back to look at the pales. Only a sliver of them remained over the horizon, the rising sun casting streaks of bloody red light over black glass. Soon we would no longer be able to see them. I was a child the last time I had been so far from home. I never thought I would be again, let alone like this, let alone with Weishraj. Shioban was, of course, my chosen companion. There had never been any doubt in that. Ishka had chosen a Weishraj general named Ashraya as his second. He was a broad and burly man, rougher looking than most of the other Weishraj, with a long dark beard and braided hair that nearly reached his waist. A nasty scar sliced his left cheek, and it wrinkled every time he shot me or Shioban a glare of skeptical disdain. He did not trust us, and didn't care if we knew it. That was fair. We didn't trust him either. Besides, I far preferred Ashraya's honesty to Ishka's glass politeness. His tranquility reminded me of the surface of a too calm pond, a reflection of a smooth sky that merely masked whatever dangers lay in its depths. We rode in silence for hours, hardly stopping. At this pace, it would take only a week to reach our first destination, the House of Reeds. My stomach twisted at the thought of it. Both the Sidney and the Weishraj had written to the king of the House of Reeds, and neither had received a response. But the Reedsborn were notoriously private, one of the rare small houses that were on poor terms with both the House of Obsidian and the House of Wayward Winds. It was possible that they were simply trying to stay out of a conflict that they wanted no part in. Even still, the thought of it was never far from my mind. Ishka, who, to my petty annoyance, headed up the group, was the one who stopped, lifted his face to the dusky sky, sniffed twice, and simply stated, "We will stay here for the night." I almost argued with him simply because I hated his tone. But we were all exhausted, and no one was about to disagree. Shioban and Ashraya went off to kill some rabbits, together, under the unspoken understanding that neither group trusted the other to go anywhere alone with a weapon, while the rest of us remained to set up. It wasn't long before Shioban and Ashraya returned. It would be impossible to miss them. Ashraya was stomping through the brush like a bull. "Disrespectful," he spat. He was clutching dead squirrels by their tails. "Ridiculous," Shioban was muttering. She held 2 lifeless quail. The sight of them had my mouth watering. We hadn't eaten all day, and the quail looked much more appealing than Ashraya's rodents. Ishka straightened. He had just started the fire, and as he swept a sheet of golden hair away from his face, it looked like an extension of the flames. "What is the problem?" It was very, very obvious that there was a problem. Shioban shot me a frustrated glance, shaking her head. "She," Ashraya growled, "has no respect for our ways." "Would it be more respectful for me to leave them in the dirt?" Shioban replied. Ashraya scoffed. Ishka's stare hardened, an ever so slight rearranging of his features. I followed his gaze to the dead birds in Shioban's hands. "We do not kill birds," he said, coldly, "let alone eat them." Reluctantly, I had to admit that made sense. I would have been willing to eat rodents out of respect for the Weishraj ways, but I'd prefer to be told this ahead of time rather than swung at without notice. She glared at Ashraya. "It's rare that creatures that attack me from behind walk away alive." My eyebrows lurched. Attack? Shioban approached, and as she ventured closer to the firelight, I saw it. A bloody streak over her shoulder. My attempt at calm diplomacy drowned beneath a wave of rage. My blade was in my hand before I could think. 2 steps, and my body was pressed against Ashraya's hulking form, blade to the underside of his chin. "Do not ever raise a hand against her," I snarled, my incisors already sharpening. The threat had barely left my lips when I felt the warmth of another behind me and cold steel against my throat. "And I ask the same of you." Ishka's voice was close enough to rustle my hair, smooth and quiet, but as cold as the steel pressed against my skin. 2 breathless seconds passed, with all those weapons ready to strike. And then everyone let them fall at once. We all watched each other warily, a dare to make the first move. My eyes were locked on Ishka's. The fire roared up between us, heat rippling the still panes of his face. I felt the weight of the responsibility my father had placed upon me more acutely than ever. In this role, I was Ishka's equal. I had been allowing him to lead. No longer. The Weishraj had been our enemy for a millennia before this, and they will be our enemy again the second this strange blip in time was over. I could not afford to forget that. I refused to be the first to speak. Ishka seemed to have made the same vow. We stared each other down, waging a silent battle for control. Kadouan's voice finally sliced through the silence. "You are all," he stated, plainly, "acting like children." The sheer force of his annoyance was enough to crack the tension. Ishka turned to Shioban. "Ashraya should not have raised his blade against you. I apologize on his behalf." I'd prefer that he apologize on his own behalf, Siobhan said. Ashraya was silent, a wrinkle over his nose, and it was only after Ishka gave him a prodding look that he loosened a frustrated grunt. "In the future, I will hold my blade," he said gruffly, "though not my words, I warn you." "Nor will I," Siobhan replied, "so I can't argue with that." Ishka turned a gaze to me, then to the quail at my feet. I knew exactly what he wanted me to say, what the polite and chivalrous thing to do would be. But I'd never been good at being polite and chivalrous. Now my notorious damned stubbornness clamped my lips shut. "Fine," I finally spat. "Out of respect for your ways, we will not eat the quail tonight, and we will refrain from hunting birds in the future." It was not difficult to hear my irritation. Ishka cocked his head, and maybe it was my imagination or the warping smoke of the fire, but I could have sworn I saw a spark of amusement in his stare. "Thank you, Afe," he said. "Thank you, Ishka," I replied, reluctantly. "Thank you, gods," Katawan muttered, with a sincerity that made me snort a sudden, unexpected chuckle. We cooked up the squirrels, a poor meal for 5 warriors who had been traveling all day, but still, I wasn't about to complain about any quantity or quality of food at this point. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. I had already downed several unladylike bites when I noticed that the 2 Waishraj were waiting, eyes closed, face lifted to the sky. They dragged their pointer fingers to their foreheads, then to their hearts, then to the soil. With each movement, their lips formed soundless words. Siobhan, Kadwan, and I ate silently, watching this. Ishka, noble as he was, managed to make this look, well, at least somewhat graceful. But watching someone as large and burly as Ashraya go through these movements painted a particularly silly image. They performed this cycle several times before finally opening their eyes. "Were those prayers?" Kadamon asked. No judgment in his voice, just curiosity. "Yes." Ishka looked to me, one eyebrow quirking. "The Sydney do not pray?" "I have heard that the Sydney are a godless people," Ashraya grumbled. "We do have gods," I said, tearing off a chunk of roasted squirrel. "But ours don't ask us to perform silly dances for them. We make sure that our gods fully see our appreciation for them," Ishka replied smoothly. "And because we speak to them often, our gods gift us with appreciation in kind. Our gods appreciate us just fine." "Do they now?" a jeering voice in the back of my head whispered. "Is that why they tainted you?" I pushed the thought away and tore off another chunk of squirrel. We need their service now, more than ever. Ishka's gaze went far away, the remnants of his smirk fading. It was the first time I'd seen anything akin to concern, true concern, on his face. "We cannot rely on the gods to help us," Kadwan said. "I think we'll just need to help ourselves." He barely had picked at his food. The fire haloed his profile, highlighting the severe line of his nose and chin, the serious set of his jaw. He didn't look up. Ishka gave him a look that veered on pity. "I know that your people, above all, understood the value of spiritual faiths and magics," he said. "The Stoneheld are known for building the most magnificent temples of any house, and for having the most committed spiritual scholars. In dark times as these, we need their faith more than anything." "The temples were beautiful," Kadwan said, quietly. And he paused, as if remembering, a mournful smile at his lips. Then he looked back at the fire, and it was gone. "But when the humans came, they crumbled just as easily as the brothels, and the scholars and the whores ended up in the same graves." Well, what was there to say to that? From then on, we ate in silence. Long after everyone else drifted to sleep, I lay there, eyes wide open, staring at the night sky. It had been decades since I had last slept so far beyond the pales, and even back then I was a little Tyrannus housed in the most luxurious places the world had to offer. Now I was alone beneath the sky. I looked up at the stars and had never felt so small, so exposed. Whenever I closed my eyes, I saw the bloodied faces of Cadouan's kin. By the time I heard rustling in the forest, I was grateful for the distraction. My eyes snapped open. Slowly, I rose. The fire was low. Shiban was asleep, even at rest, looking ready to leap into action, lying on her side with her fingers close to the blades that lay beneath her bedding. Ashraya was sprawled out like a sleeping bear, limbs escaping his bedroll at all directions, snoring loudly. And Ishka was completely still, like the stone carving on a crypt, his hands laid gracefully over the hilt of his sword. And then there was an empty bedroll. I followed the sounds off into the woods. I found Cadouan in a clearing. A ball of fire lingered in the center of the clearing, hovering and self-contained, clearly magic, though it occurred to me that I'd never asked if Cadouan was a magic speaker. His back was to me. It took me a moment to realize that he held his sword. I froze. My hand went to the hilt of my own weapon. "You don't need to worry." His voice was barely above a whisper. He peered at me over his shoulder, offering me a half-smile. "I have no ill intentions." "What are you doing?" My hand was still at my belt. Cadouan's eyes slid down my body, landing there. "It's embarrassing, honestly." My gaze fell to the ground. Years of training made recognizing patterns in the underbrush second nature, and it took seconds to recognize the pattern of the footsteps in the dirt. The same steps, running back and forth. Exercises. "You're practicing," I said, letting my hand fall from my sword. I joined him in the clearing. The weapon he held was a stone-held sword, the artisan craftsmanship matching the beauty of his crown. It was impossible not to admire it. Elegant and delicate, yet clearly lethal, copper etchings on the hilt, and beautiful ancient stone-held writing carved into the steel of the blade. He glanced down at it. For a long time, I saw swordsmanship as nothing but sport, and a largely useless one at that. But, given present circumstances, I winced. He did not need to say more. I glanced to the fire hovering above the ground. "You are a magic speaker." "Yes." My brow furrowed, thinking back to the conversation earlier that night. "But you do not pray?" "Not typically." "So who gives you the magic, if not the gods?" The corner of his mouth twitched. "Are you a magic speaker?" he asked. I patted the hilt of the sword at my hip. "Magic is for the patient. Steel is for the rash." It was not an answer, but I didn't want to give him one, especially not when mine was so complicated, and especially not when he was looking at me like he saw right through me. I looked to the ground, following the markings of his footsteps. "Show me your drills." He hesitated. I cocked an eyebrow at him in a silent challenge, and moments later, he was showing me the exercises. To my surprise, he certainly knew how to wield the weapon. His movements were graceful and technically impeccable. It was the sort of thing that surely had served him well in a marble training room, where a sword was meant to be a dance partner rather than a weapon. Pretty, impractical. When he finished, he turned back to me. "It's what I know," he said, "but useless against them." Did he know from experience? Did he try to fight them and fail? I thought of his wounds, worse than any of the others. Not the wounds of someone who had been fleeing. "Do it again," I said, and he obeyed. But this time he made it 3 steps in before I slid in front of him, my blades raised, countering one of his strikes and forcing him to adjust. He stumbled, and I took that opening, too low, beneath the elegant strike of his rapier. But he recovered quickly. Another strike I had to dodge, and then one I blocked. Our blades locked between us. "You can't practice alone," I said. You need to learn how to make the movements effective, not elegant. Kadawan's eyes searched my face. I had to resist the urge to look away. Mathyra, it was uncomfortable to be observed so closely. Even if there was, too, an odd excitement in it. If only what I had learned in the House of Stone had been more practical, he said. Perhaps things would have been different. And perhaps the gaze that had just been so sharp it carved me apart now drifted far away, and I felt a pang of pity for him. There is no use in dreaming of realities that do not exist, I said, echoing my father's words before I even realized it. Not unless we follow such dreams with action. He blinked. When his gaze came back to me, there was something in it that was so unfamiliar and yet oddly pleasant. No one wore that expression when they looked at me. "Why are you not the Tyrannus?" he asked, quietly. The tension broke. I pulled away, shoving my blades back into their sheaths. "Because my sister is. I know the order of succession of the House of Obsidian. The power passes from mother to eldest daughter. My mother is not well. Then what of—" I'd had enough. I whirled around. One breath, and I disarmed him, his rapier in my hand. I pressed him to the leaf-covered ground, his own blade at his throat. Our panting breaths lingered in the air between us.
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. You will need to get better than this, I said. He watched me, eyes narrowed. Surely he knew a distraction when he saw one. But then a smile twisted at one corner of his mouth. I have no argument. I will help you, if you want it. The smile warmed his eyes. They really were something. I would be honored to receive your instruction, Aif. What was it about the way he said my name? I rose to my feet and threw his rapier to the ground beside him. Then get up, I said, and stop asking so many questions. 2 weeks of traveling passed. Though we had all managed to refrain from drawing weapons on each other since that first night at camp, tension stretched out between us like a drawn bowstring. At night, I crept away from camp and joined Canoeing in the forest, where together we would train. He was a passable swordsman, even a talented one, but what went further than raw talent was his obvious love for learning. Swordsmanship, though, was not the only thing Canoeing wanted to learn. Every night I dodged his questions just as I dodged his rapier. I quickly learned that he greatly enjoyed knowing things. Perhaps that was why his stare disassembled its subjects and put them back together again. But I was not ready to let him see so much of me. Still, for reasons I couldn't explain, our nights together became a bright spot at the end of long and exhausting days. There was a certain satisfaction in chipping away at something so tangible when there was so much we could not control. We still received no response from the House of Reeds. Their silence could mean nothing, or it could mean everything. The night before we were to arrive, our training session was a mess. My instruction muddled and short-tempered, Canoeing's practice distracted and clumsy. After a few half-hearted rounds, I sank down onto a log. I had never been very good at stuffing away my feelings, and now my anxiety overwhelmed me. "What do you think?" I asked. "What do you think we're going to find tomorrow?" He turned to me. He was panting slightly from the exertion of our last exercise. He wore a thin cotton shirt, which clung to the outline of his form, damp with sweat. It opened just enough in the front to reveal the shape of his clavicle and the edges of still-healing wounds running over it. He looked so different from the bloody figure I'd hoisted out of the swamp. And yet, the memories he never voiced were written into every line of his body. "I hope for the best," he said, "but I suspect the worst." He spoke so matter-of-factly. I stared at him, a wrinkle between my eyebrows. "How can you be so calm about all of this? If I were you, there were no words for it. I would be drowning in my rage."
Kadua's face hardened. "What makes you think I'm calm?" I blinked, and when I opened my eyes, it all rearranged. I felt like a fool for not seeing it earlier. The stillness in Kaduan was not calm. It was paralyzing rage. "I am not calm, Aif." He stepped closer, eyes burning, jaw tight. "I am on fire." Chapter 17. Tisaanah. When I awoke, my head felt as if it was made of stone. Nora told me that I had slept for almost 2 days. It still didn't seem like enough. But at least I could stand without tipping over, and though my head pounded and my stomach still churned, I seemed to be done emptying my guts. "Clean yourself up and get dressed." Nora threw a military uniform onto my bed. "We have a meeting to attend. One battle might be over, but we still have a war to fight." Didn't I know it? I obeyed, and when I met Nora again, she led me to the library of the Farleon home. It might have been one of the most stunning rooms I'd ever seen, even compared to the cold grace of the Threlian lord's architecture. The entire Farleon estate was beautiful, but this room was the one that reminded me most of Max's cottage, albeit a much, much grander version of it. Still, it had the same cluttered warmth, the shelves overflowing with books and packed with curious oddities. I wondered if Max used to spend a lot of time here when he was young. I could picture him, tucked away into little crevices with a book, hiding from whatever social gatherings were happening beyond the doors. But no one here today was looking at the books. There was a long table in the center of the room, covered in maps. Zareth sat at its head, and Sarah was there too, as were Eslin and Ariadnea. The others I did not recognize. There were 5 figures, all of whom looked to be in their 50s or 60s. 2 were Valtane. All of them wore red sashes around their neck, hanging down their backs. "The Council of the Orders," Nora murmured to me. "Or what's left of them, anyway." My interest was piqued. I had read of the council, but never met any of its members, though I'd tried to get 1 or 2 of them alone during the ball, what felt like a lifetime ago. But even though I didn't know these people, they clearly knew me. When we entered the room, every set of eyes turned towards me. As I sat down, I could feel magic reaching for me, a mind trying to examine mine. I carefully guarded the wall across my thoughts, my gaze slipping to my left, where a Valtane man with long, wavy silver hair eyed me with great curiosity, smoking a pipe. I gave him a polite smile that told him I knew exactly what he'd been up to, and he returned it with what looked like genuine satisfaction. I still felt awful, but I was careful to appear completely put together. "Ah, yes," Zareth said, eyeing me. "Our savior returns." He looked exhausted, the shadows beneath his eyes even darker now. He leaned back in his chair, gaze trailing around the table. "As we all have seen, thanks to Tisaanah, the Khazarans have surrendered. Retreated, but I suppose we can't have everything. The question remains, then, of what we do next. There are many cities in the north that need to be dismantled. General Farleon is currently laying siege upon the city of Antidale." Again, a twitch of disapproval at his lip. "Though I have made it clear that time is of the essence." Just the sound of Max's name made my heart leap. A siege. I wondered what his plan was. I knew he must have one. "And that," Zareth went on, "he will move on to other cities in the south. We then are left with many." His gaze fell to me. "Thankfully, as we all saw, we have significant resources. It should be quick work, if we leverage all that we have. And so that brings me to my request for all of you. Many of you have strong connections among Aran nobilities. I ask you to write to them. Ask for their support from their private armies. We have cities to conquer, and we must conquer them quickly." The Valtane man across from me let out a puff of smoke, gesturing to the map on the table. "This," he said, "is a great deal of sacrifice, Zareth. There is a high cost to what you plan to do. It was difficult for me to hear accents in Aran, but his words were tinged in an unfamiliar lilt that made me think that he too was not a native speaker. Zareth gave him a withering stare. "Are you suggesting, Ea, that we can't win?" "Of course not. You can certainly win." I didn't miss the change in his wording. "But the orders were never intended to be an Aran institution. They belong to no nation. And yet you want to discard thousands of lives in an attempt to secure Ara's throne?" Zareth's lip twitched. "We have already had this discussion. Does anyone have anything more helpful to contribute to this conversation?" But Ea was not done. "Are you feeling all right, Zareth? You don't look well." Zareth gave him a cold smile. "I feel perfectly fine." Ea leaned back in his chair. "As I said, there are some things, some magics, that are not worth the cost." Did I imagine the way that his eyes landed on me before moving back down the table? "As always, I so appreciate your insight, Counselor," Zareth said. Then, pointedly, he rolled out the map. "But we have more important things to discuss. Our path has already been decided. It's just a matter of how." Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. The meeting went on for hours, and by the end, my head was pounding. The future yawned out in front of me like a terrible, endless mountain. Whatever sense of accomplishment I'd felt after this victory withered away with every new X slashed over the map. Perhaps I had managed to avoid the worst of a battle once, but I would have to do it again and again and again. The thought sickened me. As it was, I already felt the hot blood of those that I had killed staining my hands. By the end of the meeting, I could barely breathe. Not that I allowed myself to show anything other than calm confidence. When we finished, Zareth was the first to leave, and slowly the others filed out of the room too. But I remained, walking the library. Every inch of it was packed with books or plants or archaeological specimens, every piece of white wall covered with tapestries or paintings. I paused at one display of insects mounted on little golden stilts. There were moths and enormous spiders, caterpillars and shiny, colorful beetles. The one that caught my attention was a small butterfly, wings glinting with faded flecks of gold. It reminded me of the one that Kira had shown Max all those years ago. "This one looks too pretty to be a part of your collection," Max had told her. Words I could remember so clearly that it felt like they'd been my own. I wondered if this had all been for her. Perhaps it had been one of her parents' many efforts to avoid more live insects in the house. The Atravez butterfly. A smooth, accented voice came from behind me. "Beautiful. Extinct now, of course, like all magically sensitive creatures." I turned to see Ea approaching. "They used to say they were impossible to kill because they were so skilled at sensing danger," he said. My eyebrow twitched. "Perhaps this one was not so good at it," I said. And Ea let out a short laugh. "Perhaps not." There was a brief silence, and I looked up to see him regarding me with a wrinkle between his brows. "How are those that came here from Threl?" he asked. "Are they settling well?" I blinked. Perhaps my surprise showed on my face because he chuckled and said, "Please don't tell me that I'm the first to ask about them. Not that it would surprise me. Athraways is a self-centered country." The truth was, no one seemed to give any thought to the refugees beyond mild annoyance. "It is a big change," I said, "but at least they are safe. Still, there are many more that need help, and the orders have demanded such a high cost from you to give it to them." I didn't answer. I wasn't sure how much Ian knew about my blood pact, about Reshaye, but the weight of his gaze told me enough. "I believed in the orders, once, for what they were intended to be," he said. an organization that stood for all wielders in the world, independent of any nation, no matter where the towers stood. And perhaps once I thought I could guide it back to that light from within. I'm ashamed to say I've grown tired and lazy. But, his head cocked slightly, it is nice to see someone so young who is still willing to try. If that was supposed to be an encouragement, it felt like a somewhat weak one. But, though his words were calm and his tone oddly disaffected, I could sense that they were genuine. People like me have always had to fight, I said. It's easy to abandon the dream of easy victory when it was never an option at all. Ia let out a wry chuckle. I suppose that is true, he said. And before I could respond, he was drifting away, as if the conversation was simply over. When I got back to my room, a letter was on my pillow. My heart leapt when I saw my name rendered in handwriting I now knew as well as my own. I tore it open and unfolded it, and despite myself, despite everything, I smiled, my chest suddenly warm. Tisaanah, tell me you're all right, you wonderful idiot. Love, Max. I wasn't stupid. I knew that love was a late addition. Max attempted communicating what he didn't know how to paint in written words. And that was funny to me, because this letter held more affection than pages of flowery language ever could. It was always so easy, after all, to feel Max's love. It radiated from him like the warmth of his skin. He didn't need to say it. A brush of my hand. I love you. A conspiratorial half-smile. I love you. A wrinkle of concern between his brows. I love you. And even here, even now, with him half a country away, I felt it here, in the words he did write and the ones he didn't. I love you, you wonderful idiot. Of their own accord, my fingers wrapped around the butterfly necklace at my throat. My chest ached, with affection, with longing, and with the wound of his absence. I went to the desk, grabbed a blank piece of paper, and started to write. Chapter 18. Max. We set up a barricade around the city. All roads leading in were blocked by my soldiers. No traffic in, no traffic out. Anterdale was compact, with tall buildings, narrow roads, and little in the way of space for farming or livestock. Thus, the vast majority of their food production happened in the fields beyond the borders, then shipped the short distance into the city. If the goal is to starve them out, Esani said, when I made this order, it won't work. It will take far too long, and they have enough food sources within the walls to keep their population alive. She wasn't wrong. They would have grain stores, certainly enough to keep everyone fed. Fed, sure, but not happy. Anterdale was a prosperous city. The population was not used to going without variety, even for short periods of time. Add on to that the fact that these volunteer men were choosing to be separated from their families to do nothing but stand idly out in the cold for weeks on end, well, morale would be starting to fall. And with it, attentions would be growing slack. But many of the soldiers shared Esani and Aerith's trepidation. Every night I listened to action-starved young men lament. Hell, we could have 'em in the ground in 2 sended damned hours, I heard one of them grunt, taking a swig out of his beer. Never would have expected Farleone to be such a pussy. The man who won Sarla's eye. Indeed. Still, I waited. Soon, the time began to take its toll. It was visible even from a distance. The soldiers beginning to wander around instead of standing in rigid lines, the space between them widening as they tried to hide their thinning numbers. They were distracted, they were tired, and their numbers were fewer. Perfect. I called upon Esani and Aerith to assemble teams of their strongest Valtane, especially those who were skilled in illusionism. I was presented with a group of 30, more than enough for what we needed. We made our move early in the morning. A thick fog had rolled in. Some of it was natural, common in this part of Ara, but our Valtane wielders helped thicken it too, lowering visibility until the city and the soldiers that guarded it were little more than misty silhouettes. The air was so thick it hurt to breathe, and everything was uncomfortably damp. The dawn was silent. The city had not yet awoken. Then I gave my command, and the silence shattered. Screams punctured the air. Soon they were joined with shouts, and the clash of metal upon metal, and the telltale blue-white flashes of lightning dust. This was the sound of a slaughter. It was the sound of a district falling. It wasn't coming from the main gates. No, the sounds came from the southern gates of the city. The Anterdale soldiers sprung to panicked action. Most bolted back into the city, no doubt headed for the southern gates, where the screams and sounds would be loudest. They left less than half of their comrades behind, staring out into the fog as they clutched their weapons. They would not be able to see us at first, but the sight, I'm sure, was something to behold once they could. Hundreds of us emerging from the soupy gray. We outnumbered them many times over. My men could capture or force surrender from these guards rather than kill them. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. Little fight remained in them. We practically strode through the doors whistling with our hands shoved into our pockets, marching into the city like a solemn parade. I gave strict instruction to avoid lethal force if at all possible. Unless someone's blade is at your throat, I told them, yours should be far away from theirs. Some of my men were clearly frustrated by this directive. Resolve was tested, and it began to unravel as we made our way to Gridot's keep on the east end. His personal guards were more vicious and skilled. By then, the soldiers that we had distracted had realized their mistake and had begun rushing back into the city. This was when the fighting grew thick, as we wound through the narrow streets that led to the elevated keep. There was no choice but to fight through the men that stood in our way. Gridot's estate was perched on the top of a rocky overlook that loomed over the rest of Andedale, with two winding sets of stairs that led up to its golden arched entrance. Those spiraling stairs were known as the Twin Serpents, a striking but horrifically impractical Andedale landmark. They were horrible to fight through. We had no choice but to slice through whoever stood in our way. The stairs were so narrow that only a maximum of 3 men could stand shoulder to shoulder in the best of circumstances. Fewer, of course, with swinging weapons. Despite my best efforts, my staff grew slick with blood, which covered my fingers, my hands, my face. If I'd been willing to kill recklessly, I could have set my weapon alight with fire and flung opponents over the edges of the stairs. Easier still, with the help of the Valtane wielding winds in our favor. But I wasn't willing to make those sacrifices. I fought twice as hard, 3 times as hard, with my staff split in 2 and flames carefully controlled, my strikes aiming for legs and limbs instead of throats and hearts. Still, I began to slip into a version of myself that I'd hoped to never see again. Soon, I was not given a choice. Our opponents were vicious. Death became unavoidable. The battle around me blended with the past. By the time we fought our way to the top of the stairs, I must have looked like a demon. I was drenched in crimson, my hands and blades ignited with flames. My soldiers were just as terrifying, the Valtane's white hair smeared with red, all of our uniforms drenched. When I pushed open the doors of the keep, I left bloody handprints on the beautiful chestnut engravings. The inside was eerily quiet. Guards stood at attention, their spears held firm and unmoving. Maids clasped their hands in front of them and bowed their heads, watching us with wary eyes. The entryway was beautiful. It opened to a massive room of stone and silver, with a high arched ceiling inset with stained glass that reflected the cloudy sky. 2 majestic staircases swept around either side of the room, mimicking the shape of the twin serpents outside. In the sudden silence, my footfalls were deafening against the polished tile. I stepped forward slowly, lifting a hand in a silent command to the soldiers who followed me. Hold. King Zareth Aldris commands the surrender of Lord Gridot for treason, I said. We come only for him. My voice echoed. The maids and guards regarded me in silence. If he surrenders to us, I said, we will leave all of you and your city in peace. Do it, I pleaded, silently. Just end this. No response. I heard footsteps. From beneath the shadow of the twin staircases came a man. He was dressed in fine clothes, tall and straight-backed, with a neat beard. Maxentarius Farlonio. His voice was surprisingly strong for a man his age, at odds with his slight figure and white beard. Nothing in his face or his stance betrayed anything other than steady composure. Nothing except for his eyes, which cut into me with utter rage. I heard the rumors, but I admit that I was skeptical. Maxentarius Farlonio coming out of retirement to fight for the crown of a street rat swaddled in silk? He clicked his tongue. What a disappointment! You wouldn't be the first to think so. I cast a pointed glance behind me, where the room was slowly filling with my blood-drenched soldiers. I believe that we have you cornered. That, I think, is undeniable. I don't intend to kill you. In fact, we're all a bit anxious to get out of here. We'll happily leave, so long as you leave with us. Gridot let out a small scoff. You know, I knew your father quite well. He was an honorable man. I inclined my chin. He was. The old man strode forward with long, smooth steps. I tensed. It's perhaps a blessing, he said, that he isn't here to see this. I have no desire to kill your men or destroy your city, Gridot, and I have no desire to kill you. He was now just a few feet away from me. His eyes crinkled with silent laughter. And what do you think that Aldris will do with me when you shackle me and drag me back to the capital? Dread rose with my quickening heartbeat. I noticed that one of Gridot's hands was tucked into the pocket of his jacket. I recognized the rising fire in his otherwise composed eyes. He is a reasonable man. The lie was acidic on my tongue. Gridot let out a bitter laugh, his lips curling. I'd rather die by the hand of a war hero than on my knees in front of a no-name false king, he spat, and my heart sank. It happened so quickly, everything that I had been dreading. Gridot's hand flew from his pocket, wielding a dagger with an artful, well-trained grip. He lunged for me, fast enough to make a true and admirable swing for my throat, fast enough to open a river of blood across my shoulder when I dodged. But he was an old man, and he knew that. His skill alone ensured that his strike was only as good as it needed to be to force a proper counter. I had no choice in my response, a blade buried in his side. He fell to the ground in a heap. I called the healers to him, but he faded in seconds. He smiled at me as he died, a mouthful of crimson blooming over his teeth. We stayed in the city only for a few days, just long enough to sort through the logistics as we waited for Zareth to send additional forces for ongoing occupation of the city. When I returned to camp that evening, Moth looked as if he were staring at a ghost. I probably resembled one. I was exhausted. A headache pounded between my temples, and a deeper ache settled far beneath that. I met Moth's wide-eyed, horrified stare with my own. And this is what winning looks like, I told him. Still wish you were out there? Moth declined to answer, instead handing me a rag and the inventory lists I'd asked for, then ducking away before we could speak again. Zareth, of course, was very pleased with the results, though, his letter noted, I should be, considering how long it took you. But I wasn't sure I was. I threw our resources into healing the wounded. I had both Aerith and Asanyi's teams do a thorough record of any dead that they were unable to save. I double-checked, Asanyi said, sounding a little bewildered when she handed me the final tally. 54. Just 54 bodies, including that of Gridot himself. Some dead from falls off of the Twin Serpent stairs. 2 even slain by friendly accidental strikes. 1 fell off of the wall as he rushed to get back to the fighting, having realized the initial illusion. It was a good death toll, an incredible death toll even, for a battle that involved so many. Amazing, Asanyi said, shaking her head. But I felt numb and heavy as I tucked the parchment away. Right, I said. Amazing. Chapter 19. Afe. It was dusk when we arrived at the House of Reeds. It was located in the marshy, rocky areas bordering the Southern Isles, known for its sprawling wetlands and the blanket of soupy mist that hung over all of it. I'd visited the House of Reeds only once before, when I was a very small child, and all I could remember was that mist. The Sydneys did not overly rely on eyesight. The Pales, after all, were often dark and shadowy. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. But the mists here were something else entirely, a sort of mystery that sank into your lungs, and I remember clinging to my mother's skirts in fear of the beasts I imagined within it. That was decades ago, and now I was the kind of skilled warrior that little girl hadn't even dared to dream she'd become. And yet I felt that same terror. It was very, very quiet. The House of Reeds territory was surrounded by a gray stone wall, topped with intricate copper metalwork and overgrown with gray-green vines. The roads leading to the entrance were covered with just enough water to creep through the soles of my boots. Tall reeds lined the path and enveloped the wall, flattening the distance into one huge expanse of yellow and green. To the south, glassy still water disappeared into the fog. From all of this, the gates loomed, 2 sets of spired, vine-covered iron. The sight of them made the hairs on the back of my neck rise. Shoban spoke quietly as we approached. It is too similar to what we saw at the House of Stone when we went there after the attack. The silence. I cast a glance over my shoulder at Kajuan, who was staring off into the distance. We were too late, he said softly. We do not know that, Ashraya said. His booming voice was jarring in a place like this, even though he tried to be quiet. The House of Reeds is known for this. They could be hiding after hearing the news of the Stoneheld. Ishka, who had been leading the group, turned around. The look on his face was grim. You and Ashraya should fly over, I said. See whether there is movement within the walls. Yes, Ishka agreed. He and Ashraya exchanged a glance, and then they transformed. It felt rude to stare, but I couldn't help it. It took only moments for them to shift. A rolling puff of smoke surrounded them, and when it cleared, where Ishka and Ashraya stood were now 2 birds. Ishka, a beautiful golden owl, champagne gold feathers glistening, and a white face with those same piercing yellow eyes. And Ashraya, a large black and brown eagle, with the same scar and the same disgruntled glint in its eye. Ishka turned to me, and even through this wordless, inhuman stare, I understood exactly what he was telling us. Wait, and we shall see. And then they were off, launching into the air with one powerful pump of outstretched wings. Despite everything, my breath still caught at the sheer beauty of them. It was the sort of elegance my own rough, cursed magic could never capture. The 2 of them disappeared into the milky white sky, and the rest of us remained in agonizing wait. Kajuan wandered closer to the walls and placed his palm against the stone. He bowed his head and pressed his forehead to the salty rock. What? I said. Sometimes the land will speak to us if we listen, Kadjuin murmured. But now I hear nothing. When Ishka and Ashraya returned, they unfurled gracefully into Fey form, so smooth they barely rippled the water on the path as their feet landed. I had no time to be impressed. The looks on their faces made my heart stop. "It is empty," Ishka said quietly. "Not a damned soul other than the herons." Ashraya's jaw was tight. We should have come faster. My fingernails bit into my palms. He was right. We should have acted sooner. "Humans?" I ground out. "I cannot say." Ishka shook his head. "It would stand to reason, but—" He turned back to the gates. "We need to go inside and see for ourselves, up close. There may be survivors," Shoban said. Kadjuin approached the entrance. "There are no survivors. But there may be answers." I wrapped my hands around the rusted metal. "Help me open this," I said. We split into two groups. Ishka and I paired with each other, while Shoban, Ashraya, and Kadjuin veered off toward the shoreline. Ishka headed the front and I followed, my Sydney hearing straining to pick up every ripple of water or rustle of the reeds. I watched Ishka's shoulders, golden skin damp in the humidity, muscles tensed. His sword, normally sheathed down his spine, was in his hands. I noticed that two symmetrical scars ran down his shoulder blades, perfectly straight and perfectly parallel. The house of reeds built out rather than up, their structures balanced on stilts to lift them out of the brackish tidewater. We were up to our ankles, and then our shins in water. Only then did the paths turn into stone stairs, then raised pathways lined with moss-covered railings. We came first to tiny homes built of wood and moss. Ahead, closer to the main city, the larger, more ornate homes rose through the fog. It was very, very still. "Did you see bodies?" I asked, quietly. "No, we did not." "Then perhaps they fled." "Perhaps." His voice said what his words didn't. This place reeked of death. The little homes were empty. Some were in great disarray. Plates smashed on the floor, blankets torn off of beds, bookshelves overturned. Others looked untouched. None held any signs of the Fae who had once lived there. Ahead, the central capital of the House of Reeds loomed. These buildings were constructed of iron and stone rather than wood. At the center of it all stood the Reeds Temple, the only building that rose up towards the sky, a moss-draped spire of metal surrounded by taller bamboo shoots topped with crimson flowers. The stalks were so tall that the petals hovered high up in the mist, fluttering in the breeze like blurry, bloody butterflies. When we reached the door, I touched the stone, then brushed my fingertips to my lips. The taste made my entire body recoil. "What?" Ishka said, reading my face. "What do you sense?" "I don't know. On the surface it's right, but something deeper, it's—" "What?" "Just wrong." I unsheathed both of my blades. "Be ready." Ishka inclined his chin and tightened his grip around his sword as he pushed the temple gates open. I had never been within the temples of the House of Reeds before. They were built like mazes, narrow hallways lined with exquisitely etched stonework and decorated with tapestries that now swung lazily in the wind. Swamp water ran along the edges of the halls, and the floor sometimes broke like stone lily pads. I could imagine that under normal circumstances, lit with the ceremonial lanterns that dangled in the open-air arches above our heads, all of this intricacy was beautiful and haunting. Now it just felt dangerous. So many corners to hide behind, and so many twists to lose track of. We were deep into the temple when we heard the voice. It was a woman's voice, broken up with a terrified sob. At first, too far away for us to understand her words. Ishka and I both froze, then shot each other wary stares. His entire demeanor changed, as if shifting into a version of himself built only for a single task. "Survivors," I breathed. But Ishka was already off, and we hurried down the hall, around a corner, and then another, until— "Don't take them!" This time I understood the words. They were barely legible with terror and the Reedsbourne's brogue, and something else, something that was barely a voice. It ran together like water and was as thin as the wind. Then we rounded another corner and saw her. The figure was at the end of one of the hallways, her back facing us. I could tell it was a female by the long flow of braided hair, the sweep of fine chiffon skirts, the delicate curve of her body. She was kneeling, hunched over at an angle that, the closer I got, seemed more and more gut-wrenchingly wrong. The twist of her spine too severe, the wrench in her shoulders unnatural. "Don't take them! Don't take them!" "My lady," Ishka called out, "don't take them!" I didn't even see her move. One moment she was there, kneeling on the ground. The next she was lunging towards us. I had to stifle a gasp of sheer horror. She didn't have a face. At first I thought it was some trick of the mind, as if she was moving so quickly her features had simply smeared in movement.
Express emotion subtly, not dramatically. But no, it was like there was something intangible just missing where her face should have been, flesh instead turning to strange, blurry mist. My eyes couldn't focus on her. Not that I had time to stand there and try. "Stop," Ishka commanded. "We come to—" He barely got the words out. She was upon us, all shrieks and spindly limbs. Ishka's sword was raised in seconds. He looked beautiful wielding it, the kind of image that seemed it should be carved in polished stone, unlike me, who fought like a creature that crawled out of the dirt. One graceful strike, and the woman should have fallen. Should have. I flinched at the hot spray of blood across my face. It took me a few addled seconds to realize it. She had not stopped. She continued to run through Ishka's braid. "Don't take them." The words came in the exact same intonation every time, like a fragment of a memory stuck in a cycle. I swore under my breath as she barreled into me. I dodged just in time, my short sword striking her gut and the dagger glancing her shoulder. The blades cut through her, but not the way I was used to feeling steel slice through flesh. The resistance was strangely weak, as if I was slicing through the half-rotten meat of a dead deer already ravaged by wolves. And when she touched me, the pain was so intense that my breath shriveled in my lungs. I leaped away from her. Her strange, faceless stare was locked on me. She lunged, and I dropped. Ishka seized upon that distraction, dancing forward with another blow of his sword. Another blow that the woman, the creature, barely reacted to. So quick, Mathira, so quick, she whirled around and reached for him. "Don't take them." Ishka's sword impaled her, and she let out a chilling, wordless shriek as her fingers clutched at him. I could see pain in the hard set of his jaw. Her hands were clawing at his exposed shoulders, leaving bloody gouges. I took my opening. My blades plunged into her back. Then I pulled them up, splitting her. I should have felt the resistance of bone and cartilage, but her flesh parted easily. For a terrible moment she remained that way, clinging to Ishka, and I thought we were dealing with something truly invincible. But then she let out an inhuman wail that sounded more akin to the whistle of wind through the rocks. "Don't take them! Don't take them! Don't take them!" The intonation never changed, but the words faded like dissipating echoes. The creature fell to a heap on the ground. Unmoving, she looked even stranger. I swore, lowering myself to take a closer look. And a shriek, and then another, off in the distance. Ishka and I shot each other a glance of alarm.
There are more, I breathed, and he gave a serious nod, and neither of us had to say anything else before we were running out of the temple. This way, I said, when Ishka nearly took us down a wrong path, grabbing his arm and yanking him turn by turn. The air hit us like a wall. It was so much more humid, it seemed, than it had been just minutes ago. The fog thicker, the air damp and hot. The world was eerily silent as we ran through the main gates of the temple, back onto the pathways, leaping across stone blocks, hovering on water so dark and still that it looked like black glass. I slowed to a stop, ears pricked. I heard nothing. Perhaps that's it, I murmured quietly. No, Ishka's eyes scanned the horizon. Of course, he would be looking to the skies. But my gaze slipped down to the slate under our feet, and further, to the water that surrounded us. Water so smooth that it was practically a mirror. My own face staring back at me. My own face, and horror rose in my throat like bile. Ishka, I whispered, they're in the... And that was when all of the eyes beneath the surface of the water, hundreds and hundreds of lifeless, disfigured fey faces, opened at once. My blades barely made it up before they burst out of the water. They were on us in seconds. Ishka and I only had time to clumsily fight back. Their blood spattered my face. Even that was odd, not the vibrant violet of fey blood, but putrid and milky. I heard a sound behind me and caught a glimpse of gold. Ishka's wings flared out, a thing of pristine beauty in a world of deformed shadow. Between slashes of his sword, he reached for me. We didn't have to speak. We both knew there was nothing else we could do but fly out of here. But then, one of the creatures grabbed on to Ishka's left wing. A sickening crack split the air. His whole body lurched. I skewered the creature, kicking it off of my blade and into the morass. But one glance at Ishka's wing told me it was now useless, hanging off of him at a revolting angle. I swore under my breath before whirling to decapitate another creature. Their not blood slicked the handles of my swords. My hand stung as if it was poison. A sharp pain gripped my side. Another one was on me, razored fingers digging into my flesh. Yet another looming behind. Too many, too many. Ishka and I were back to back, our bodies pressed against each other, but we would not last like this. We would corpses being overtaken by maggots. We would die here. We fight back to the walls, Ishka commanded, voice straining. Our only chance. Hardly a chance at all. The creatures surrounded us in all directions. We would never make it to the gates. A grim realization settled over me. We couldn't fight like this, but I could do something more, even though I didn't want to. I didn't want him to see what I was. Aif, Ishka pressed between panting breaths, I could save us, even if it meant revealing the ugliest piece of myself. Trust me, I said, skewered two of the creatures in the eye, and in the split seconds of time that bought me, I whirled around and buried my teeth in Ishka's forearm. He nearly yanked his arm away, uttering what I had to assume was a Wishraj curse. But I didn't release him, my incisors digging deep, the hot warmth of his blood flowing over my tongue. I swallowed. Once, twice. I couldn't hold on longer than that. It would have to be enough. And as I released him and returned to the fight, I prayed it would be. "What in the skies were you doing?" he spat. Claws sliced my left shoulder, more at my right forearm. Ishka barely held off one that dove for my throat. I waited, and then I felt an unfamiliar magic bubbling up within me. Ishka's magic, my greatest shame, my curse. This was my horrible gift, my ability to steal the magic of others. It was such a dirty, shameful thing that I barely knew how to use it. I had never done this before with magic so unfamiliar to my own, never mind a power that would force my very body to change. I imagined wings. I felt wings. And to my frantic relief, slowly, I felt them shifting. I just didn't expect it to hurt so much. My back seemed as if it were splitting, my flesh parting, blood soaking my leathers. That was when Ishka noticed what I was doing. Out of the corner of my eye, through the fighting, I saw him lurch, saw the realization spill over his face as he understood what I was. And thankfully, he did not spend time lingering in his surprise or revulsion. He bought a split second to whirl to me, cutting 2 slashes in the back of my leather armor, finishing just in time to strike down another attacker. Making room for the wings, I realized. Structure first, he ground out as he fought. Bones, then flesh, then feathers. He made it sound so simple. But whatever was shifting my back felt so heavy and strange. I choked out, "How do I stretch them? Out! They're not big enough yet." More pain, as creatures grabbed on to my newly formed wings. "Not yet, Afe. It has to be. Not yet. No time." This was it. We were overrun. I pushed with everything I had. Snap, as bones cracked. Crack, as my body twisted with unnatural force. "Now!" Ishka shouted, and I locked my arms around his shoulders and lurched these unfamiliar muscles in what I thought, hoped, prayed would be enough to get us into the air. Ishka's wings, one powerful and one ruined, pushed 2. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. The pain was so intense that I didn't realize it had worked until I looked down and saw a mass of limbs squirming beneath us. "Focus, Ify. Stay level. Tilt to the left." Ishka's arm was tight around my waist, the two of us supporting each other. Our wings tangled, my muscles burned. There was nothing graceful about this. We were flailing through the sky. "Keep going," Ishka said, "just beyond the wall." The edges of my vision were going gray. Distantly, I became aware of the fact that we were falling. Afy! The wall hurtled closer. We lurched through the air as Ishka's wings pumped desperately to keep us airborne. The last thing I saw was the ground rushing towards me. And then, nothing. Somebody was screaming, a horrifying, jagged noise. Hands were on me, on my back. Gods, my back! Something was terribly, terribly wrong with it. Something was being torn out of me, or plunged into me, or both. I looked up, through blurring vision, and saw my sister leaning over me. My perfect sister should not be in a place like this. "Put her to sleep," a voice was saying. "She can't stay like this." I blinked. The face looking into mine was not Orshide's. No, it was Siobhan's, lined with concern. And then I realized that the screaming was mine. "She can't," another voice said. "That's why she needs to be awake." Awake? No, I couldn't be. Surely I was dying. I had to have smashed into the ground and shattered into 1,000 pieces. "Afy, Afy, look at me." Fingers turned my face. Ishka was there, the waning sunlight spilling from behind him. "You cannot stay this way. Do you understand? You need to shift back." "I don't know how," I tried to say. "The wings are a part of you. Bring them back within, like you are drawing air into your lungs." "I can't," I choked out. Warm fingers curled around mine. Cadouin stared down at me. The touch of his hand felt like the touch I'd press against the pails, now so far away. Steadying connection. "You can," he said. "You must." He said it as if it were a truth, and I allowed myself to think that it could be. The pain tore me in two. I heard cracking sounds. My fingers trembled around Cadouin's hand. "I can't," I sobbed. "I can't, I can't." "You can," he repeated, firmly. It was going to kill me. But one more time I drew in breath, curled all of my limbs in on each other, let out a ragged scream. Crack! The pain dimmed my vision. I felt hands running over the bare, smooth skin of my back. There. Siogan gave me a shaky smile. You are done, Aphie. I fell back into darkness. Chapter 20. Tisaanah. It is strange to call war mundane, but that's what it became. Conflicts running together like blood between rain-soaked cobblestones. When the Khazarans had retreated, they had taken with them breathless whispers of Zareth's foreign witch, who had brought down the cliffs and soaked the stone in blood. Overnight, my reputation caught fire. I was grateful for it. Those whispers were my greatest weapon. Zareth wanted to win, and he wanted to do it quickly. I had no choice in fighting for him. The only thing I could control was how I did it. I could wield death, or I could wield a powerful performance. We were to conquer 6 districts, all of them relatively close to Corvius. The first time I rode out, I had to keep stopping to vomit in the bushes, careful to make sure no one saw me. It wasn't Reshaye's magic making me ill, just my own nerves. Reshaye picked apart my anxieties as if unraveling a piece of embroidery. Keep whispered, confused. I'm not, I replied. I just believe we can be better, and it is easy to destroy. It was a poor answer. Still, I felt it consider the thought. The night before we arrived at the next city, I pulled Samarin far enough away from camp that no one could hear us. If I lose control tomorrow, I told him, do whatever you need to do to make sure I stop. Do you understand? Samarin gave me a long, serious look and nodded grimly. I do. Promise me, Samarin. He put a firm hand on my shoulder. I promise. He made it sound like an unshakable truth, and I was grateful for it. That would become a ritual before every attack. Before the crest of dawn, I would go to Samarin and ask him to make that promise one more time. And to his credit, he always did. But he never needed to fulfill it. I showed these cities exactly what I was capable of doing to them. My spectacles embodied the shattering of their greatest strengths. I collapsed the stone around the most fortified district as if to whisper to them, I can tear your walls like paper. In the one sheltered by the sea, I roiled the waves until they were 10, 20, 50 feet high, to show them I could swallow you whole. I made mountains shudder and fields wither. I filled the sky with smoke and snarling eyes. Upon every target, I unleashed hell. Or, at least, I appeared to. Some of it was a facade. Zareth gave Eslin those vials before every fight, and each time she would support me, drawing stratagrams to bolster my magic and protecting me while I was distracted. I couldn't have done any of it without her help, enhanced by the power Zareth fed her. Each time I came so close to the breaking point, the point where my skin and muscles and blood were burning, and Reshaye clawed for more power, a hair's breadth away from breaking out of my control. With each performance, I would have to fight harder, dig deeper, sacrifice more of myself. Sometimes I would look down to see the ground itself withering to rot beneath my feet, as if death literally surrounded me. I would look at my arms and see the darkness crawling over my veins, spreading by the second. Every time I would have to cede more to Reshaye, and I would think, this is it. This is the one I fail. But in the end, just when I thought it was over, our opponents would surrender. The battles, though, were far from bloodless. Yes, there were dozens of corpses instead of hundreds, sometimes hundreds instead of thousands. But the armies still clashed. I became a target quickly, and when you're a target, it is impossible to survive without killing. I wished I could say that I remembered the faces of every person whose flesh rotted beneath my magic, but the truth was they blended together quickly, struck down in panicked moments of barely tethered control. Sometimes those deaths were the only thing that kept Reshaye's hunger at bay. Still, I would dream of decaying faces. For days I would dream. Reshaye grew more and more restless, and yet it was also more withdrawn than ever. Our performances exhausted it so much that I would often go days without hearing it whisper. But at night, our dreams would tangle. I had the strangest, most vivid nightmares, dreams of blinding white and betrayal. I dreamed of Reshaye as I had seen it in the Miskov estate, in the deepest level of magic. And I dreamed that someone was reaching for me, and for reasons that I could not understand, that was the most terrifying thing. The battles took their toll. I was careful to make sure that no one saw anything but strength, there or after. But as soon as I was alone in my room, I would collapse. The sickness was stronger every time. The deeper I dug, the higher the cost. Nura would always be there, holding my hair back when I vomited or forcing water down my throat when I wasn't. I never asked her to. Once I croaked, barely conscious, "Why are you doing this?" She'd given me a cold stare. "Would you rather I leave you here on your washroom floor?" she said, dryly. "Or would you prefer I call someone else to help wipe up your vomit?" I'd had nothing to say to that. The truth was, I was too sick to be alone, and I didn't want to let anyone see me that way, not even Samarin. We never spoke of it again. Between battles, I remained in Corvius. I attended Zareth's meetings, though they grew more frantic and less measured. His own carefully cultivated performances were disintegrating.
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. Sometimes, when we were in close proximity, my magic could feel something strange pulsing off of his, like a song that was off-key in a way I couldn't pin. As time passed, the notes grew more sour. After one meeting, when Zareth could barely string a sentence together, I noticed that his wrist, the same arm where my curse was tattooed on his forearm, was bruised and swollen. He was always in the worst condition after our battles, although he himself never fought. I thought of the vials he gave Eslin before each battle and concocted a weak theory. "He is sick, the same way I get sick, isn't he?" I asked Nura afterwards. "Because of the potions he gives to Eslin. It makes her stronger, better. But I can tell that it isn't," I struggled to find the right word, "normal magic." Nura gave me a pointed look. "I have been instructed not to discuss this." The tone of her voice made it clear we both understood it to be a confirmation. Still, I took no pleasure in being right. Because if Zareth was dabbling in deep magic to do whatever he was doing to help Eslin, that meant the curse may not be outside the realm of possibility. And what about the spell binding my life to his? Is that part of it too? I said. Does that mean it's real? Her expression flickered and she shook her head. That I don't have the answer to. No one did, it seemed. In my spare time, I combed through books, searching for information about whatever he had or hadn't done, and whether it was truly possible. Hopeless. I found nothing. Not that I had much time for such things, and in the grand scheme of it all, my research seemed pitifully insignificant. When I was not fighting or training or studying, I was with the refugees. It was hard for them to acclimate to a country so different from their own. I'd had Max to help ease me into this new life. They were all alone. But they were resilient. They adapted, albeit slowly. Still, it was impossible to forget what hung in the balance of my bargain. Every time I visited, Phileas or Riasha would pull me aside, handing me another request for help for someone's brother or wife or long-lost child. For every soul I had managed to save, there were so many who still needed my help. "I'll try," I always told them, and meant it, but my hands were tied. As long as Zareth's war raged on, I could not go fight mine. I kept each name carefully preserved in a wooden box beside my bed. Right beside them were Max's letters. Max. I missed him so much that his absence was a constant ache, like the pain of a missing limb. I tracked his victories carefully. There were many of them. All the whispers had proven true.
General Farleone was exceptionally good at what he did. It started with his triumph in Antedale and only grew more impressive from there. With so few deaths, he skillfully dismantled city after city. Every time people spoke of him, I had to suppress a small, proud smile. Of course he would be incredible. I'd never had a doubt. Still, Maxentius Farleone, acclaimed general, was nothing to me compared to Max, my friend. I didn't receive letters from General Farleone. I received letters from Max, riddled not with battle strategies, but inside jokes that only I would understand, and quiet insecurities that I read in the spaces between his handwriting. And while Max wasn't one to pour his contents of his soul into words, there would always be a few dots at the end of the letter. Dots that represented a pen that had lifted and pressed to the page, hesitated and jerked. Always right before he wrote, "I miss you. Stay safe, please." In those 6 words, I heard all the others he left unwritten. I knew because I would do the same, my pen hovering and dripping over the page. What I wrote was never enough. I miss you. Stay safe, please. And so that refrain went, passed back and forth over dozens of letters. Some days the worry would eat at me so much that I could barely breathe. Worry for Max, yes, but also for the refugees, for Moth, for all the lives that were hanging in the balance, for the noose Zareth tightened around my throat. And then, one day, not long after I returned from one of my most exhausting battles, I was summoned to the refugee dwellings, and that day, my worst fears came to life. Chapter 21. Max. Like most things, it happened in 1,000 little steps. Zareth gave me other orders quickly. There was no shortage of work to be done, after all. All across Ara, there were lords who disputed Zareth's reign. After a few too short, exhausting days in Antedale, we packed up and moved on. I had already decided what I would do. I would repeat Antedale over and over again, as many times as I needed to. I would spin plans to minimize the death tolls as much as I possibly could. I used illusions to smoke out fortified strongholds. I cut off production and starved out cities. I assembled teams of spies and sent them to kidnap key figures instead of barreling through an army's defenses. Tisaanah, after all, had taught me that there was so much one could do with the right kind of performance and a little creativity. I followed her stories closely. It became almost amusing, the divide between what I heard whispered in the streets and what I read in her letters at night. I'd hear the soldiers poring over the stories with hushed, amazed voices, speaking of her as if she was some sort of mythological creature. Some swore she practiced ancient Threllian blood sacrifices. Others speculated to her lineage. Those Threllians will fuck anything, I'm telling you. And a few seemed bizarrely set on the idea that she ate specifically a rare breed of Bezrithian scorpion to gain her power. I'd listen to these people speak of her with such awe, chuckle softly to myself, and then go to my tent and read her letters. Letters filled not with mythological greatness, but with her intimate, rambling thoughts, and, with few exceptions, at least one incredibly immature joke. And for my part, I would collect little stories throughout the day for her. I had grown so accustomed to having her near me, to sharing those things with her. Now I hoarded them like ravens hoarded shiny buttons, presenting them to her compressed in paper and ink. It was never enough to describe everything that I really wanted to say. For a long time, I tried to keep my distance from most of the soldiers. I was stuck with Moth. He rarely strayed from my side, and though I'd never express it, I preferred it that way. But the less I interacted with the others, the better. They had good leadership in Areth and Asani, I told myself. I had little more to offer. But then, one day, not long after we departed Antedale, I was walking through the camp only to come across a makeshift sparring ring, a few soldiers gathered around it. One of the men fighting was getting absolutely destroyed. I stood there for 5 minutes and saw him hit the ground as many times. I watched, then paced, then left, then backtracked, growing increasingly restless. What was I supposed to do? Sit here and let them do it wrong? Eventually, I couldn't stop myself from swooping in, grabbing the losing soldier's sword from his hands. "This is an embarrassment," I huffed. "Look, try this." And that's how it started. A corrected technique here, a suggestion there, one or two throwaway demonstrations. But soon they became organized lessons, and soon more and more of the soldiers began to attend them. They extended beyond fighting, to encompass wielding too. And before long, I found myself mentally planning entire training structures, identifying the Army's biggest gaps, and figuring out how to close them. One day, I blinked and realized I had taken over Asani and Arith's regular training duties, leading the troops through the drills myself. I now knew many of the soldiers by name, and beyond that, I knew their strengths and weaknesses. I was good at this. I even enjoyed it. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. There was a deep satisfaction to it, to seeing it all come together click, like a puzzle piece snapping into place. But this was also the same thing that kept me awake at night, feeling the weight of all those lives pressing down on my chest. With every new name I learned, my resentment of everything that had led them to this moment festered. The weeks wore on. I collected another victory, then 2, then 6. They didn't have significant death tolls, all things considered, or at least that's what others told me. I was never convinced. I composed every one of the letters to the families of those we did lose, and whether those letters took an hour or 6 or 10, they all weighed equally on me. I couldn't look at the body of a 22-year-old boy and pat myself on the back because there weren't more in his grave. I was acutely aware, at all times, exactly what was at stake. Zareth demanded a pace that was near inhuman, but after many weeks of no rest, my soldiers were exhausted. Exhausted soldiers were slow or short-tempered. Slow soldiers got killed. Short-tempered ones killed others. Both things that I wanted to avoid. And we happened to be within a detour's distance to Marietta. Marietta was Air's capital of sin and debauchery, exactly the kind of place that would welcome an army on leave with open arms. But more importantly, it was the home to an old friend, one that might have answers about the curse Zareth claimed to hold over Tisaanah's life. That, I decided, would be worth the detour. Chapter 22. Tisaanah. Cyril's message asking me to visit the refugees seemed urgent. I was exhausted when I received it. I'd only just returned from one of the bloodiest battles so far. Reshaye's dreams had been especially vivid the night before, and my eyelids were lead. Not that any of that mattered. Whenever any of the refugees called on me, I went. By the time I finished reading the message, I was already reaching for my shoes, casting a wistful glance to the bed. Next time, I promised it. As it often did, attention turned to me as soon as I arrived. The legends that everyone else whispered about me spread here, too. Even Sarah looked at me differently than he once had, like there was another foreign piece of me that he didn't understand. Sometimes those looks made me swallow a bitter pang of loneliness. A part of me had hoped these people would become my family. But just as I was not Nizrenis enough, not Aran enough, not Voltane enough, I was not quite enough one of them either. There was an unspoken rift between us, a certain distance to the way they interacted with me. I was used to being looked at, but the stares I got when I arrived today were different. Everything was quieter. My magic tasted unease in the air. Something was off. Tisaanah! Still, it was amazing how the sound of that familiar Therenic voice lifted my spirits. I turned to see Cyril approaching. He pulled me into a rough, quick embrace. "Thank you," he murmured in my ear. "I know you're busy." "Never too busy for this." I surveyed the people who had paused to stare at me, a wrinkle forming between my brows. Is everything all right? Something dulled in Cyril's expression. We're fine, he said. But? My smile faded. What? What happened? Over Cyril's shoulder, Phileas appeared in an open doorway. Cyril was at least trying to keep up a cheerful facade. But Phileas? Phileas' face was hard with anger. Pinched between his fingers was a parchment letter. We need to talk, Nizrenis witch, he said. The table, like everything else about the apartment, was run down, rough boards simply nailed together atop uneven legs. The table itself was not notable. What was notable was what covered it. Letters. There were dozens of them, scattered across the tabletop, piled on top of each other. They all were crafted out of similar parchment, and all bore a seal in a certain shade of red that made a pit tighten in my stomach. A group of people clustered around the table, silent as their gazes turned to me. Phileas gestured to the letters. Read. Which one? Anyone. I picked up a letter. It was written in a shaky hand, dotted with a darkened red. My dear, I did not want to write this. I do not want to worry you. I was not given a choice. With every sentence, I felt as if my blood was draining from my body. I put down that letter, picked up another, and another. Different handwriting, different words, but all saying the same thing. They're all the same, Phileas said, tension thick in his voice. All make the same demands. Apparently, Reshaye said, the Zorokovs did not like the stunt you pulled at the Mikovis estate. My knees were weak. I sat down in a rickety chair. Shit. They were all written by slaves. Specifically, slaves owned by members of the Zorokov family, one of the most powerful dynasties in Threl. Slaves that were loved ones of the refugees that now lived here, in Ara. And every one of these letters, written under clear duress, begged for only one thing. Me. My life. Turned over to the Threlian lords to face justice for the slaughter of Esmaris and Azin Mikov. Justice. What a ridiculous term to describe what it was that they wanted to do. Threlian society cared nothing for justice. If I were a Threlian man, what I did would be something to respect and fear. Well, they feared me all right, and they feared the orders. But I'd seen firsthand how Threlians reacted when power was wielded against them by people they didn't think deserved it. I'd seen wives who took too many liberties with their husbands' estates hung and gutted. I'd seen overly ambitious second sons get their throats slit by displeased older brothers. And what I'd done had been orders of magnitude worse. They couldn't dangle me from the gallows themselves, but they could threaten their own slaves, parents and siblings and friends of those now under my protection, in exchange for me. Smart. Ruthless. Suddenly I felt so naive. I knew this was a risk, but I didn't think it would happen so fast, while my hands were still tied. How did they find us so quickly? I murmured. Sarah winced. Many of the people here wrote to their friends and relatives as soon as we were settled. It would only take one intercepted letter. Did you know about this? Phileas asked, and I snapped my head up. No, of course not. They would have threatened the orders, too. Threatened those who now controlled the Mikovis estate. They're just as afraid of the orders as they are of you. The arch-commandant didn't tell you? Of course Zareth wouldn't have said anything. Lately, Zareth could barely construct a sentence without losing track of his own words. No, he did not. But you can get them out, a small voice said, from one of the girls in the crowd. Can't you? One of those letters is from my nephew, another added. He's only 7. I closed my eyes. A headache bloomed behind my temples. We will get them out, and the orders will support us as we do it. We shouldn't have left, someone in the group murmured. And though no one responded aloud, my magic could feel the pang of guilt in the air, a ripple of silent agreement. "Let's not pretend that the Aarons will do anything to help us," Phileas said. "They have bigger things to worry about. If our kin need us, then we'll need to go help them ourselves." My stomach fell through my feet. "You can't do that. It may be the only choice we have. Because the Zorokovs will slaughter you, and they will slaughter your loved ones." I stood, eyes scanning the crowd. "Trust me, I want immediate action just as much as you do. But if you give me time, we can win this. Zareth Aldris doesn't win his war without me. He needs me, and I have bound the Aarons to their promises. The minute their war is over, ours begins. With their resources, we won't be throwing more corpses at the Threllians' feet. We'll be winning. And how long will that take for Aldris to pick off Cesarus' cousins one by one? Even then, they won't surrender. That's a dream." Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. I hated how much his words echoed my own insecurities. It will be a quick victory. We just need time. But would it be quick enough? I wished I could make that promise, but it wouldn't be so simple. "We need to trust her," Cyril said. "She came back for us when no one else would. She didn't have to do that. If she says it's the truth, then it's the truth." A bitter laugh came from another corner of the room. "Bullshit!" I knew that voice. My head snapped up, and I saw a familiar face in the back of the crowd, far enough in the shadows that I hadn't noticed him when I first arrived. He looked better than he had when I last saw him. The scars of his face had been repaired, revealing freckled, healed skin. But his lip was still split, and his nose still missing, leaving behind 2 gaping holes. A cane was clutched in his hand. "Voss!" I choked out. "Voss, my old friend, whom I had betrayed at Esmerice's estate the day that Cyril had helped me leave. He had paid the price many times over for my escape. He regarded me with a cold stare, a sneer twitching at his ruined mouth. "Say that to me," he spat. "Tell me that they should trust you." I needed words, the right words, now more than ever. I needed words that were comforting enough to assure the refugees that I would be able to help them. I needed words that were strong enough to keep them from doing something stupid. And above all, I needed words that were true. In Esmerice's court, my tongue had spun so many honey-sweet lies. But these people deserved more, deserved better. What did I have to offer them? "We will find a way," I said. But Phileas was already shaking his head, and Voss had turned away. And still I couldn't shake the cloying, nauseating taste of sugar. Chapter 23. F. When I woke, it took me several long seconds to realize that what we had witnessed in the House of Reeds had not been a nightmare. My memory came back slow. The monsters first, and then the memory of what I had done, what I had let them see. I lay there, unmoving. I wasn't ready to see how they would look at me. Shiban already knew what I was, just as everyone in the House of Obsidian did. I had gotten used to that. But Katawan, Ishka, Ashraya, it had been a long, long while since I had seen someone find out for the first time. But I would need to face it eventually. I opened my eyes. It was dusk. The others gathered around the fire, and every one of them turned to me as soon as I stirred. They had been waiting. I sat up. Everything ached. There was a tenuous silence as Katawan offered me water, which I accepted, and food, which I did not. "Did you see?" I asked Shiban, and I didn't need to say what I was talking about. She told me that she, Ashraya, and Katawan had too been attacked by the strange fey creatures. There had been hundreds or even thousands of them. Shiban had sounded shaken when she recounted it. When Shiban was shaken, the world was a frightening place. They had managed to escape with a combination of Shiban's fighting skills, Ashraya's wings, and some clever magic from Katawan, which he had used to raise the tidewaters and freeze it around the creature's feet. At that, I couldn't help but shoot him a glance of surprise. Magic, at least in the Pales, was often ritualistic and slow, not the sort of thing that was utilized in battle. "Thank the gods that you were able to escape too," I muttered when the story was done, and Shiban nodded. There was a long, drawn-out silence, all those eyes on me. "You are an ensnare," Ishka said at last. "You are cursed," Ashraya spat. I flinched, and there it was, ensnare. I hated the word, hated the way it had taken everything from me. But most of all, I hated that it was the truth of what I was. Cursed, tainted, life thief. Could I argue with any of those definitions? That was what I was. A creature that stole magic from others, like a carrion bird. Scriptures told of people like me. Ensnares were incarnations of corruption. Mathira, the mother of all souls, sheltered the bodiless spirits of all Sydney away from the corrupted forces beyond her reach. But before birth, my soul must have slipped from her grasp, wandering out into the poison beyond her safety. It was very rare, and it was terrible. "She saved your general's life," Shiban said sharply, "by stealing our magic. That's why the Sydney sent her, to steal." Ashraya stalked back and forth before the fire. Ishka was still and silent as glass. "That is not true," I said, even though I didn't fully understand why my father had sent me. "I am here because we have a bigger threat to worry about than you." "It is dangerous for her to be here," Ashraya sneered. "The gods cursed her," Shiban let out a hiss through her teeth. "That is a silly superstition." "Not so silly that your own Tyrna doesn't believe it," he shot back. I had been wondering, but now I understand why her title was stripped. "She is still a loyal Sydney," Shiban snapped, "and a good soldier." I flinched. The truth of it was a stabbing pain, striking deep before anger overwhelmed the hurt. The anger was for Ashraya, because I'd be damned if I was going to let a Wishraj brute speak to me that way. But the hurt ran deeper. I did not miss Shiban's choice of words. Still, Shiban respected me, and I treasured that respect more than any precious gemstone. But that one word reminded me that she respected me in spite of what I was. She still saw the corruption in me, still judged it, even if she thought my character was stronger. Katawan's voice came from behind me. "Perhaps it's easier for you to hate what you know than to hate what we just saw. But we don't have time for you to make yourself feel better by tearing apart a false enemy. AF's magic is the only reason she and Ishka made it out of there alive. And who would have saved them if she didn't have it? The gods?" He drawled the word, the sarcasm as sharp as a blade drawn across skin. I couldn't look at him, but I could imagine the intensity of his stare as it dismantled Ashraya, piece by piece, the same way it did me. "What we saw," he said, deadly quiet, "is what could become of us, and we do not even understand it." There was a long silence, and then Ishka's stare fell to me. "Thank you," he said. "You saved both our lives." Ashraya started to protest, but Ishka shot him a harsh look. "We have bigger dangers looming over us," he said. His gaze slipped far away, and I knew he was thinking of what we had seen. Those people, those monsters. "No one found any survivors?" I whispered. "Nothing but those things," Ashraya said, voice gruff. "Entire population of the House of Reeds?" I muttered a curse beneath my breath, and cast Katawan a sidelong glance. Was that anything at all like— No, he shook his head. No, that wasn't what they did to us. They? Ishka repeated. Then we believe this to be the work of the humans? I scoffed. Of course we do. Who else would it be? A long silence. Here sat some of the most powerful warriors of the most powerful houses in the Fey world, and yet we were all too frightened for words. It was one thing for humans to attack a small house with the power of their numbers alone, but this? We should go back and burn it, Ishka said at last. It would be the most respectful thing to do. My head whipped towards him. Burn it? That is a mistake, Katawan said. We need to investigate further. The things we saw, Ishka said, were hardly alive, and whatever is left of them has been debased beyond all recognition. My chest ached at the thought of it. I couldn't bring myself to answer. He was right, of course. The House of Reeds were a proud people. It would be a great dishonor to them to allow them to live this way. Katawan spoke, his voice low. I thought there would be nothing worse than for them to kill us all. But now, here they are, making us do it for them. It is the only mercy we can give them, Ishka said. Katawan gave Ishka a cold stare, then got up and left without another word. The House of Reeds was difficult to burn.
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. The air was damp and the ground wet, and we needed to start fires all around the perimeter of the walls, then accelerate them with Ishka and Kaduan's whispered spells. It was dusk by the time we succeeded, the orange flames bleeding into the mist. The sky was bright red when the screams began, sickening shrieks that raked down my spine. The fire moved slowly. They wailed long into the night, and we just lay there and listened. Chapter 24. Max. The excitement around our trip to Marietta was palpable. Everyone was hungry for rest and fun, more than ready for all the delicious trouble the city had to offer. This, after all, wasn't just any stop. It was Marietta, the city famously willing to cater to any vice. Marietta, I heard one of the soldiers mutter to his friend once the news of our stop began to spread. Was that Farleone's idea? I tried very hard not to smirk as his companion let out a snort and replied, I doubt he'd even know what to do in a place like that. After what, a decade off in the mountains? Ah, if only they knew. I'd spent plenty of time there years ago, though the city probably remembered me more than I remembered it. In the years following the war, when I'd wandered the country in a grief and drug-induced haze, Marietta had welcomed me with a lover's open arms. After all, there was no better place to lose yourself, and myself was the only thing I had left to lose. I remembered very little from that time. Still, once we got there, the atmosphere dredged up memories that I thought I'd long ago buried. Even from a distance, the city was beautiful, glittering glass spires lit with strings of lights, all rising to the city's famous domed peak, which was topped with flower arrangements that spilled down its sides. That dreamy, glamorous excess trickled down the streets, which were winding and narrow, teeming with music and the scent of sweat and perfume. That was what got me. The little things. The faint whiff of those Mariottan flowers, the twang of a song, the misty image of inns lit up with warmth. All painfully sharp shards of memories I thought I had discarded, but still couldn't assemble. The soldiers dispersed almost immediately upon entering the city limits, though Muff lingered by my side. "Ever been here before?" I asked him, even though his round-eyed staring made the answer very obvious. He shook his head. "It's easy to find trouble here, so don't go wandering into any—" "No, Muff, definitely don't go there," I grumbled, yanking his arm. He had slowed a bit too much while walking past a gaudily decorated building surrounded by even more gaudily decorated women.
Still, even as I dragged him along, his neck craned as he turned back to wave back at the giggling ladies. I rolled my eyes. Samarin was a bad influence. "Listen," I said, "this is probably the only time off we're going to have for quite a while, so you'd be smart to use the chance for some, 'Hey, Muff, Muff!'" We both turned to see one of my soldiers, Jorge, a teenage boy just a few years older than Muff, waving wildly from down the street. Without another word, Muff was already hurrying off to meet him. "See you tomorrow, Max. Don't do anything idiotic," I called after him, somewhat insulted to be so easily abandoned. I watched him go and fought an inexplicable tension in my chest as I considered all the trouble that one especially accident-prone teenage boy could get into in a city as seedy as Marietta. Ascended above. I was getting old. I shoved my hands into my pockets and turned out towards the streets. Crowds surrounded me, which, of course, I hated. If Tisaanah was here, it might have been worth putting up with it just to watch her as she experienced it all. It would have delighted her. I remembered her face the day I had brought her to the capital. She'd gotten this look in her eyes, this gleeful, overwhelmed amazement, and for the first time I had thought to myself, I suppose I could get used to seeing that look. I allowed myself the wistful memory, then shrugged it away and started walking. There was a reason I had come here, after all. I had work to do. The city was quieter as I left downtown, venturing beyond the throngs of partying visitors. In these neighborhoods, sparkling lights meant to entice were replaced by shadows meant to conceal. My memories of my time in Marietta may have been a blur, but my footsteps still knew the path. The building looked exactly as it had 7 years ago, though perhaps a little more run down. The peeling paint around the arched door was now covered up with velvet fabric, perhaps in some attempt at sophistication. Fake gold-sprayed flowers adorned the windowsills. There was no sign, but then it had never needed one. When I stepped inside, I was hit with the scent of rose so strong it made my nostrils burn. Slightly off-key music hung too loud in the air. It was so dark that it took a moment for my eyes to adjust. Even the arrangement of the place hadn't changed. The small lounge lined with benches topped with velvet pillows, little chipped cafe tables, and the suspicious couches that, even back when I was out of my mind on ascended knew what, I knew better than to sit on. I sat down at an empty table, wooden chair, of course, hard surfaces only, and watched the room. They were doing good business tonight. Topless women and topless men leaned over their shadow-draped patrons, dispensing honeyed whispers. "Good evening, soldier. What can I—" I pulled away from a set of hands sliding over my shoulders. "No, thank you." The woman arched an eyebrow, pushing blonde curls behind her ears. "Are you sure about that?" "Very much so, I'm afraid." She shrugged. "Suit yourself," she muttered, wandering off to a more accommodating patron. After so many years, a familiar voice purred from behind me. "You, really, have so little interest in seeing what you've been missing, Lord Farleone?" I turned to see an old friend standing behind my chair, her arms crossed and lips pursed. She was swathed in silky, brightly colored fabrics, a low neckline cradling several gold and silver necklaces. Her gray-streaked chestnut hair was pinned away from a regal face that hadn't aged much since I had last seen her. "If I remember correctly," I said, "paid affection wasn't my particular vice." "I'm surprised that you remember anything at all about the years you spent passed out on my floors." I winced. That does sound more familiar. Her eyes narrowed at me, and she regarded me for a long moment. Then her face broke into a grin, and she waved to the barkeep. "Come, tell me what you're drinking these days, and tell me why you're wearing an ascended damned military uniform. Let's talk somewhere more private." She paused, eyebrow-raising. "That's very flattering, Maxantarius, but I'm long retired." Still, I saw the concern in her gaze. concern, and interest, like a hungry cat with its appetite piqued. Prostitution wasn't the only thing that Eonara was long retired from. She sighed, then waved me to the back of the room. "Oh, fine, come. I'm getting us wine, though. We talk and drink." Eomara's office hadn't changed much since I was last year either. It was jarringly different from the cafe up front. Blue and purple seductive lights replaced with the warm glow of lanterns. Gaudy decorations switched out for bookshelves packed with tomes of every possible color and shape. The room was just large enough for 2 desks, which faced each other. A middle-aged, spindly man with sandy hair and gold glasses hunched over one of them. He looked up as we entered, pushing the glasses up his nose as his eyebrows leapt. "Maxanterius Farleone, ascended be damned! I thought we'd seen the last of you. Actually, thought you'd probably wound up dead in an alley somewhere, to tell you the truth. Until I started hearing those stories about you and Antedale." "Max has plenty of time to tell us all his stories, Eric," Eomara said, waving a silencing hand at her brother. "Express emotions subtly, not dramatically." She perched on the edge of her desk and motioned for me to take a seat, opening the bottle of wine. "Tell me, what brings us the pleasure of your visit? Like Eric said, we did hear all about Antedale. People around here were shocked when it fell. Not just Antedale. I've been following all of it, the others too." Eric blinked at me as if his eyes were struggling to adjust to something that wasn't ink-stained pages. "Took me a while to realize what you've been doing, taking the cities down indirectly. Seemed like a strange strategy for you, of all people." Eomara handed me a glass of wine, which was halfway to my lips when I set it down and gave Eric a hard stare. "Me, of all people?" "Well," Eric shrugged, "you know, with your history." Eomara shot him a glare. "Enough talk of the ugly past. We were glad to hear that you were back. Though I will say I was surprised that Aldris is the one you came back for. You held a special kind of hatred for him years ago." Her gaze went far away. "I always liked him, though. Scrappy, that man, and look where it's gotten him." "Look indeed." I took a long drink of wine, mostly to stop myself from getting into an argument that would serve no purpose. Then I set it down. "Eomara," I said, "what do you know about life magic?" Eomara's face lit up. She set her own drink down and leaned forward, her chin in her palm, looking at me with an interest that was nothing short of ravenous. "What sort of life magic? Would it be possible for someone to create a spell that bound one life to another? If one person dies, so would the other?" "That would be terrible," remarked Eric. "Oh, yes," agreed Eomara, a gruesomely delighted smile tugging at her lips. "Terrible." "I didn't think that such a thing was possible," I went on. "Certainly not something that Valtane magic nor Solari magic could accomplish on their own. No one can manipulate life force like that, and with such poorly defined parameters?" I shook my head. "It's not possible," Eomara said, and for a split second I almost breathed a sigh of relief, until she added, "with traditional magic." But perhaps with Fey magic." I let out a scoff. "So you're saying that it is impossible? Considering that the Fey have been extinct for, 500 years? Eomara's dark eyes sparkled with silent laughter. "Come now, Maxanterius, you've seen too much to be so naive." I hated it, but she was right. I blinked, and as they always did in times like these, my second eyelids seemed so much more noticeable now, a constant reminder of all the magic in the world that I failed to understand. "So you think that they're still out there?" She shrugged. "I have heard stories. Who hasn't? But even if they are, have a little imagination. Humans have only had magic for a few hundred years. Nothing in the grand scale of innovation. There's still so much we haven't discovered. Like, perhaps hybrid approaches. Valtane and Solari and Fey magics, all manipulated until they become something that is all and none of them at once. Her eyebrow twitched. A fourth type that we've yet to fully uncover. A fourth magic. Like Reshaye. Like the magic that it had left inside of me. Even if such a thing did exist, I said, a typical human wouldn't be able to wield it. Just as a Valtane can't wield Solari magic and vice versa. It would need to come from somewhere deep. They certainly would run a significant risk of going insane or contracting a nasty case of Amaril. Amaril magic toxicity sickness. A fucking awful way to die. But that doesn't mean it's impossible, Iomara went on. Very few things are, actually, when you have a little vision. I scoffed. I didn't need vision. I had seen plenty and could imagine much worse. Besides, Iomara's problem had always been her vision. She had too much of it, and many people in the orders did not like the specters that lingered in its shadows. She had never gotten the support, neither moral nor financial, for her research. Still, she was one of the most brilliant people I'd ever met. Now she leaned back in her chair, taking another long sip of wine, clearly deep in delighted thought about all the possibilities I had laid out. I suspect, she said, that if one were to do it, it would simply be a matter of cost. Cost? All magic requires energy, obvious to anyone who's ever done it, yes? Certainly. Thus, we already have an established truth in this. Magic has a cost. Imagine, then, a spell with an exponentially high cost. Instead of just giving you a bad headache, when the spell executes, it demands life force. Enough of it to kill someone. It isn't binary, you see. The difference between life and death isn't a line. It's a chasm. And a spell like this would have to pull from deep within the levels of magic, down where the rules aren't as clear. She lapsed into thought. It's a little sickening, isn't it? What a gruesome idea. Such a spell would have incredible cost to create. Imagine sacrificing that much of yourself just to drag another soul back with you when you go. Imagine, indeed. My mouth had gone dry. I had come here with the wild hope that Iomara would tell me it couldn't be done. If Iomara said that something was impossible, it truly was impossible. But even when I walked through this door, a part of me knew that would be too easy. She was only giving voice to what I already knew and didn't want to believe. So how would one break it? I asked, and Iomara's eyebrows lurched. What a question indeed! How does one break a blood pact? I let out a puff of air through my teeth, and Iomara chuckled. Exactly. Not impossible, but damn difficult. You're better off trying to find a way to maneuver around the chains than gnaw your own arm off. Perhaps my unease was clear across my face because Iomara frowned and leaned forward. Tell me, Max, is this really just theoretical? I was silent. Perhaps that was answer enough for her. I'm sorry that I do not have a clearer answer for you, she said. Perhaps you should consider visiting Vardir. My gaze snapped back to her. Absolutely not. I know that you disapprove of his tactics. Disapprove of his? I let out a scoff, shaking my head. Unbelievable. She shrugged. Just a suggestion. He would know more about this than me. Is that miserable lunatic even still alive? Iomara gave me a peculiar look. He is in Ilizath, Max, she said, as if it was borderline pitiful that I didn't know. And in a sense, she was right. Being sent to Ilizath was a huge event, and it happened so rarely that when it did, the rumors flew through the orders like wildfire. But then, I'd spent almost a decade after the war in a state of either severe inebriation or total isolation. There was plenty of news that I had missed. And of course, my only thread of connection to the outside world, Samarin, would not be especially eager to keep me up to date on Vardir, of all people. He was, after all, the man who was responsible for Reshaye. No, I shook my head. There's nothing that I need to know badly enough to see him. A lie, even if I wished it was true. Iamara shrugged and took another sip of wine. Suit yourself, Captain, but I think you know as well as I do that you have to look in unsavory places for unsavory information. That's why you're here, isn't it? Chapter 25. Tisaanah. I heard a terrible, terrible scream. My eyes opened and blinked blearily at the ceiling. Sweat plastered my body. A dream? Or the scream came again, the kind of sound that stripped me from the inside out. I jolted upright and paid for it with a splitting pain in my head. Still, I forced myself out of bed, threw on a robe, and went to the door. It was not hard to follow the sound. It echoed down the hallways of the Farleone estate, nearly non-stop, as if whoever was making it was in such agony they didn't even need to stop to breathe. In the back of my mind, Reshaye coiled. Why? A slow hiss. I padded barefoot through the wing, following the sounds. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. Eventually, I turned a corner that led to a hallway that was completely dark, save for one door with light spilling from beneath it. The scream was so loud here that I couldn't even hear myself think. The door opened easily to my touch. 4 figures huddled in the center of the room, heads bowed. I recognized Nora immediately. 2 of the others donned tight-fitting black leather, spears mounted across their backs, Saracen. The 4th was just a head of white curly hair, kneeling. The scream went on and on. "What's wrong with them?" I had to raise my voice. I didn't realize I had spoken out loud until all those faces turned to look at me. Ariadne! And Sarah, still wearing her red sash. The kneeling Valtane was Willa, crouched over the bed. I realized who lay there. Eslin. She was writhing in the most unnatural way, as if every muscle in her body was spasming in different directions. Her black jacket had been opened, and her tanned skin was mottled with patches of purple. "What are you doing here?" Nora said, sharply. I heard the screaming. Screaming? I went to Eslin's bedside. The figure I was looking at looked nothing like the cocky, strong woman I fought beside. This looked like a corpse, or worse. Her abdomen, once powerful and muscular, now twitched with sweat-slicked shudders. Tiny veins beneath her skin seemed to all push towards the surface, pulsing and black. "What happened to her?" I asked again. "Amoral," Willem murmured, not looking up. Amoral? I had never heard the term before. What? Another scream split through my skull. Reshaye recoiled so violently that I staggered backwards, my hands going to my ears. And Sarah muttered, "Get her out of here." Nora approached me, eyes narrowed. "What's wrong?" I looked at her as if she were insane. What's wrong? What kind of a question was that? I could barely hear any of them over that scream. Gods, how could any set of lungs scream for this long? But then I realized no one else was reacting to the sound. Eslin's lips, though they were contorted in agony, were not parted. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. Eslin's pain surrounded me. Reshaye ran circles in my mind, desperate to escape her suffering. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground. Nora reached for me, and I gave her a snarl that I wasn't sure fully belonged to me. "Get her out of here," Aunt Sarah said, more sharply, and Nora shot her a glare before grabbing my arm and dragging me upright. "Let's go." I was so disoriented that I barely tracked our path. Nora led me to a separate wing of the house, far from where my room was. It was another apartment, bigger than mine, and she barely paused before leading me out through a set of glass doors onto a small balcony. The screams were quieter here, and the cold air made my heartbeat slow. Reshaye settled, though it still paced my thoughts like a dog guarding the windows. Nora poured me a small glass from a liquor bottle and handed it to me, then poured another for herself. I looked down at the amber liquid. It was trembling. My hands were shaking. "Just whiskey," Nora muttered. "Trust me, you need it." I know I do. She wasn't wrong. I downed it on a single gulp and exhaled tension. What did I just see? I asked. Eslin is sick. Sick how? Nora poured herself another glass, which she nursed more slowly. Sirazin gamble with magic far deeper than the magic Voltane or Solari use. The levels, I murmured, remembering what Eslin had told me on our way to Thrall. There were different streams of magic. Voltane, Solari, Fae, and something deeper than all of them. That was why they took the Sirazins' eyes. Removing their sight gave them a greater sensitivity to the lowest levels of magic, though even then they could only dip into it for seconds at a time. Right, and what they do is dangerous. Nora let out a breath through her teeth. Her eyes were downcast, and she shook her hair out with one hand, going silent. I watched her carefully. It would be easy to write Nora off as unfeeling, but there was a grim sadness in her now, as if she too was trying to shake away what we had just seen. They modify themselves, push themselves, to be able to wield that fourth layer of magic, she said. But human flesh was never meant to withstand that. And sometimes it doesn't. That's when you get amoral. Toxicity sickness from wielding magic not intended for you. But why? Why now? Why does any illness choose its target? Amoral is so often random. Maybe she pushed a little too far, or stayed down there a little too long. Maybe she hit some toxic pocket of magic. Maybe she ate undercooked meat 5 days ago, which interfered with her body in just the right way, and the stars aligned. We just don't know enough about it. But, her face hardened. Eslin has been taking extra risks lately. Zareth's potions. Nora nodded, barely. Because of the vials that Zareth gave her before battles, the ones that made her so much stronger. I understood that whatever he was doing to create them played a role in his decline. It stood to reason that it would play a role in Eslin's too. Nora took another sip, her eyes slipping out over the mountains. But even aside from Eslin's unique circumstances, it's not a terribly uncommon fate for the Sirazin. Then she gave me a curious look. You said you heard screaming? I did. Reshaye did. As if awakened by the sound of its name, Reshaye slithered to the front of my skull, taking in Nora with detached disapproval. It draws from deep magic too, she said. Like the Sirazin, but even deeper. What you were hearing may have been coming from there, she waved her hand out into the air, instead of here. Is that how it works? Who knows? No one understands this. But that's why you need to be careful. Eslin got sick because she wielded magic that was too deep for too long in the wrong way. And I was wielding magic even deeper than that, for longer. I did get so sick after using Reshaye's magic, but that was nothing compared to what I just witnessed. What will happen to Eslin? I asked, quietly. She'll die. They always do. Always? A pause. One time, I saw someone survive it. Just once. But she was never the same. Reshaye still paced at the front of my thoughts, like a caged panther sizing up the bars of its cage. My head was still in splitting pain. Stop that, I told it. My fingers went to my temple. It took all of my strength to push Reshaye back, forcing it into a secluded corner of my mind. What? Nora was giving me a curious look. Why does Reshaye hate you so much? The corners of her mouth tightened. Reshaye hates everything. Reshaye hissed, as if offended by this characterization. It hates you more. Probably because Max does. Despite myself, despite everything else I had to worry about, hearing Nora say Max's name always made my jaw clench in sheer petty protectiveness. It isn't that, Reshaye whispered. You tried to wield it, I said. Of course I did. Of course. My stomach turned. To think that she wanted this thing, after what it did to Max, after what it did to the Farleones. Sometimes I found myself thinking of Nora as a reluctant ally, but in moments like this, I was revolted by her. I didn't let it show. But she cast me a knowing glance, as if she still felt my unspoken judgment. "Do not think," she said, quietly, "that I did not have a reckoning with that thing." Reshaye snarled, and the memories came in razor-sharp flashes. Nora, looking into the mirror, flushed, shaking. A set of bloody hands in the sand of the sparring ring, forcing herself upright, again. Nora, in cold water and utter darkness. Nora, slicing her own arm open. The images disappeared just as suddenly as they overtook me. The silence and the gentle breeze assaulted me. Nora had poured herself another drink. "I heard about what's happening in Threl," she said, "with the Zarokov family. You should have just done what Zareth wanted you to from the beginning. Then the war would be over, and you could go to them. It was too dangerous."
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. The longer you draw this out, the more people will die. I gave her a long stare. She was older now than she was in Max's memories of her, but the look in her eye, ruthless and certain, was still the same. How many times had she told Max, told herself, the same thing in the wake of Sarlazai? And yet there was a part of me that wondered if perhaps she was right. "I want it to be a world worth saving," I said. A wry smile twisted her lips. "You must think I'm made of stone. Ice, perhaps. Because ice froze over in layers, obfuscating whatever lay beneath it. There was something else there, I knew. She hadn't always been this way. Even now, I saw the sadness in her eyes." A short laugh. "I don't like that. Ice is too fragile." Her silver eyes slipped to me. "I'd be careful who you judge, Tisaanah. Maybe one day you'll stand where I do. You'll cut away every weakness. You'll make every sacrifice. And then the world will look at you and sneer at your inhumanity, as if you didn't just become everything they told you to be." She took a long drink and turned to the mountains. "Eslin was my friend once," she murmured. "I'm not looking forward to watching her die." It seemed strange to pity Nora, and yet I understood more than I wanted to how lonely it was to chop away everything that connected you to other human souls. I lifted my glass. "To the dead," I said. Nora lifted hers. "To the dead." She downed the rest of her glass in one gulp, then turned and looked up to the Farlione mansion. It loomed over us, and she glared back at it, as if she could stare it into submission. "You know," she said, plainly, "I hate this fucking house." Chapter 26. Afei. 7 skies, what is that forsaken fucking stench? Ashraya's booming voice shook the camp. I couldn't help but agree. It was impossible not to. We had just returned from hunting, and Shoban and Ishka from gathering firewood. One look at the wrinkles of disgust on their noses told me they were thinking the same thing. We all blinked at each other. Then my eyes slipped to the far corner of our camp, where Kaduan's tent stood. "Kaduan?" I called. "Shh," Shoban said, raising a finger. We went silent. And then I heard it. Strange sounds from the woods. "Kaduan?" I called again. The answer came from the forest. "Over here," he called back. I trudged through the brush until I reached a small clearing, and immediately had to swallow bile. I uttered a curse that came out as gibberish because I didn't trust myself to open my mouth without vomiting. The others were right behind me. Ashraya's curse was louder than mine, drowning out Sioban's gasp. Kaduan looked at us and drew a hand over his forehead. Flecks of cloudy purple dotted his face. "I know," he said. "It's not pleasant." "Not pleasant," I repeated. There was a Mathira-damned body sprawled out, opened, on a makeshift table in the center of the clearing. It had been cut open from throat to navel, exposing a mushy expanse of guts and flesh, all grayish-purple. The face was covered by a small piece of white fabric, but greasy tendrils of red-gold hair hung over the edge of the table. "What?" Ishka said, deadly quiet. "Are you doing?" We were all thinking it. He'd gone insane. Not that anyone could blame him.
It took me a moment to realize what I was looking at. The body on the table was most noticeably disfigured because of its opened abdomen. But its limbs, too, were twisted and gnarled, the skin grayish and too formless. "It's from the House of Reeds," I said. "She," Cadouin repeated, nodding. "She is one of the Fae slain in the House of Reeds. Yes." I pressed the back of my hand over my nose and stepped forward. The closer I came, the stranger the body looked. I had seen many dead bodies in states of disrepair. I knew what normal Fae guts looked like. This was not right. This was too gray, too formless. "What are you doing?" Ishka repeated, most sharply. "We needed answers," Cadouin replied. He didn't take his eyes off the thing on the table. I was hoping I was wrong. His gaze flicked up to meet mine, and I glimpsed raw fear. "This is a Fae woman," he said. "Or was a Fae woman. No longer." "I don't understand," Shoban said. "Clearly something had happened to." "Not happened to. She has inherently changed." He stepped back, grabbing a cloth to wipe his hands. "Her blood is tainted with human blood. And there is something else there, too. Something magic. I can't identify it." He frowned as his voice trailed off, looking like he didn't even realize that he had stopped speaking. "What does that mean?" I said, quietly. A knot of dread clenched in my stomach. "It means that someone tried to change her into some sort of hybrid creature." Cadouin pulled the cloth from over the Fae's corpse's head, revealing a face that was somehow astoundingly beautiful and gut-wrenchingly hideous all at once. Her features had been ever so slightly rearranged, seeming to blur no matter how I focused. Her skin was sallow and sagging, violet veins blooming beneath its slick surface. Even I could not identify what was so wrong about it. Yet it was uncomfortable to look at. This was the face that had once belonged to someone who loved and smiled and laughed, and it had been corrupted. "Why?" I choked out. "Why would they do that? And how?" Shoban said. "A whole house? All at once?" Cadouin shook his head, still not looking away from the corpse. "I do not know. Perhaps it's weaponry," I said. "A way to kill them all, quickly. I know very well that they do not need to do this to kill. No, I think whatever this was, it was a failure." He lifted his knife, pointing to the exposed innards of the body. "Even just over the last several hours, all of this has degraded. Her body is withering away as we speak. Her own blood is poisoning her. We didn't kill this one. I found her beyond the walls, untouched by the fires, likely drowned in her own dissolved organs. Slowly." His voice was calm and level, but his knuckles were white around the handle of his blade. "I do not think," he said, "that this is what the humans wanted to happen. I think that this is a failed experiment. They weren't trying to destroy. They were trying to create. And what we are looking at now is a Fae caught in between. Just as a Fae was caught in between last night." His eyes flicked up to mine, bright and furious. "The land itself was corrupted there. Don't tell me that you did not feel it as I did. I had felt it, seeping all the way down to the core of the earth. Whatever they did, it killed their own kind too," he went on. "I found a human corpse not far from this one. The same corruption, same disfigurement, but in worse shape. There was not much to salvage." Ishka let out a long breath through his teeth. "Then what does this tell us but that the humans are ruthless creatures? We already knew that. It tells us a great deal. And perhaps it could have told us more if we had not torched the city before we could investigate." Ishka's stare hardened. "You're saying that they are trying to create something with Fae magic," I said. "Fae and human magic." And I cleared my throat, the next word striking too close to the ones that had been hurled at me just hours before. "Corrupted, as you call it. I believe so. But I need to learn more to understand why or how." "This is heretic magic," Reshaye growled. "No Fey scholars would be studying such things." It was the truth. The Fey houses were different in so many ways, but one belief they all shared, perhaps the only belief they all shared, was that magic was a gift from the gods. As such, it was a sacred practice, treated with careful reverence, and never, ever to be used or studied blasphemously. I knew those teachings well, of course. They were the same ones that condemned me for the magic that lived in my veins. "No Fey scholars," Cadouin said, "but perhaps Narajan ones." My head snapped up. I thought I must have misheard him. "Narajan?" I echoed. "You propose we write to Naraja?" "I propose we go to Naraja," Cadouin said. "Express emotions subtly, not dramatically." I almost laughed, because the thought was just that ridiculous. Reshaye let out a scoff. "If we were to go to Naraja, none of us would ever be allowed to return home." "You say that as if there's any possibility that we can go there," Shoban added. "But even if we wanted to, we couldn't." "Not that I would ever walk into the kingdom of half-breed traders," Reshaye grumbled. "I'm surprised you would want to speak to people who are willing to fuck the creatures that killed your kin. And I'm sure the Sydney feel even more strongly about it than I." On instinct, I flexed the fingers of my right arm, the one covered not with shameful X's, but my father's esteemed stories. Yes. To so much as suggest that we visit Naraja was, well, implausible, wasn't strong enough of a word. It was a small kingdom, an island that lay between the Fey and human lands, further south even than the House of Nautilus. It was exiled by all Fey houses because its founders had done perhaps the most shameful thing possible. They had interbred with the humans, and they had paid the price many times over for defiling Fey ways with their exile, yes, but also worse. Some of that punishment came from the hand of my own people, my own father. "We cannot visit an exiled nation," I said. "What's stopping us?" Cadouin replied. "What reason is there?" "Exile is permanent and all-encompassing," Ishka said. "By going among them, we defile ourselves." I had never seen Cadouin show anger before, and even now it happened slowly, as if bubbling up beneath the surface of an ice-covered lake. "That is what the humans hold over us," he said quietly. "Ingenuity, adaptability. They learn how to erase their weaknesses. Meanwhile, we'll cling to our symbolic traditions as we watch our own people fall. How far away are any of us from heretical magic? Your people were never intended to half-shift. You learned how to do that. The gods did not give that to you. Is that, too, heretical?" A wrinkle twitched over the bridge of Ishka's nose. "Our traditions are all we have. If we abandon them, then we are saving nothing at all." "Nothing? We are saving lives. Do you think I care at all about my house's traditions, our pointless rules? I would trade all of those things and more to have the souls I lost that day back. And if you say otherwise, then you either lack a brain or a heart." Ishka's eyebrows arched. Reshaye looked as if he were actively holding himself back from decking the king across the face. I had to bite back a gasp, even as I also nursed a twinge of admiration. How easy it was for Cadouin to discard the weight of society. Every day I felt it biting into my skin like chafing ropes, reminding me of exactly what I was and what I could never be. Every second of my life was defined by it, and yet to Cadouin it was inconsequential. Cadouin's gaze flicked to me. The green of his eyes seemed brighter, somehow, with the intensity of his fury. He simply said, "Efe?" And I was struck, yet again, by the way he said my name. I was silent. Perhaps a part of me thought he was right. But that was the part that I spent my whole life choking back, the part that railed against the confines of my blood. that hated my father for discarding me just as much as I loved and admired him. I did not let that part of myself out of its box, and certainly not here, when I was not a disgraced ensnare, but my father's chosen. We will have to find other ways to get answers, I said. The terms of exile are clear, and the Tisaanah would never allow it. Cadwin flinched. He turned away, back to the corpse on the table. We will find another way, I said. Of course, Cadwin replied, dryly. I'm sure we will. We rode out that day, our route unchanged. It felt strange to do anything as planned when the world seemed to have shifted so suddenly. We barely spoke, and at night we set up camp and retreated to our respective tents with little discussion. I lay there sleeplessly for a long time. Finally, I crept from my tent and into the woods. I found Cadwin easily. I thought he would be practicing tonight. Instead, he sat on a fallen tree, head tilted up to the sky. I paused. His eyes were closed, the moonlight spilling down over his cheeks, illuminating his profile. It occurred to me that he had a beautiful face, all those sharp angles perfectly balanced, so still that he looked as if he could be a painting. I was still, not approaching him. Until, Cadwin said, without opening his eyes, "So, I suppose we now know why you are not the Tisaanah." My cheeks heated, and I was grateful that the darkness hid it. "You aren't practicing tonight?" I said. Cadwin's eyes opened, and he looked at me. It was a look that could slice through stone. "How old were you?" he asked. I hesitated. I didn't want to talk about this. I rarely spoke of it with anyone, even at home. How old was I when I found out what I am? When you found out that you are an ensnare? I flinched. The word always felt like a strike. What? Cadwin's eyes searched my face. You dislike the term? As always, he saw more than I wanted him to. Of course I dislike the term, I muttered. I considered walking away. It would be easier. It was what I usually did when I was asked uncomfortable questions. Instead, I found myself settling beside Cadwin. I was 10 years old, I said. A priestess found it in me. She felt it in my magic. I still remembered it in flawless clarity. The priestess had been kneeling before me, her fingers pressed to my forehead. Her magic had been reading mine. Sydney priestesses were the rare fae who had the gift of seeing deep into the magic of others, into their blood. Her eyes had been closed, and I had been watching her dramatic seriousness while trying not to laugh. Then her eyes had snapped open, and she had jerked backwards. Before, she had addressed me with the reverent respect befitting of my station. But then she had looked at me as if she had seen something terrible, something terrifying within me. I didn't know what it meant at the time. She didn't say anything to me or to my mother. But she must have spoken to my father. Because that night I had awoken to my father's hands around my throat. I forced myself to look at Cadwin. I expected to see judgment. There was always some shade of judgment after they knew. But not here. What was that? Gentleness? Pity? In the house of stone, he said softly, they kill ensnares. Sometimes in the house of obsidian they do too. I didn't fully remember that night. The memories were broken pieces that didn't quite fit together. The sensation of my father's hands around my throat. The razored edge of my terror. A light that spilled through the door, or perhaps I had imagined that as I lost consciousness. I remembered begging. I remembered fading. And when I opened my eyes again, my life had changed. My father spared me, I said at last. But of course I could not be the Tisaanah. Something I couldn't read crossed Cadwin's face. I'm sorry, he said softly, with a tenderness that I was not expecting. I'm sorry that happened to you. I lifted one shoulder in a shrug, one that I hoped looked more nonchalant than I felt. It is not up to me to judge the choices of the gods. The words felt ridiculous rolling off of my tongue. Cadwin practically winced, as if they sounded that way to him, too. He stood, pacing through the brush. Then he turned to me. "I do not think you believe that, about the gods." I blinked. "What?" "And I do not think you believe what you said this morning." But his gaze bore into me, unrelenting. "Am I wrong, Matthias?" I had always been so bad at lying. I said nothing, but my answer was written across my face. "We have a chance at getting answers, Afe," he said. "Legitimate answers. Do you truly believe that we should abandon that in the name of... It is the role of a Tisaanah to uphold our ways. What would you have him do?" Understanding settled over Cadwin's face. "The Tisaanah," he said softly. "So you were not giving me your opinion. You were giving me your father's."
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. I am here as my father's chosen. It doesn't matter what I think. I believe it does. You say that as if I'm something other than a disgraced blade, I scoffed. The truth is, Cadwin, I am honored to hold this position, and I will not jeopardize it by telling my father to abandon his ideals. His lip curled. He began to pace. Ideals are worth nothing to corpses. Not the one I had open on my table, and not the ones I crawled away from in my home. And you should know that more than anyone. You, of all people, should have no patience for their pointless games. What was that supposed to mean? My father doesn't play games, I shot back, and you should watch how you speak of him. He respects you. Cadwin whirled to me, his green eyes starker than I'd ever seen them, furious. He doesn't respect me. He thinks I'm useful. There is a great difference between the two. And for that gift he should be beyond reproach? Should I allow your house to be slaughtered as mine was if it means avoiding damaging his fragile ego, all because he thinks I have potential? My father's voice rang out in my mind. "I do think you have potential, Afif." My blade was out on nothing but instinct. That was so often how my temper bloomed, in fits and starts, acting on my behalf before I even knew what I was doing. 2 breaths, my body was pressed against Cadwin's, his back against a tree, and my blade at his throat. We were close enough now that I could watch each rivulet of moonlight drip across his face. I could see every twitch of his expression, every strand of color in his eyes. We both wore light clothing. I could feel the shape of him against me, the rhythm of his breathing. Mine was heavy with my anger, but Cadwin's was still light, calm. "I warned you," I snarled. He regarded me silently. There was no fear in his stare, not even anger. Perhaps just a shade of satisfaction. "Fair enough," he murmured. Goosebumps prickled over my skin. I did not like the way he looked at me. It made me uncomfortable to be examined so closely. I lifted my chin. "Disarm me," I said tersely. "You haven't practiced in 4 days." Still, he did not look away. His fingers found my wrist, and for a moment they hovered there, brushing the sliver of bare skin at the edge of my leathers. I resisted the urge to pull away from that touch, the strange intimacy of it. Then he struck, one quick blow to my elbow, reaching for the hilt of the dagger and pushing me to my knees. I slipped his grip, but he countered me again, blocking my recovery before I had the chance to right myself. And the next thing I knew, I was on the ground, and he was draped over me, hands at my shoulders. I held up the dagger. Fail. I got the knife back. His eyes narrowed at me. "Perhaps," he said, "but you look disarmed, nonetheless." I felt disarmed, no matter how tightly I clutched the steel in my hand. I cleared my throat. "Get off of me, please." He obeyed, rising gracefully, while I pushed to my feet. I did not look at him as I dusted dirt and dead leaves off my clothes. "I will write to my father," I said, carefully examining my sleeve. "I can't make him see as you do,
but I can make the recommendation that we visit Niraja. But he will not listen, a voice in the back of my mind whispered. And you will prove his ugliest assumptions about you right. Nevertheless, when I turned, there was something akin to pride in the way that Cadwin looked at me then, hidden in the corners of a barely there smile, the kind of admiration that made it seem like the right thing to do. And so, when I returned to my tent, I withdrew my pen and parchment and began writing in my neatest script. I told my father of our terrifying discovery in the House of Reeds. I told him of Cadwin's suspicions. I had to gather myself before I wrote the end. Cadwin believes that Niraja may hold the answers to what the humans are trying to accomplish. He believes that they are unique in this potential. I am well aware that they are in exile. However, given that we are facing grave danger, and given what we have seen, I urge you to consider permitting us to travel to them. The humans are clearly working in heretic magics. We must go somewhere that knows such things to learn how to counter it. Another pause. Then, forgive my disrespect. I write this only with the mission of protecting you, Mother, Reshaye, and the Sydney ways. My pen hovered. I fought the overwhelming urge to strike out the previous words, to replace them with ones I knew my father would prefer to hear, the reassurance that the Sydney traditions alone would protect us. But instead, I signed my name, folded the letter, and sealed it up with my dissent carefully nestled inside. Chapter 27. Max. When I arrived back at the inn, the ground floor was oddly quiet. My eyes landed on a familiar set of blonde curls. Moth was at a pub table, sagging over a mostly empty glass of what looked to be piss-poor mead. Ascended hopeless all. I approached him. "You look like you're having an incredibly good time." Moth lifted his head and gave me a grin that made me roll my eyes. "You're 30 years too young to be this drunk alone at a pub, Moth. Actually, you're too young at all. I wasn't alone. Not until—" He looked around, as if realizing for the first time that all his friends had gone. Ascended above. "How many of those did you have?" "Just 2, Moth said, taking another gulp out of his glass, which was roughly the size of his head. "May the gods be with you in the morning." I sighed and settled into the chair beside him. I was feeling my own wine. It had been quite some time since I drank that much. In the back of the room, a maid stumbled down the stairs, causing a small stir as she hurried over to another barkeep, whispering frantically. I watched them, blinking blearily, a wrinkle forming on my brow. Even through the haze of drunkenness, I noticed that something seemed off. The maid looked shaken, though she didn't speak above a whisper. Even from across the room, I could sense the panic in her words. Her eyes slipped to us, wide and frightened. "Moth," I said, quietly, "where did the others go?" He shrugged. "Upstairs. Bed." Just like that, I was very, very sober. I straightened. The maid didn't break my stare. She unfurled just one finger, pointing up. A decade-old memory surfaced of another inn not unlike this one. An inn where my troops and enemy troops had found themselves in the same place at the same time. I had lost 2 friends that night, all to what amounted to nothing more than bad luck. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong people. Our next target was less than 100 miles from here, and Marietta was a central hub for rest and pleasure-seeking. The kind of place that soldiers from any army, would find themselves drawn to. I had been careless. I'd been so desperate to come here for my own reasons that I hadn't stopped to think of the risks. I had been so damned careful. Until now. I rose. "Get up, Moth." He looked up, confused. "Why? Do you have your sword?" A sudden stillness fell over Moth's face. He nodded. "We aren't alone here." Slowly, I lifted my chin towards the stairs. Moth followed. The maid's eyes followed us silently. The most frightened-looking maid was young, but the barkeep looked old enough to be unsurprised. Perhaps this was not the first time this had happened here. There had been many clashes like this in Marietta, after all, during the Rivenai War. We crept up the stairs and rounded a corner. The first thing I saw was blood. It rolled from beneath the doors, creeping over floorboards. "Fuck," I hissed. I shot Moth a look. What was better, for him to stay here alone, or to come with me into what would almost certainly be a fight? He hadn't even seen combat before. "Stay here," I said. "You can't go in there alone." "Stay here, Moth," I said again, and I didn't give him any time to argue with me before I was gone. I conjured my magic to the surface of my skin, flames at my fingertips and simmering at the edges of my blades. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. In 2 steps, I was around the corner and pushing open the door. And just as it always did in times like this, my brother's voice was in my ears. Evaluate. Judge. Act. That's all there is. Evaluate. The first thing that hit me was the blood. There was so fucking much of it, spreading over white sheets, over wooden floors, so much that it took a moment for my eyes to find the source. There, crumpled on the floor near the foot of the bed, was a body. One of my soldiers. His throat was torn open, his sword clutched in his hand. A few feet away, another bloodied figure, a partially dressed young woman, lay lifeless. Judge. The blood was warm. The bodies were fresh. Whoever did this was still here. I backed out of this room and threw open another to see another body, another one of my dead men. This one looking as if he was killed so swiftly he didn't even have the chance to fight. And then, to my left, I heard a thump. I turned. The sound had come from the next room over, and ended quickly, like whoever was responsible had hurriedly tried to cover it. That's where our assailant was. That room. Act. I readied my weapon and backed out of this room, moving down to the next one. I opened the door, only to see a soldier standing there, as if he had been about to open it at the same time. He stared at me, wide-eyed. He was covered in blood, so much so that it was impossible to see what type of uniform he wore. He was young, barely older than Moth. Time suspended for one split second, the two of us staring at each other. And just as quickly, the spell broke. He started to raise his sword, but I countered the strike quickly, sending him staggering back. His weapon went clattering to the ground. I pushed him against the wall, my staff against his throat. "Who are you with?" I demanded. "Avonus?" The boy was afraid. I could see it in his face, even though he was trying to cover it up with hatred. His lips twisted into a forced sneer. "I killed them," he said. "I'll kill you, too. In the name of the true king." "Stupid kid," I wanted to tell him. "Do you think Avonus has any clue who you are? Do you think your life is worth his crown?" Instead, I loosened my grip on my magic. The edges of my blades were now bright with flames, unleashing a wall of heat over us. "Do you know who I am? I'm Maxentarius Farlonio, and those are my men that you've murdered." The boy let out a ragged breath. His eyes widened, even though he tried to hide his fear. "How many of your men are here?" I demanded. "Tell me that, and you'll keep your life. Think very carefully about how you answer." Hesitation. "George?" Moth's small voice came from behind me. Fuck. Moth, I began to bark a command and did not get to finish. Here's the thing about teenage boys. They're stupid. In my split second of distraction, the boy I had pinned against the wall raised his hand, and a large ceramic lamp from the bedside table went careening against my head. I staggered back. A wielder. Fantastic. And this is how it always goes. Control to chaos in less than a second. By the time I righted myself, the boy was lunging for me, his sword back in his hand, the other raised as he tried to push me back with another wave of magic. He was a good wielder for someone so young, but still inexperienced. 2 steps, 2 slashes, and I had him down on the ground. But then there were footsteps. The noise had alerted the soldier's companions, no doubt. I whirled just in time to see 3 more figures fly into the room. Moth lurching through the door and against the wall, his sword raised. I didn't have time to think or breathe or utter commands. 3 against 1. I'd faced far worse odds before. But there was something especially vile about this sort of fight. The kind fought not in chaotic battlefields, but in these close, intimate quarters. Close enough to hear every dying breath. Close enough to see the terror in their eyes as your blades run through their guts. It's ugly and pathetic and terrible. Pain shot across my side, blood soaking my jacket. Still, my muscles responded on instinct. The boy didn't get the chance to scream, letting out only a pitiful gargle as he hit the ground, his throat slashed. One of his companions let out a ragged sound of fury and lunged for me. I was still recovering, didn't move fast enough. His blade struck me, and for a moment I couldn't catch my breath. An unnatural jolt ran down to my bones. Magic. Another wielder. I countered with a sloppy, vicious strike. Blood spattered my face. This body fell on top of the other one, twitching, dying slower. I clutched my side. My vision blurred. By the time it cleared again, I saw the first soldier, the one who was little more than a child, back on his feet, rushing towards me. And then I saw Moth lunge, magic sparking at his hands, collecting around his sword. There was a crash as they collided. A blast of light filled the room. When it subsided, Moth was on his knees, the soldier on the ground before him, his weapon buried in the bloody, burnt body. The world was suddenly silent. Moth's face was tilted down to the lifeless soldier beneath him. His breaths were heaving, but he did not blink. I slowly rose. "Moth," I said, quietly. He did not move. His breath came quicker and quicker, and now all I could think about was the first time I felt someone else's blood soak my hands. "Moth, look at me." His head snapped up. Crimson smeared his blonde curls and his face. At 13, Moth was that strange age when sometimes he looked almost like an adult, or at least some distant version of the one he would become. But now, staring at me with round blue eyes, he looked like such a helpless child. Several sets of footsteps approached at a wild run, and I tensed, only for the doorframe to be filled by 4 of my own soldiers. When their eyes landed on me, they sagged with visible relief. "General," one gave me a sloppy salute, and I waved it away, still panting, as if it was the time for performances like that. Another went to the soldier dead on the bed and let out a curse. Fuck, poor George. "The bastards came out of nowhere," one told me. "Everywhere at once, all over the fucking city. They weren't Avonus's people." I looked down at the bodies at my feet, using the tip of my blade to push one of them over. It had been impossible to make out the sigil at his lapel in the thick of the fighting, but now I recognized it. A coat of arms with twin roses at its apex. Morwood. Yet another powerful family, one that hadn't yet joined the fight. Bad news, if Avonus was still gaining allies. "I hope that was the one who killed George," the other said to Moth, then spat down at the body. "Good job, Moth. At least you killed the trash. I hope you did it slow." He clapped Moth on the soldier, and Moth winced, saying nothing. I spun to my soldier, shooting him a glare that he probably didn't understand, then forced my fury down. "Get me a Rith and a Sanya. Tell them we need to gather everyone and regroup in camp beyond the city bounds. We need to leave Marietta tonight." The soldiers nodded and dutifully went off to fulfill their orders. But Moth was the last one to leave. his hands still clutched around the hilt of his sword, eyes staring down at the life he had taken. It was nearly sunrise by the time we all regrouped in a camp outside of Marietta. It turned out that skirmishes like the one in our inn had broken out across the city, and we lost a few dozen men to sneak attacks conducted while they were drunk and unaware in pubs or brothels. It had been an attack of opportunity, born out of nothing but our ill-fated decision to stay in Marietta that night, of all nights. But the real concern was the implication of Morwood joining the fight now, at this stage. We had defeated many loyalists, but Morwood was so powerful that in one fell swoop, the addition of their armies to Avernus's allies undid more than half of our effort.
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. Arith, Asani, and I strategized for hours, sending letters with stratagramms back and forth between Zareth and his other leaders in Corvius, and at last a decision was reached. We had to regroup. Our strategy of picking off our enemies one by one had begun to backfire, and Zareth had gotten impatient. Nothing about this was good news, but I would be lying if I said I didn't feel a wave of relief when I read the words on our final letter. Fine, you have your new orders. Return to Corvius immediately. Nothing was over yet. In fact, this might only be the beginning of something worse. But at least, if there was to be a storm, I'd weather it with Tisaanah next to me. It was already almost nightfall again by the time we emerged from the tents, the sky painted bloody. The men had trained and been briefed on our change of plans, and now they ate and gathered around fires, manic uncertainty hovering in the air. I paced through them, looking for one particular face that I did not find. Not until I wandered beyond the edge of the camp, far past the guards and the final tents. I found Moth standing on a rocky shore along a brook. Marietta's lights twinkled far in the distance. "You shouldn't be alone past the bounds of camp," I said. Moth said nothing. He didn't turn. I approached him and caught just a glimpse of movement as he turned his face away from me, the back of his hand swiping at his cheek. "I did the right thing," he said quickly. "I don't regret it." "All right," I murmured. "Don't let them say that I'm being—" He paused, his jaw tight. "I just needed a few minutes. I don't want them to see." Ascended, Moth. I let out a breath through my teeth and ran my hand through my hair, buying myself a few seconds to untangle what I couldn't figure out how to put into words. I blinked and saw my own brother's face from years ago, the way he had looked at me when he realized that I couldn't look down at my own hands without seeing them covered in blood. "This will poison you, Max, if you let it," he had told me, simply. "Find a place to put it away. We're not going to talk about this again." That's how it always was. A thing that festered, unspoken. A thing that lived behind closed doors and closed doors alone. It had been easy for Brian, for Nora, for my father. I'd been so envious of that because I wasn't made for it. All of my emotions had always been so close to the surface. "There's nothing wrong with this, Moth," I said quietly, "with what you're feeling right now. Do you understand? You did what you had to do today, and we're both alive because of it. But you never want to get used to what it feels like to kill." Moth slowly lowered to the ground, as if he was so exhausted that his legs were simply giving up, and I crouched beside him. "I do," he choked out, carefully looking away. "No, you don't," I said. "My father and my brother were military heroes, and so was my grandfather and my great-grandfather, and on and on. I was taught to be one too. And my family, they truly believed in it, in the honor of what we had always been. But sometimes, as you get older, you realize there are things they were wrong about, no matter how good their intentions were. And what I've realized is that it doesn't matter how many titles or medals or wreaths of honor you lay upon it. There's an ugly truth to what we were and what we did that no one ever wanted to look in the face." I glanced at Moth. The light had waned. He did not look at me, but the fading sun caught two streaks of silver on his cheeks.
I was a prick to you when you enlisted. I still owe you an apology for that." He shook his head and started to protest, but I held up a hand. "I do. But it's because I let out a breath through my teeth. It's because I was scared for you, Moth. Because it's just not worth it. It's never been worth it. Hold on to this, on to what you're feeling right now. Hold on to your humanity. And if anyone tells you to be ashamed of it, if anyone tells you that it's weakness that you know the value of a human life, then they're fucking lost, Moth. They are lost. And so many are." I thought of my father, and the way he had spoken to me when I was not much older than Moth. How he had taught me that there was an honor in a life of killing, and strength in learning how to do it without feeling. For so long I had avoided thinking about it, avoided reconciling those two warring halves. He had been a good man, a good father, but he had been his own kind of lost in so many other ways. I just hadn't seen it then. Even now, I didn't want to see it. I wanted my family's memories to be untouchable, defined only by their good intentions. But no one ever got that gift, no matter how much I missed them, no matter how much I loved them. I muttered, 10 years later, and I'm still trying to find my way back. There was a long silence. Moth blinked, and more tears slithered down his cheeks. "I'm glad we're going home," he said quietly. Home. The word caught and settled deep in my chest. But home wasn't Corvius, or the towers, or even a cottage in the middle of nowhere surrounded by flowers. Home was a pair of mismatched eyes, an accented voice, and a heartbeat that followed the same cadence as mine. And I was so homesick. "Me too," I said. Chapter 28. Tisaanah. Eslin lived for 3 more agonizing days. Samarin helped treat her. Dire injuries often required both a Voltane and a Solari healer to treat the full breadth of the damage. But for Samarin, it was obvious right away that something in this went deeper than his occupational duties. The first time he saw Eslin lying there like a shriveled-up corpse, clutching her eyeless face, he winced, stood there for a long moment, then sat down at her bedside and simply didn't get up again. Ariadne was often there too, clearly upset even if she never voiced it. Every time she was forced to leave on series and business, she'd give Samarin a tight, "Take care of her, Sam," and Samarin would nod seriously. For days he barely moved, barely spoke. Late on the first night, I went to Eslin's room and laid a plate of food and glass of water on the bedside table. Samarin gave me a confused look. "She can't eat." "It's for you, Samarin." "Oh." He blinked blearily at the food, as if the thought of eating hadn't crossed his mind. "Thank you." He didn't reach for it, though. Instead, his eyes slipped back to Eslin, writhing on the bed. The screams, if one could call them that, had faded to a low, constant moan in the back of my mind. That, somehow, managed to be even more unsettling. "Willa says she could still survive," I said. "She won't survive. And if she does at this point, she'll wish she hadn't." A muscle feathered in his jaw as he watched her. Since he came into this room, he had barely looked away. It's an awful disease. I hoped that when I left the military, I wouldn't have to watch people die of it anymore. Samarin probably had to do a lot of things now that he wished he didn't. His face went harder, every muscle in his expression drawing taut. Samarin's emotions sat so far beneath the surface of his expressions. His eyes always gentle, his voice always calm, even now. And yet, "Do you want to tell me about it?" I asked. I see it." I gave him a knowing look and tapped a finger to the corner of my eye. "I see that there is more to this for you. But you don't have to talk about it, or tell me what it is. Not unless you want to." I just wanted him to know that I saw. He spent so much of his time caring for others. He deserved to be seen, too. He gave me a small smile that faded quickly. "Do you know how the Syrian recruit?" I shook his head. "They don't choose this. Not any of them. The order screens for a very specific, very rare set of magical skills, and if you have them, you become one. Yes, it's considered an honor to be a series in. They get money, power, respect.
But his voice trailed off, and we both looked at Eslin, the scars where her eyes used to be, now wrinkled in a perpetual wince of pain. He didn't need to finish, but look at all they give up. A shudder ran up my spine. To think that when I came to Ara, I had been certain I was going to a world that was so much kinder than my own. Foolish. Samarin was silent for so long that I thought our conversation was over. But then he said, quietly, "A friend of mine was chosen, once. She was a little on the older side when they realized she had the skill set, just old enough for it to be a shock. She had wanted to leave the military, actually, but then the war happened." He trailed off, his thumb tracing his lower lip in thought. His eyes didn't leave Eslin, and now I understood that he was seeing someone else in her place. She was a painter, actually. Striking eyes. I reached over and placed my hand on Samarin's shoulder, the same wordless comfort that he would give me when I spiraled in unspoken anxieties. "It's a battle worth fighting," I murmured, then lifted my chin to the tray. "Keep yourself strong enough to face it." He gave me a weak smile, patted my hand, and finally reached for the food. I did eventually manage to convince Samarin to go get some rest, though he did so reluctantly. After he left, I stood at Eslin's bedside in the empty room, looking down at her. Reshaye slithered through my mind, both curious and revulsed. Eslin's mouth was closed and contorted in pain, but I could still hear those sounds of agony. A thought occurred to me. "Could we help her?" I asked Reshaye. I reached out, my fingers brushing her face. Then her temple. I heard her when no one else could. We both drew from the same deep pool of magic, even if in different ways. Didn't that mean there was at least a chance I could do something for her that no one else would be able to? Still, I reached out with a single tendril of my mind, reaching into hers. Deeper, and I nearly gasped. There it was. It was impossible to miss. I felt the sickness, like an open wound, gushing blood. It was so noxious that everything in my magic recoiled from it. It was everywhere. Every drop of Eslin's mind and magic was consumed with it. "Even if she lives now, she'll wish she hadn't," Samarin had said. And now I understood. There was nothing of Eslin left anymore. I pulled back, shaken. I so wanted to help her. She deserved that, or at least deserved to die in a better way than this. But Reshaye was right. This sickness overwhelmed her, eating her alive from the inside out. She was already dead. The next day, I returned to find Samarin sagging in the chair beside Eslin's bed, looking thoroughly exhausted. Ariadne was kneeling beside her, forehead pressed against her friend's shoulder. Samarin looked to me and simply shook his head. She was gone. I remained at Samarin's side as they covered the body. Several other Sirazin came to take Eslin away. Nora came too, watching the scene unfold, her face still as ice. "Well," she said in the hallway, "this at least could solve some of your problems with the Threllians." I shot Nora a confused look. "Eslin was with us in Threll," she clarified. "She was among those responsible for the attack on the Mikov estate. The Zorokovs might accept her death as justice." She said this so nonchalantly. It was like the woman who had been so shaken by Eslin's illness days ago no longer existed, all while the body was barely cold. It made me want to retch. "What about her family?" I asked. "Sirazin forsake all other ties when they become what they are. No one is waiting for her." Every angle of Samarin's face went hard, as if this statement reviled him. Someone is waiting for her, I thought.
They'll just never get her. It does not matter, I said. The Zorokovs would see it as an insult anyway. Why? Because they... I stopped short. Nora and Samarin both looked back at me. What? Nora said at last. You? That's what you were going to say? I felt sick to my stomach. I wished I hadn't even had the thought. Yet the idea burrowed into my mind and wouldn't let go. It wouldn't be perfect. It might not even be good. But how could I ignore any possible solution when so many lives hung in the balance? Samarin, I said, I have a question for you. And Samarin nodded, his face pinched with a resigned dread that told me he already knew what I was about to ask. I didn't want Samarin to do this. I told him so when I asked him if it was possible. Let us find someone else with a mastery of flesh to do it, or let us find some other fresh body. Yes, the idea had come to me here, at Eslin's deathbed, but that didn't mean that it had to be executed under these circumstances. Samarin had given me this pitying look, like the proposal was that of an innocent child. His gifts were incredibly rare. It would take weeks, potentially, to get someone else with his skills in Corvius. Eslin was the right age, shape, size. The stars had aligned, he told me, flatly. We might as well take advantage. I was grateful that the corpse had not yet begun to smell. It was one less thing to find horrifying as we hacked off Eslin's head at the throat. Ariadne helped us do it, to my horror. When Samarin and I tried to tell her that we didn't want her help with this, she merely gave us a flat, eyeless stare and said, "The Sirazin have given her body to this purpose." It shouldn't be, I would have said. But Ariadne turned away before I could argue further. Still, I felt her presence acutely as we cut off Eslin's head, a process that took agonizingly longer than I would have expected it to. Then, Samarin took Eslin's decapitated head and began to, there was no other way to describe it, sculpt it. I wondered if I would ever stop finding Samarin's abilities shocking. By now, I had watched him heal wounds and illnesses and broken bones more times than I could count. This, though, was something else completely. Samarin placed his hands on either side of Eslin's face, and her flesh responded to him as if it were nothing but clay. He started with the bones, which produced terrible cracking and grinding noises that even made Ariadne flinch. First the jaw, which he made longer and softer. Then the cheekbones, raised, and the eye sockets, further set apart. The nose he made flatter and wider. And then the muscle and fat in her face shifted, like thousands of ants were crawling beneath her skin, as he rearranged muscle. Finally, he pulled out several small bottles that contained thin, greenish liquid. "The coloring won't be perfect," he said. "That's harder for me to change. But it will be good enough to pass." Samarin brushed the liquid over parts of Eslin's face, leaving others untouched. And then he placed his hands on her again, closed his eyes, and slowly the color began to sap from her skin, and chunks of her hair, leaving behind patches of white hair and grayish, colorless flesh. The grayish, colorless flesh of a dead, fragmented Voltaine. The whole process took nearly 2 hours. When he was done, Samarin gently set the head down on the table and looked at me. Then me. "I think," he said, "it is passable." It was better than passable. I was looking at my own corpse. Certainly someone who had never seen me before with their own eyes would have no reason to question it. "It's good," I said, though giving it any compliment seemed strange. Samarin himself stared at it, not with pride, but disgust. I hoped that however Ariadne saw the world spared her from how we had defiled her friend. But her head tilted towards it. "The eyes," she grunted. "You'll have to do something about that." It was the only thing missing. "I can," I said, and reached out to Eslin's smooth, eyeless sockets. When I touched them, the flesh began to rot beneath my fingertips, flesh shriveling. Express emotion subtly, not dramatically. When I pulled my hands away, the head was left with two empty black pits for eyes, rotted out in decay, as if my eyes had been pried out before death, and the remaining ruined flesh left for the maggots. The Zorokovs would appreciate the extra cruelty. Removed eyes were an especially favored punishment of the Threllian lords. We all stared at it. "I think that is enough," I said. Enough. What a word. It was such an imperfect plan. Enough to buy the slaves in thrall some time. Enough to appease the Zorotovs, if only temporarily. It was better than the plan that I had 3 days ago, which was to say, no plan at all. Something was better than nothing. This one act might save the lives of dozens of slaves, or more. Still, I felt sick when we began to return to our room. Samaran's silence was not his typical thoughtful quiet, but one heavy with shame. I cast him a sidelong look as we walked together, remembering our discussion from weeks ago, how he had sounded as he told me how difficult it had been to claw his way out of using his gifts for terrible things. Was this a terrible thing? "Thank you, Samaran," I said, quietly. "I'm sorry you had to do that." Samaran gave me a tight, humorless smile. At least she was already dead. I failed to find this especially comforting, and something told me that Zareth didn't either. Chapter 29. Max. My back hurt, and my legs, and my left arm, which I'd pulled something vicious the day before. I hurt more or less everywhere. But none of those aches and pains measured up at all to the one that pounded on the inside of my skull as I watched Zareth, wearing a crown and sitting at what used to be my father's desk, lean back in his chair and smile. It was a grotesque expression, absent of Zareth's usual lazy charm. Actually, everything about the way Zareth looked right now seemed grotesque, like a poor mimicry. He had lost a shocking amount of weight since I'd last seen him, and his eyes were so dark that for a split second I had wondered whether he'd developed a sudden affinity for coal. I needed to hide my shock when I walked into the room. At the sight, Iomara's words echoed in my mind. Imagine giving up so much of yourself to drag someone back down with you. "I have to admit," he said, "as much as you and I have had our personal differences, no one can deny that you're good at what you do." What I do. How those 3 words make me want to fucking retch. What was that, exactly? Fighting? Killing? Warfare? My teeth gritted. "Have," I said, dryly. Have. Are. Personal differences. I noticed that you used the incorrect past tense. Nothing passed about it. The words slipped out before I could stop them. There was only so much self-control I could master, my poor social graces and all. Zareth's expression froze, a shock of anger passing over his face. Then it relaxed, and he let out a low chuckle. "Ah, you got me." He stood and turned to the map behind his desk, arms crossed over his chest. "So then, it appears that despite your excellent military prowess, we have a significant problem. More wood." He stretched out the word. "More wood." "It's an inconvenience," I said. Zareth chuckled. "An inconvenience," he says. He peered back to me. "How much effort you've put into doing this gently, General Farleone. Into doing this kindly. You and Tisaanah and your sweet bloodless war." Bloodless? Bloodless? Tell that to all the people I had killed over these last weeks. Tell that to the families of the soldiers I'd buried. Tell that to Moth, who I still hadn't seen sleep since he killed for the first time. Fucking bloodless. Sure. My words came out between tight teeth. The more people I kill just leaves fewer to witness your divine rule, my illustrious king. Fury cracked across Zareth's face like lightning, surging wildly before he tethered it again. You can be coy, but do you ever stop to think that you'll just end up killing more of them this way? Death to Ara by 1,000 little cuts, rather than just slicing off the infection in one go. Do you think this would get better after another year or 2 or 4 of drawn-out warfare, General Farleone? A cruel spark glinted in his eye. You understood that in Sarlas Eye, didn't you? You know, it's a shame you never got to see the argument Nora made for you in those trials. She was brilliant. Showed all of Ara exactly how merciful it was to take such decisive measures. One show of strength, one sacrifice, and 1,000,000 lives were saved. My hands were folded in my lap, clenched so tight my knuckles were white. Sarlas Eye never should have happened, and I'll never let something like that happen again. I want the capital back, Max Antarius. I want it back soon. We don't have the forces to do that. Avinis still has strong alliances guarding the city. Zareth gave me a cold stare. Do not talk to me like I'm stupid. We have enough power to do this. Even Reshaye can't. It can't. It has. He leaned across the table, and all at once the remnants of his smooth demeanor disappeared. Left beneath was only demented rage. And if the stories I heard about you are true, then we certainly have enough power to take it back. Don't tell me that we aren't strong enough. I could tear that city to the fucking ground if I wanted to, couldn't I? I can't give you a victory based on rumors you heard from a few Threllians, I said calmly. And no matter what you want to believe, we can't hinge it on Reshaye alone either. We need to take Morwood out first. For a moment, Zareth looked so unhinged that I thought he might actually strike me. Then he straightened, and the anger left him as suddenly as it had surged. Morwood, he muttered. Then Istra. Then Enveline. On and on and on. He turned back to the map. Absent-mindedly, he brushed the coronet at his brow, as if checking to see whether it was still there. My gaze fell to the desk. It was covered with papers, letters, books, maps, invoices, plans. Off in one corner, I saw a pile of books that made me do a double-take. I recognized them. Journals, left by each king to their successor, and meant for the eyes of subsequent rulers alone. The top one was open, half-read. Zareth would have had to take these with him when he fled the palace. Zareth, of all people, prized the wisdom of former kings enough to take it with him and study it. I looked back to him, and there, briefly, I caught a glimpse of something that looked downright odd on the face of this man that I'd always known to be haughty and selfish. Something tired and worried and worn down. Why are you doing this? The question slipped out before I could stop it. Zareth's gaze snapped to me, already angry, as if expecting to see snide sarcasm on my face. But there wasn't any. I really wanted to know. Zareth had already been arguably the most powerful man in Ara. Why take the extra step, knowing that it could so easily end in his downfall? His lip curled. I thought you'd already decided you knew the answer to that question. Because what are the words you would use? A power-hungry bastard drunk on his own ego? That did sound like the sort of thing I would say. I'm not about to argue with that, I said. But I gestured to the map, to all the little red pins over it. All this, Zareth? For what? Zareth let out a scoff. For what? He echoed, as if this were a ridiculous thing to say. He turned to me. You were born into one of the most powerful families in Ara, Lord Farleone. Second born, yes, but that didn't change the fact that the minute you were yanked from between your mother's legs, half the world was shoved into your slimy little hands. Ara was made for people like you. But while your mother was giving birth in a bed of velvet surrounded by midwives, mine was heaving away in an alleyway behind a brothel, alone.
and Ara might have looked beautiful from above, but from beneath, the underside was fucking filthy. So of course you, Max, would look at this all and think, why bother? His eyes narrowed.
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. Why don't you ask Tisaanah that question? I think she might understand. What's the point of going this far? What's the point of doing it unless I go this far? Then he looked to the map and went silent. He was so tense that I could see the line of his shoulders trembling. Sometimes I wonder, he muttered. Sometimes I wonder if it all just runs too fucking deep. I opened my mouth, but he said abruptly, "You're dismissed. Go." I hesitated, then rose and went to the door. Frankly, I didn't have it in me to argue, not when there was someone I so desperately needed to see. Chapter 30. Aphah. Waiting for my father's reply was agonizing. I would not be able to receive his response until we arrived at our next scheduled stop, Yithara. It was a trading post independent of the houses that was nestled deep in the forest. There we could receive letters back from home, impossible otherwise, while we were on the road and untraceable. I eagerly looked forward to our arrival. The silence of our rides, combined with my growing anxiety, was beginning to eat me up. I craved the sight and sound of other people, the familiar comfort of being surrounded by other, more light-hearted lives. It wouldn't be the soul-deep connection of the Pales, but it would be something. And yes, when we arrived at Yithara, it was everything I'd been told it was. Fae, wearing the clothing of every house or no house at all, mingled with each other, bartering at stalls that packed the roads. The streets wound between massive trees with trunks that were bigger than some of the buildings, which were all designed to fit so perfectly that they seemed to be an extension of the forest itself. Structures straddled the space between smooth-barked trees, rising up and up until they disappeared into the canopy of leaves. Above our heads, a series of bridges connected the upper levels. Yithara was not a large city in surface area, but its overall size was 4 or 5 times larger than the space it occupied on the woodland floor. It built up. Beautiful. Yet another monument of all that the Fae could create and become. I had so hoped that seeing all of this activity, all of this living, would ease my fears. But when we actually arrived, I looked around and all I could think about was the House of Stone and the House of Reeds. Their cities had been majestic too, and how easily, still, they fell. "I need a drink," I muttered to Shaban as we dismounted our horses at a stable on the lower levels. Horses, after all, would be of little use to us in most of Yithara, seeing as they often weren't particularly fond of climbing trees. Shaban shot me a wordless look that made me roll my eyes. "I will behave," I said. "No need. I didn't say anything. You're my commander here. You can do whatever you please." I scoffed, and she gave me a barely suppressed smirk. Commander. It didn't matter who my father technically chose to lead this expedition. I would never be Siobhan's commander, and she didn't even have to speak to scold me. Accommodations for us had already been arranged. The inn was on the 7th level of Yithara, far enough up to be buried in the green tapestry of the leaves. The walkways that connected the city up here were beautiful creations of polished wood and lightweight bronze, the handrails decorated with swirling designs covered with vines. As we climbed up, level by level, through wide staircases that spiraled up the length of the trees, I noticed Kadun peering uneasily over the edge. "Dislike heights?" I asked. He let out a low laugh, embarrassed. "It does seem unnatural to be so far above the ground." I recalled the time I had visited the House of Stone when I was a child. While many Fae houses built towering structures, the House of Stone's architecture was flat and sprawling, the tallest of their buildings no more than 3 stories high, and safely encased in stone shale besides. I shrugged and gestured to the upper levels of the city. Unnatural, perhaps, but isn't this that innovation you keep talking about? Cadouin gave me a stare so flat and unamused that I couldn't help but laugh. The inn was clean and spacious, but nothing particularly fancy. It was chosen merely out of convenience, certainly not out of desire for luxury. That was perfectly fine with me. All I wanted was a drink and a proper bath. But that would have to wait. The first order of business was for Ishka and I to get any correspondence from home. And I wondered if it was obvious, as Ishka and I wound down the hallways to the lobby, that I was so nervous about what those letters would contain. 2 letters were waiting for me. One was from my father, or rather my father in the official capacity as the Tisaanah of the Sydney, the outside marked with his seal and title rather than his name. The other, to my delight, was from Orshid. Ishka and I sat around a wooden table beneath a shadowy set of timber rafters. Ishka had 3 letters. One bore the seal of Queen Shahja. Another had flawlessly inked script on the envelope, perhaps from his sister. I thought back to the pristine woman that had presented to us at the Pales. She seemed like the type to have that sort of handwriting. The third, though, the ink was scrawled across the front of that one, and it was bent, as if it had a particularly difficult journey. When Ishka picked it up, a smile brushed his face that seemed at odds with his typical noble poise. "Who is that from?" I asked. As always, I spoke before I could stop myself. He glanced at me and simply replied, "My son." "You have a son?" I blurted this out with abject disbelief that made his brow furrow. "Yes." "Is that worthy of such surprise?" "Yes." "No," I said, "of course not." The truth was, I found it nearly impossible to imagine Ishka dealing with children. Children loved shouting and pretending and rolling around in the dirt and having wild outbursts about the slightest inconveniences. These were all things that I could not picture Ishka having much tolerance for. Ishka turned the letter over. There were ink stains all over the back, too, wild slashes of it. He frowned at his hands, which were now smudged. "How old is he?" I asked. 6 summers. Despite myself, I smiled. A good age. One might say so. He opened the letter. I glimpsed 2 scrawled lines of large, messy writing, then what appeared to be a half-finished drawing of a horse, a cow, a horse-cow. Ishka looked at this letter very seriously, a line of concentration over his brow. I couldn't help it. I laughed. He shot me a sharp look. "What? You look as if you're decoding military operations." He stared at me as if this answer meant nothing to him. "No one should look so serious when reading a letter," I clarified. "Why not?" Ishka put the letter down. He lost interest after 2 lines. "And?" He gave me a stony stare. "Do the Sydney not value education? Of course we do. But he's 6 summers. At 6 summers, my father had me writing pages of Wishraj history." I almost scoffed. Mine had wanted me to write pages of history too. I just had never been any good at it. From the looks of it, Ishka had been better than me at such things. I shrugged. "He is a child. He is flighty and distracted," he huffed, in a way that reminded me all too much of how my father used to click his tongue and shake his head at my own sloppy, half-finished essays. "Perhaps he's a dreamer," I said. "A dreamer is a hard thing to be. I fear so, now more than ever." He looked down at the letter, and the disapproval on his face softened. "I only hope that I'm raising him to be strong enough to survive such a world." A bittersweet ache twinged in my chest. Did my father ever wear that expression when he talked about me, I wondered? Was there ever any fragment of his disappointment in me that was secretly love in disguise? I looked back down at the table, at the letter waiting there, written in my father's unmistakable hand. A lump of nervousness curled in my stomach. "Express emotions subtly, not dramatically." "That's all any of us can hope," I said, then picked up the letters and excused myself back to my room. I read my father's letter 4 times. The response was brief. AFE. The word sent by you and by your companions is deeply troubling to all of us. There is no hope left in denying that the humans want anything less than war. But this does not change the fact that what you propose is forbidden. I do not know what made you think that exile could be violated. Niraja is a sickened place. You have never respected our traditions, but I will not see them destroyed by such degradation. Keep your eyes open. Watch the Wishraj, for they are still not our allies. Do not raise such a question again. Do not make me regret choosing you for this. Tirna, Chapter 31, Tisaanah. Tisaanah. My name was a whisper. I squinted into the setting sun over an endless expanse of rolling gold. Threll now, but once Nizreen, once my home. No wonder it seemed to call to me so. Tisaanah. The sun was low, brushing kisses along the horizon line, running its fingers through the swaying grass. I lifted my chin to the sky and basked in it. In the distance, a figure turned around and reached for me. I could not see them. The light was so bright, flattening their form to a blurry silhouette. They called another name, a name I did not recognize but knew belonged to me. Sweat dripped down my neck. I stepped forward, but the sun blinded me. And suddenly it was so hot, too hot, my skin burning. I blinked and opened my eyes to a sea of fire blue, like the flames that had consumed the Mikovwa state, like the ones that I had inhaled into myself when I fought Reshaye in the deepest levels of magic. Those golden plains withered to decay. I looked down to see black rot crawling over my palms. Light spilled from my fingertips, and this time I recognized the voice. I watched my flesh wither, no more tongue to speak, no more throat to scream. My hands were only the stark ivory of bone, fractured with cracks of crimson light. Reshaye whispered. But still, all of that power spilled from me, surged and consumed, until I saw nothing but white and white and white. My eyes snapped open, even though I didn't remember closing them. Nora stood over me, holding a rapier that nearly nicked the tip of my nose. Her pale cheeks were flushed with exertion, silver hairs forming a halo around her head. "Where were you?" she demanded. I was unable to even answer that question. A second ago, no, less than a second ago, I had been on my feet, dodging one of Noura's frikes, Il-Sahaj halfway to closing the space between us. And yet now? I was lying on my back in the sand floor of the sparring arena. A full 2 seconds, 3 even, gone. Just, Reshaye whispered. "We don't have time for daydreams, Tisaanah." Nora nudged Il-Sahaj's hilt with her toe, pushing it back towards me, then resumed position with 2 long gliding steps. "Get up. One more." I came back to my feet, ignoring the pain that throbbed behind my eyes. I refused to let my movements betray any hint of it. Certainly not after she just got me to the ground. 3 paces away from her, I took my stance. Sweaty palms gripped tight around Il-Sahaj's hilt. We both coiled, waiting, watching each other. When Nora and I sparred, we never announced the start of the match. We'd wait, every muscle ready, watch for any twitch of movement. Fitting. With Nora, one never really knew when the battle began. 5 seconds. 10. And then Nora moved first this time, and I liked it better that way, because it gave me something to respond to. Her rapier came at me from the left, and I rolled right, meeting her strike with my own, steel and gold glinting violent pangs beneath the waning sun. Lunge and pull back, fast, before she could answer, before she could adjust. She lifted her arm, danced backwards. I snaked out with Ilsahaja's blade, caught the edge of her shoulder, opening a trail of crimson over her white jacket. She winced, but didn't take her eyes off of me. A little smile tugged at one corner of her mouth. She lunged. I swept to the side, capitalizing on that one off-balance second. Strike, strike. Our weapons met where she didn't expect them to. Her rapier so light and flexible that Ilsahaj nearly barreled right through it. She turned with her body to grab my wrist, but I knew she wouldn't stop. I went for her other hand, twisted until I felt the click of machinery beneath her sleeve, and shoved her own hand to her throat so that the blade had hidden there was poised against her alabaster skin. Maybe if I'd looked at her, I might have seen some variation of pride. But instead, my eyes couldn't tear away from the steel against her throat. Behind my skull, Reshaye hissed, a sensation that twisted arousal and hate. It drank up the imagined image of red spilling over her skin. I froze, distracted, trying to yank Reshaye to the back of my thoughts. But that moment of hesitation was all it took. Nora seized it. Pain shocked up my other wrist as she twisted, then my knees as she kicked my feet out, and then I was on the ground again, my breath coming in gasps. Nora smirked down at me. "Good," she said, "but not good enough." "One might argue," a voice said from across the arena, "that the match had already been won when there was a blade against your throat, Nora." My heart stopped. I barely noticed when Nora cocked an eyebrow at me and said, "Really? Doesn't look like it was won to me." I scrambled to my feet, spinning around to see Max standing at the door, leaning against the frame with his arms crossed. Max! Max! I couldn't move. I wanted to run to him and yank him into an embrace, but all I could do was stare. I didn't realize until my cheeks started to ache that my face had split into a grin. He wore a black military jacket that looked a bit worse for wear, the silver accents revealing the stains that the black fabric hid. He'd loosened several buttons so that the double-breasted coat hung down on one side, making him look especially disheveled. Not that the mess of his hair and the shadows beneath his eyes didn't do that already. "Took you long enough to get back," Nora said. Twip, as her blade retracted back up her sleeve. Max shrugged. His eyes didn't move from mine, a smile twitching at the left side of his mouth. "Hello, you." "Hello, you." I could barely get the words out, breathless from more than exertion. Nora rolled her eyes. Far in the back of my mind, I felt Reshaye stir. I reached into that web, found it where it perched. It was weak, as it so often was these days, still exhausted from our fight days ago. Carefully, I coaxed it back into the shadows, draped a blanket of darkness over it, the same way I shielded my thoughts from other wielders. I wanted privacy. I crossed the room to join Max at the door. I slid my hand into his. For a moment, the solidness of his touch overwhelmed me. I couldn't tear my eyes away. "Let's go," I murmured. "We're not done," Nora said. I didn't bother looking back. "We are, actually." Max gave me a little sidelong smile. I returned it, and shrugged. What would she do? They needed me, and there was nothing that could pull me from this. Chapter 32. Tisaanah. We didn't even make it to my room. The minute we found ourselves in an empty hallway, we were on each other, my back against the wall, Mac's mouth against mine, kisses desperate and searching. He tasted like soot and smelled like smoke and lilacs, that familiar scent that hit me like the heady seduction of wine. "Oh, gods, I missed you! I missed you! I missed you!" My mouth was too busy doing much more important things to form those words, but they pulsed through me with every heartbeat. It was almost embarrassing to feel so incomplete without another person. I'd spent my whole life learning how to gracefully swallow loss, And yet, these weeks away from him had withered me. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. We didn't stop until we made it to my room, sacrificing seconds for a kiss here, a touch there. When we finally found ourselves at my door, I shoved the key into the lock and threw it open, the two of us staggering inside in an ungraceful tangle of limbs. The door closed. It was silent, save for the wonderful sound of us beautiful, ragged cadence of Max demanding breaths, the rustle of our fingers pulling at clothing, the slide of flesh against flesh. "I missed you," I choked out between kisses. "Me too." Two words that vibrated against the skin of my neck, lifting a groan to my throat. "You have no idea. Gods." I pushed against him until he met the wall. My mouth found his again, hands reaching for the already half-undone buttons of his jacket. I wanted to touch him everywhere, reacquaint myself with all of his planes and angles, drown in the hot warmth of his skin. I buried my face against his throat, licked and kissed and nibbled, tasting salt and the faintest hint of iron, as my hands worked first at the final jacket buttons, then those of the plain cotton shirt beneath. He let out a groan, his grip around me tightening as my hand flattened against his abdomen, relishing the way his muscles twitch at my touch. I pulled away just enough to look at him, even though he strained to keep me close. Purple bruises bloomed like overripe petals over his skin, some as large as my fist. A red, angry cut that looked to be a few days old, dark with clotted blood, arced over one pectoral. My lips parted, but before I could say anything, Mac's mouth was on mine again. "It's fine," he muttered between kisses. "I'm fine." And his hands were at my clothes, yanking my sweat-soaked sleeveless tunic over my head. Then the camisole below it. His touch, warm and demanding and tender all at once, drowned out all coherent thought, all worry, anything but the all-consuming need to have as much of him against me, touching me, inside me, as I possibly could. We staggered to the bed. I fell back first, and he started to follow when he paused. His entire expression changed. A wrinkle wrenched between his brows, a downward twist forming at the corner of his perfect mouth. His eyes drank in the sight of my bare body, starting at my hips and dragging up. But there was something darker than desire that doused his gaze. "It is fine," I echoed. "I'm fine." And I didn't give him time to respond before I yanked him to me, gave him one long kiss, then pushed him to the bed and climbed over him. My thighs on either side of his hips, his hands, my waist, the curve of my hip bone, as if memorizing my form. "Where did this come from?" he murmured, brushing an angry circle of purple beneath my left breast. I raised an eyebrow. "Me? Look at you." I leaned down and kissed his shoulder, at a red welt there. "How did this happen, I lowered myself over him, savoring the warmth of him against me. I took a moment to appreciate the exquisite shape of him, the topography of his muscles beneath his skin. Moved down to what looked like a halfway healed scrape over his ribs. I ran my lips over it, smiling against his skin when I felt him twitch, clearly biting back a laugh. "Or this?" I murmured. Lower, down to a mark on his hip, partly obscured beneath the waistband of his trousers. Slowly, I unbuttoned them, peeling them off to reveal the full injury, among other things. "Or this?" I whispered, pressing my lips to the bruise. "I told you, it's fuck." The word was so ragged it was barely more than a mangled moan, spat between his teeth as I ran my mouth up his length. Tasted the tip, lips and tongue soft, my movement slow and languid. Relishing the taste of him. Relishing the sound of his quickening breaths. Relishing the way that I could tell, even without looking, that every muscle in his body was tensed. Then he was pulling me back up to him, pressing his mouth against mine in a long, desperate kiss as he rolled over me and pushed me to the bed. "Why do I always get the interrogation?" he muttered. "From the minute you showed up at my doorstep, it's always me. What about you?" He broke away and ran an analytical eye over my body. Where'd this come from? He pressed a kiss to the 2-week-old slice over my shoulder, a gift from Noura's rapier in sparring practice. Or this? His lips moved lower, to a large purple welt across my ribs. "Looks like you've been busy." My abs were tight, core burning with desire, breathing quick. But I said, as casually as I could manage, "I had things to do." "Things, hmm?" He reached the burn at the outside of my left hip, still tender enough to make me suck in air through my teeth when his mouth brushed it, pleasure mingling with pain. "I like to lead an exciting life," I choked out. "Right." I felt a silent chuckle against a bruise on my leg. "Part of your charm. You cannot deny it." His breath came next against the inside of my thigh. Higher. Oh, gods, gods. Time suspended, need pounding in my veins. I craned my neck to look down, and Max met my gaze. His hair was messy, falling over his forehead. A smirk twisted one side of his mouth, the left, as always. From this angle, I could see the cut of his shoulders, the muscled definition of his arms, the way the light fell across his silhouette. He was beautiful. But the thing that took my breath away wasn't that. It was the sheer, all-consuming affection in how he looked at me. "You're right," he said. "I can't." And then he lowered his mouth to me, and pleasure suffused me all at once, so intense that I couldn't breathe. My back arched, my fists clenching handfuls of the bedspread. A helpless moan escaped me, one that I didn't even realize I had made until Max's lips stopped just long enough to let out a groan. "Tisaanah, make that sound again." His voice was low and raspy, practically begging. I couldn't speak, could barely breathe. And yet, when his tongue resumed its long, tortuous path, I found a way to comply. Were those words that spilled from my lips? Tharini, Iran, both? Prayers, curses? I didn't know, didn't care. "Good girl," he chuckled against my skin. But I couldn't pay attention to his words, couldn't pay attention to anything but the movements of his tongue making love to me, too much and not enough at the same time, too gentle and too rough. 2 fingers slid into me, and my hips bucked, and that was the end. I unraveled, a wave of pleasure cresting and crashing, and I was still shaking when Max gave me one final kiss at the apex of my thighs and crawled over me. I was nothing but nerves, nothing but instinct, as my limbs encircled him again, as my mouth found his. It wasn't enough. I needed more, needed him closer, needed his breath timed with mine. He pushed into me easily, my hips rising to meet him. Gods, I had forgotten how good it felt, how right, to be together like this, to be so full of him. He kissed me deeply, the taste of both of us mingling on our tongues, just as his fingers clutched mine, as our limbs tangled, as every part of us intertwined. Our movements found a rhythm that was as natural as it was hungry, his strokes firm and demanding, my body meeting him at each one. Already I could feel another wave cresting, pressure growing where he touched the deepest parts of me. His thrusts growing harder, his breath more ragged against my mouth. "Again," he said, commanded, begged, "let me feel you again, Tisaanah." And as if to give me no choice but to comply, he pushed deep, sinking his teeth into my throat. My climax hit me so hard that for a few incredible seconds I separated entirely from the world, connected only to him. I returned just soon enough to open my eyes, to see him follow me, his head thrown back, his muscles taut. I grabbed him and pulled him to me in a rough kiss, as his climax shuddered through me, riding out the aftershocks of my own. The kiss softened, slowed, as our crescendos faded. Softened, yes, but did not break. We were not ready to let each other go. And still we did not speak. Express emotion subtly, not dramatically. He kissed me and kissed me, hands roaming each other, until he slipped into me again. I could not be close enough. I wanted to feel him everywhere. And I knew, surely, we both knew, that soon enough there would be words and worries and reality. But for now, there was only this. Nothing but each other, sharing our bodies and our breaths and everything that words were too weak to explain. I felt boneless and dazed by the time we exhausted ourselves. I was used to being tired by now. I was now always tired. But this was the pleasant sort of exhaustion, aching and satisfied at once. Once Max and I untangled ourselves from each other, we staggered to the washroom, filled the bathtub with water that Max ensured was delightfully scalding, and lowered ourselves in with groans of weary satisfaction. And now, there we both sat, Max leaning against the back rim of the tub, and me in turn against his chest, his arms encircling me and his chin against the top of my head. "This feels nice," I said. Not the warm water, him. Being beside him, feeling him all over me. All these weeks, and I hadn't even allowed myself to dream of this. Didn't allow myself to dismiss the uncertainty that he would make it back alive. And now that he was here, I never wanted to let him go. "Let's stay here for a very long time," I said, making a show of stretching. "I will not move, and so neither can you." Yuck! I couldn't see Max's face, but I could hear the wrinkle over his nose. "You recognize that we're essentially marinating in our own filth right now?" I eyed the water, tinged gray. Fine, he wasn't wrong. "Our filth?" I said. "Your filth?" A bold assertion, considering that you just came from the training ring. "And you just came from where, exactly?" I craned my neck around to eye him. "You have much to tell me. Were my letters not detailed enough for you?" "Your letters were good, but I like your voice better." "Likewise." And yet, I felt the way his arms tightened slightly around me, and the unspoken hesitation of all it implied. When he let out a long breath, I knew he was clearing space for all the words he needed to say. I knew it, because I was doing the same thing. He kissed the top of my head. "You first," he said. The words poured out of me. I had spent these weeks in a state of constant performance. I had Cyril and Samarin, but there were so many things that I couldn't tell Cyril, and so many things that I didn't want to show Samarin. With Max, words came easily, and even the ones that didn't, he heard anyway. I told him of the battles and how I won. I told him of Eslin and what Samarin and I had done to buy time for the slaves that my own actions had endangered. I told him of every feat and every fear. I told him everything. And for his part, he did the same. I listened as he told me of the battle in Antedale and those that followed. I had heard all the stories here, of course, when they were spoken of in terms of victory and strategy and numbers. But rendered in Max's voice, the wins and losses weren't matters of statistics. They were human. I loved that about him. I loved it, and gods, I had missed it. We talked for hours, so long that we didn't even notice that the water had gone tepid by the time we trailed off into silence. When we finally decided it was time to end our bath, I stayed behind for a few minutes to wring out my wet hair. Then I went to the washroom door and leaned against the frame, watching him. He was standing at the window, hands tucked into the pockets of the pants he'd thrown back on, profile outlined in the waning light. The view overlooked the Farleone estate and the mountains beyond it. Max's face was tilted to the east, towards the house. "It is beautiful," I said. "Huh? Corvius. Corvius is beautiful." A shadow passed over his expression. "It is," he said. I crossed the room and stood beside him, taking in the view. "I know it's hard for you to be here," I murmured, "but I've liked seeing the place that raised you. While you were gone, it was like I could find pieces of you here." I don't know if I liked the parts of me that were left in this house. I leaned my head against his shoulder. I couldn't help drawing in a long breath, taking in his scent. Ash and lilacs, and a little hint, I had realized, that was from here, from this place, as if it was in his blood. Not the house, the city, the scenery, the flower gardens at the edge of the grounds. There's a bookstore in town that made me think of you. The owner is very unfriendly. He snaps at you if you even say a single word. I gave him a coy smirk. It seemed like the sort of place you would enjoy. His eyebrows lurched a little, a distant smile curling his lips. Mathilda's. Yes, that was it. I was satisfied that my instincts were right. I knew him. He reached out and brushed the small of my back, as if this was satisfying to him, too. But his smile faded quickly. I watched him fall into serious thought. Is it just as difficult, I murmured, to be here again? I've never been able to face this place. He swallowed. When the Sirazin brought us here, that was the first time I had looked at those gates since, well, all of it. Brian tried to find me for a few years, tried to get me to come back, but I just couldn't. Brian, Mac's older brother and the only other remaining Farleone, the only one who had not been present that day. I rarely asked about him. I knew it was a particular sore spot for many reasons. Do you ever think about finding him now? I asked, quietly. No. He said it fast, like it was a ridiculous thought. No, I don't even know where he is. As far as I know, he hasn't been back to Ara in years. And he doesn't know the truth of what happened that day. He was fed the same story as everyone else. I can't look him in the eye knowing what I know, because if I were him, a muscle feathered in his jaw. He still stared out at the landscape. Like I said, there are a lot of things I haven't been able to face. I squeezed his arm. It was a long moment later when Max spoke and said something that I was not at all expecting. Would you come with me to see the house? His eyes slid to me, a little wide, as if he had surprised himself, too. My brow furrowed. Are you sure? A pause, like he himself wasn't sure. I need to, he said at last. It's loomed in my memory for so long. His voice trailed off, but he didn't have to continue. Of course, I murmured, and reached for my clothes. Chapter 33, Max. I could have shown Tisaanah the impersonal beauty in the Farleone estate. I could have showed her the artifacts, the artwork, the precious valuables, all the things my parents used to present to guests on tours of the house. But those were not the stories that were burning in my lungs, desperate to be released. And those were not the things I needed her beside me for the strength to face. Instead, we wandered through the living quarters. It was utterly silent here. Zareth and his leadership had taken over every wing of the house but this one, the place where we had lived our innermost lives, now carefully closed off to visitors. Perhaps even my miserable aunt had boundaries as to what she would allow him to use. When we walked through those doors, I felt like I'd walked into the past. Tisaanah and I went upstairs, to the bedrooms. Neither of us spoke, but Tisaanah's hand was tight around mine. I was grateful for it. The first door I opened was to Kira's room, and when we stepped inside, I went suddenly still. The room was a frozen, dust-coated monument to the girl that had lived here, untouched for nearly a decade. Her insect books were scattered on the ground. Her hairbrush sat on the bureau, strands of black hair buried in its bristles. There was an indentation on her bedspread, as if someone had carelessly leapt from it in too much of a hurry, because she was always in too much of a hurry. I couldn't speak. I hadn't expected this, for everything to remain so preserved.
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. Was it intentional? Had Bran instructed that everything stay exactly the way it had been when they died? Or had the world just moved on without them, and no one thought to look back? "Are you all right?" Tisaanah murmured. That was a complicated question.
I nodded, even though I wasn't sure that was, in fact, the correct answer. I stepped back, closing the door gently behind me. I went to Various room next, and as soon as I opened the door, the scent of dust and old charcoal greeted me. 3 easels stood throughout the room. 2 were blank. One housed a half-finished sketch, one that I immediately recognized as depicting Shaelia reading a book, charcoal still waiting on the tray as if the artist had stepped out and never returned. Then we went to Mariska's room, all immaculately neat, long dead flowers still petrified in their perfect arrangements, and Shaelia's, which was decorated with everything and anything that once sparkled and now hummed dully in the darkness. Walking through the rooms was like stepping into a grim, gray-scale version of my memory. And yet there was an odd comfort in it, too, in allowing myself to see the marks they had left on the world. Tisaanah asked little, innocuous questions. When did he start drawing? Or why did she like these books so much? And while at first my answers were stilted, soon I slipped more easily into the past. For so long, my grief had overshadowed their lives, an insurmountable wall between the present and any happiness that had once lived in the past. For the first time in a long, long time, I found myself peering over it. Atraclius' room was last. I opened the door and stopped short. I was expecting his to look the way the others did, preserved in the past. I was ready to see a room that was messy, an unmade bed, trinkets scattered across the floor. Instead, it was immaculate. It took me a moment to realize why. Because Atraclius had died here. The room had been cleaned and purged of all that made it his, because it needed to be when his body was taken away. My eyes drifted down. Burn marks peeked out from beneath the carpet. I suddenly felt ill. I stepped backwards, closing the door too quickly. I glanced at Tisaanah, and I saw her wince, her fingers going to her temple. I wondered if Reshaye was whispering to her, awakened by the memory of what had happened here. This had been a mistake. I was halfway down the hall before I even realized I was moving, then down the grand staircase. I didn't stop until I flung open a door and felt the rush of cold mountain air against my face. I let out 2 shaky breaths and opened my eyes. I hadn't even paid attention to where I was walking, moving solely on instinct. I stood on the balcony. Before me was a breathtaking view of the mountains, the forts illuminated like distant candles, the snow-capped peaks glowing beneath the moonlight. I felt warmth surround me. Tisaanah leaned against my shoulder. Her touch was a grounding presence, tethering me back to the earth. Their lives were worth so much more than the way they ended, Max, she murmured softly. Don't let their deaths take that away from you. It is the most precious thing you have. A lump rose in my throat. Ascended, I wished it was that easy. But their deaths had taken so much. From their memories, from their lives, from me. I wish you could have known them, I said. I wish I was introducing you to them instead of showing you their empty bedrooms. I wish I was showing you this house when it was a home, not a shrine to the dead. And sometimes I let out a breath through my teeth. Sometimes I wish you had known me, the way I used to be. Sometimes I wish that was the version of myself I could give you. A better version. One that wasn't so broken. I had thought that when I noticed my feelings for Tisaanah beginning to change. The night I had given her the butterfly necklace, I had spent the rest of the evening trying to ignore the pleasant burn on my knuckles where they had brushed her skin. And when I lay in bed that night, unable to sleep because of this persistent, nagging fantasy that I couldn't shake, a cold voice had echoed through my mind. Maybe once, long ago, you could have been worthy of her. Maybe before you were a collection of scars. Tisaanah's arm wound around mine. I do not think I would have liked you then, she said, so plainly that despite myself, a smile tugged at my mouth. I had far less crippling disillusionment then. Perhaps I like your crippling disillusionment. The remnants of my smile faded. It was more than that. I had a home, a family. I had this. I gestured to the house. All of this ridiculous excess. I could have given all of that to you. I wish I could give all that to you. I looked to Tisaanah. Ascended, she was stunning, the white in her hair glowing in the silver light, her eyes 1,000,000 miles deep. For a moment, I could picture that idealized fantasy, the way she would have looked with them, laughing with Atraclius, chatting with my mother, collecting bugs with Kira. I could picture the way she would have painted the horrible parties here in rainbow colors. Tisaanah gave me a sad smile. You could have tried, she said, but that world would not have wanted me, Max. And perhaps I would not have wanted it either. There it was, the truth. I closed my eyes, and one by one the images faded. Because Tisaanah was a former slave, a foreigner with no name and no prospects. I so wanted to believe that my family wouldn't have seen her that way. Maybe, as individual people, they wouldn't have. But the roots of the life we lived ran deeper than that, choking out what didn't belong. And maybe Tisaanah was too damned good for all of it anyway. I had loved my family. I had loved my childhood. But now I turned around and looked at this beautiful house and thought of how it was built from the riches of career warfare. For the Farleones, it was simply what we did, a game to gain honor and money and respect from other people like us. But Tisaanah knew what it was to be one of the pieces on the board. People like us reduced people like her to faceless numbers, like she was just one of 1,000, an asset to be leveraged or sacrificed, instead of a person. Grief and anger warred with each other deep in my chest. The conflict I'd suppressed these long weeks, the thing that festered every time I looked at Moth, bubbled up to the surface. I don't know how to reconcile it, I said. The bad with the good. The things that I loved with the things that I hate. And there is so fucking much that I hate now about what we were. So many things that I didn't see back then. But despite it, I had to stop, abruptly, because I couldn't say the words without breaking. I still miss them so much. There was a long silence. When Tisaanah spoke, her voice was a low murmur. I have known so many people, she said, who are willing to do awful things and look away from the consequences. I have learned to live in their world and play by their rules, because I thought it was the only way. But you are not willing to compromise. You are not willing to sacrifice. You demand better. When I met you, I had never known anyone like that before. Her hand slid into mine. You told me once that the world would be simpler if people were all one thing. But we will never live in a world that easy. Your family is a part of you. Of course you will love them. Of course you will miss them. And of course you will want to make a better world than they did. You will build upon what they gave you. You will draw from their strengths and confront their mistakes. You will make something better, because that is what you do. You dream, Max, and I love that in you. Her words dug deep, brushing everything I buried, the old wounds of my family's deaths and the fresh ones from these last awful weeks, brushing everything that smothered me when I would lie alone at night, wondering if any of it would ever be worth anything. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. And yet she made it so easy to believe her, as if her conviction was strong enough to breathe life into everything I dismissed as impossible. My vision blurred. In one abrupt movement, I pulled her into an embrace, clutching her with my face buried in her hair. I couldn't speak, even though I wished I could. I wished I could weave words beautiful enough to capture this, the way that she made the past and the future seem, somehow, reconcilable. She didn't pull away, and I was grateful, because I wasn't ready to let go. Perhaps I never would be. I had always lived my life with one foot in the past, while Tisaanah relentlessly charged to the future. It was only here, when we were together, that we collided. It was only here that we stood still. Beautifully, mercifully still. We stayed there like that, holding each other, for a long, long time. That night, I slept as if I hadn't in months. When I was traveling, night was a time of fitful rest and vivid dreams, interspersed with worries. But now it was easy to fall into a rest so deep it was a vat of darkness, wonderful, dreamless. And what felt like 100 years later, when I rolled over to see Tisaanah's lightly snoring face beside me, the awestruck relief just hit me all over again. Her eyes fluttered open. I watched them blink away sleepy confusion, and then brighten with happiness, and then close again in contentment. Tisaanah and I had never had the opportunity to wake up together, slow. And we did wake up slowly. We woke up with good mornings murmured into each other's skin, and sloppy embraces, and little kisses that started playful and quickly drew deeper. We woke up with our bodies intertwined, Tisaanah crawling over me, and the two of us moving together, hands roaming over each other lazily. I tried to memorize the way she looked, with the morning light falling over her naked body. I decided I liked her this way. Eventually, though, the world caught up to us. By the time we finally dragged ourselves out of bed, my mind was moving on to the next order of business, one that I was sorely dreading. I turned to Tisaanah as she finished brushing out her hair. "I made some visits," I said, "when I was traveling." She looked at me through the mirror. "Visits?" "I tried to get some information about your curse, whatever Zareth did or didn't do." That got her attention. She turned. "And?" I let out a long breath through my teeth. I couldn't believe I was about to say this. "I think we need to visit Elizath." Chapter 34. 8th. That night I drank. It was not hard to find alcohol in Yathara. Any town so built for travelers, after all, would have it flowing freely. It took very little wandering to find a little pub to stumble into. It wasn't the shadowy, familiar embrace of my home, but the wine ran just as strong, the darkness just as sweet, the smiles of strangers just as welcoming. 2 glasses, and the knot in my stomach was suddenly loosened, my attention transfixed on a handsome enough man in the chair beside me. Our conversations growing softer and closer. This was good. This was familiar. Soon I would be entangled in limbs and skin and moans, and a heartbeat that would carry me through the loneliness of the night. The stranger was whispering softly to me, words that neither of us cared about, our noses nearly touching, when a figure in the corner caught my eye. A familiar figure, slumped back in the shadows, his own glass of wine in his hand. There was something about his stance that was unusual and concerning. "What?" the stranger murmured, his fingers tracing mine. He was so close. It would be so easy to disappear into mindless pleasure. So comfortable compared to the complications of everything else that surrounded us. And yet, for reasons even I didn't fully understand, I pulled away. "I have to go," I said. When I crossed the room and slid onto the bench beside Cadouin, he barely looked at me. He swirled the remaining wine around in his glass. "You have a bad habit," he said, "of finding me when I would rather not be found." "Do you want me to leave?" I said, and he flicked a heavy-lidded gaze to me. Held it. "No," he said, "no, I do not." My eyes fell to his mostly empty glass. Certainly not the first. "What are we drinking to?" A barely visible smile. "A good friend's birthday." one that he should be drinking to himself. Oh, I bit my lip. There would be many lonely birthdays for Cadouin. He would have been a much better king, he said, looking down to his glass. It should have been him. It's laughable, actually, that I am the one who holds the title now. Someone should have made a rule. Once you get past the 10th person in the line of succession, perhaps it's time to give up. You're the king now. You could make that rule. Cadouin blinked. I suppose I could. See? I leaned forward. Innovation, King Cadouin. Mathia, I was drunk, too drunk for this. I half expected him to be insulted. Instead, he let out a short laugh. Innovation? Yes, maybe. But even that. His gaze went far away, face lapsing into seriousness. I just keep thinking of how many more useful people could have lived. I knew some of the most brilliant people that have ever walked this world. When I had that corpse open on my table, all I could think about were all the more intelligent minds that could have been standing in my place, minds who could assemble the pieces I cannot. And yet I was the one who walked away. My mouth was dry. I took a long gulp of wine. I was acutely conscious of the letter in my pocket and what it forbid. Cadouin wanted answers, but he would not be able to get them in Naraja. I didn't want to tell him that, not now. But when I put my glass down again, he was looking at me with that stare that stripped me bare. I assume, he said, that you received a letter from your father. I stiffened and silently cursed myself for abandoning the promise of a wordless embrace for this. My non-answer was answer enough. I'll guess, Cadouin said, leaning back in his chair. We are not going to Naraja. The words were thick and difficult. We are not. I, for one, am utterly shocked, he said, and took a long drink of wine. I may disagree, but it is not up to me to question his decisions. Cadouin's lip twitched. It's a coward's decision, he muttered into his glass. Anger flared. I had to choke back my sharpest words. You're drunk, I said. I am, but I'm also right. He sat up and leaned towards me. The movement was sloppy and imprecise, and he bowed closer than perhaps he would have, his forehead nearly touching mine. Even in the darkness of the pub, his eyes were the color of light refracting through leaves, as if his anger shone through them. Tell me something, Tyrannus, he said. Why do you have such loyalty to him? I am not the Tyrannus. Yes, you are, I scoffed. No, I'm unsuitable? To whom? Your father holds unmatched power in the Pales. Do you think he could not have gotten them to accept you if he had wanted to? His voice softened. Where I had just seen anger, now I saw compassion. Do you think other houses do not whisper about him, Afe? That power was never even intended to be his. It is your mother's, and it is yours. I shook my head, but even as I did, a fragmented memory whispered through the back of my mind. A memory of that night, my father's hands on my throat, the flash of white, my mother's voice. My mother is not well, and I are not as easy to control as your sister. I stopped breathing. I recoiled, a snarl on my lips. Don't you dare say a word of my sister. Regret unfolded across his face immediately. And don't you dare speak about my family as if you know them better than I do. He leaned forward, just slightly. Afe. He said my name like it was an apology and an explanation and a plea. No one ever said my name like that. No one ever had extended that sort of tenderness to me, and I liked it better that way. And so I didn't need to think before I stomped it all out. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. I'm sorry that he did not give you the answer you wanted. I'm sorry that you hate him because he's trying to make you something you don't want to be. Because he never would let happen to our house what happened to yours. I didn't expect Cadouan's expression to change as it did. He flinched, as if I had struck him. And then his eyes were bright and sharp, and his lips parted, and a certain satisfaction rose up in me, ready for the ugliness of a fight. Something familiar and painful, something that I undoubtedly deserved. But then a deafening crash rang out. On the opposite side of the room, where a massive window overlooked the leaves and sky, smashed glass now covered the floor. Patrons leapt up from their seats, swearing drunkenly. Confused murmurs rippled through the pub as we stood. My eyes were not looking at the window. Instead, they were drawn to what lay on the floor, an arrow wrapped in cloth. One end was alight with a strange flame, and it was only once I stepped closer that I saw blue powder scattered across the ground where it had landed. "What is?" I started. I didn't get to finish my question. Cadouan grabbed my arm and yanked me back, just as the world went white. Everything shattered. A bone-rattling sound shook me. My back slammed against the wall. I was on the other side of the room. I couldn't see, it was dark, and blue smoke hung in the air. Floorboards were crooked and splintered beneath me. I was looking up at a night sky through a broken ceiling. There was a weight on top of me. Cadouan, I realized, bracing himself over my body. There was warmth spilling over my right arm where he pressed against me. Blood, his. I wasn't prepared for the wave of panic that realization brought me. My hands clamped to his side, trying to quell the bleeding. "You're hurt." But Cadouan didn't seem to care. There was something more urgent than pain etched into his expression. "Humans," he ground out. It was the only thing he had time to say before there was a hideous cracking sound, and the floor fell out beneath us. Chapter 35. Tisaanah. I wasn't sure what exactly I was expecting. Perhaps some fortress of iron bars and twisted steel, or a dark tower shrouded in storm clouds. But when Max drew his stratogram and we landed on a slab of ivory surrounded by a churning sea, my words died in my throat. The building was made out of polished white stone, so tall that its peak faded into the ocean fog above us. The sides were slightly slanted, and the waves roared against them like fists to an unyielding door. There were no windows, no openings at all, save for a single tall, narrow black door. The walls were covered with carvings. As we stepped closer, I realized that they were not images, but symbols, a language I had never seen before. As the light hit them, sometimes they would catch sudden flashes of silver or black or a bone-chilling red. Reshaye hissed. It hissed. I winced, pushing back its protests. But it was right. Everything here felt unsettling. "Aurans built this?" I asked as we approached the doors. They loomed above us, two massive panes of darkness against the ivory. This place was like nothing I had seen in Aura. It seemed ancient and foreign. It wasn't built so much as it was discovered. It's old, certainly older than the fall of magic. Max barely touched the door, and it swung open, seemingly of its own accord. He shuddered and cursed beneath his breath. I suppose that 400 years ago, when it was uncovered again, the orders thought it would be a shame to let such a perfectly torturous place go to waste. Enterprising bastards. We stepped through the doors, and they closed swiftly behind us, as if offended by Max's tone. Reshaye slammed against my thoughts. It was eerily bright in here. The walls and floor were made out of the same smooth white stone as the exterior, adorned with the same decorative carvings. There were no doors, no adornments, no lanterns, just light, and no people, though I felt the heavy gaze of watchful eyes. "I fucking despise this place," Max muttered, and started walking. I followed. "There are no guards?" I couldn't help but whisper. It was too silent, an unnatural silence, the kind that reeked of danger. The words barely made it out of my mouth before I stumbled into Max, who had stopped short. An old woman stood before us. She was draped in a black dress, with a matching scarf covering her hair, reminiscent of a hood. She stood perfectly still, her hands clasped in front of her. Shriveled scars occupied her empty eye sockets. A Syriazin. Ascended, that was unnecessary, Max muttered. The woman did not acknowledge the comment, though the muscles around her scars twitched disapprovingly. I couldn't help but stare. Is this what became of Syriazin when they got old? I'd never seen one over the age of 50. And while all Syriazin could be a little unnerving, this one seemed almost inhuman. A purple cast bloomed beneath her scars, like delicate bruises. "For whom?" she creaked out. "Vardir Israin," Max said. The woman then gave me a stare that I felt down my spine. "She's with me," he added. The stare held for several more uncomfortable seconds. Then she abruptly turned away, as if we were now unworthy of her interest. She lifted a finger and pointed down a hallway, and by the time we began walking again, she was gone. Max strode on purposefully, as if that one feeble-pointed finger was enough to tell him exactly where we needed to go, even though we continued to turn corners and wind down hallways. The carved white stone drowned out everything else, so bright I found myself squinting, and the walls seemed to press down on us. Everything was so strangely silent, as if sound itself withered and died in the air. Even the cadence of our footsteps seemed odd, like they were defying nature. At one point, we turned a corner, and it was as if something cracked. A piercing, agonized scream sliced through the air, so sharp it dragged bloody fingernails through my ears. I froze. But the sound was gone as suddenly as it had appeared. It was like a single fragment of broken glass, cut off at the end and the beginning, audible for only a fraction of a second. And then, once again, it was so silent that I questioned whether I had heard it at all. Max and I had both stopped walking. We looked at each other. It took me a moment to realize what I had heard, realize why this place was so oddly silent. "It's a spell," I said. "The silence." He inclined his chin, grim. "Yes, it is." The thought made a shiver run through me. Right now, the air might have been thick with screams, with agony, like what we had just heard through a single crack in magic. Here, just unheard, smothered beneath oppressive silence. I didn't like this place. We continued down several more halls until Max stopped and turned to the wall. He placed his palm flat against the white stone, and it simply parted, like a curtain opened by invisible hands. Where there had once been solid stone, now there was a door. Before I could move, Max caught my arm. "We tolerate nothing from him," he said. "Nothing. All right?" I gave him a nod, and Max opened the door. The thing before me didn't even look like a man. Actually, there were a lot of things that were suddenly incomprehensible. The carvings on the walls seemed to be moving, though when my eyes landed in any one place, they were still. The room, a small box of that carved white stone, felt as if it both brightened and darkened all at once. There was no furniture in here, not even a bed or chamber pot. It reeked of human waste and decay, though I saw neither. The figure was curled up on the floor, his knees to his chin. He wore stained, plain clothing, a shirt that had once been white, and torn brown trousers. His back was to me, giving me a view of just bony shoulders and a head of thin, scraggly white hair. "Vardir," Max said. And when the man turned, I had to stifle a gasp. He was grinning like a madman. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. He had to have been mad, because his face, the pale albino face of a Valtane, was destroyed, covered in bleeding gouges. At the same moment, Reshaye roared to life, its hatred overwhelming me. Vardir scrambled around to face us.
Up close, I realized he was actually quite young, perhaps only in his 40s. Max, he breathed. Max and Tarius Forleone. 2 old friends. 2 in just so little time. What a treat! What a treat! He scrambled forward, fingers reaching out crooked like broken tree branches. Max yanked me back. A flash of memory hit me. That same smile as he leaned over me, little knives in his hands, in a room of white. I had to catch Reshaye as it lunged for control, lunged for Vardir's throat. My body seized, but one little sliver of Reshaye slipped through, a ragged whisper. I am not your friend. Not my voice, not my accent. Vardir looked delighted. Ah, yes, there it is. No matter how different the carrier may be, I always know. Enough, I said to Reshaye, pushing it back. We need him. Being here is worse than death. We're not here for a reunion, Max said. We have some questions for you. Questions? Vardir grinned wider, all those wounds over his face rippling. I used to love questions. I want you to tell me if it is possible for a curse to bind one life to another. Vardir paused, licked his lips. Why? Did someone do that to you? Now that you mention it, I did feel something strange, something off-color. He stopped abruptly, his gaze snapping to me. Or is it you? You answer our questions, Max said. We don't have to answer yours. But the prisoner's bloodshot eyes crinkled with delight, fixed on me. It is you. I slowly knelt down to the ground until I was on Vardir's level. You are Reshaye's creator? A snarl. He laughed. Creator? Not creator, no. I simply helped harness it here, in Ara. Who could have created such a thing? Perhaps the gods themselves made it to punish us. They do love to do that. His eyes found the ceiling, and his face slowly devolved into terror, as if he was seeing something there that Max and I could not. Max and I exchanged a look. Vardir, Max said, and he jolted, as if jerking awake. He grinned slowly. An old friend, he exclaimed. 3 in so short a time. How lucky am I! How very lucky! My heart sank. This man was insane. You were telling me about Reshaye, I said. Ah, of course. I could not have done it without Max and Tarius, such a willing host. Vardir looked to Max, and his face went serious, a wrinkle forming at his brow. It gave you a gift, he said quietly. I can feel its magic still in you. They took so much, but I can still feel. A life-binding spell, Vardir, Max pressed. Is it possible? Could it be broken? I thought you were smarter than that, Captain. Anything is possible, and nothing is ever truly broken. Max let out a hiss of frustration. But I pulled my sleeve back, exposing my forearm and the dark veins visible beneath the albino white patches of my skin. Do you know what this is? Vardir's face went serious. Then horrified. Then delighted. You did it! He lunged forward, grabbing my arm and wrenching it forward, pulling it so close that his nose nearly brushed my skin. Max was halfway to him when I raised my other hand, giving him a silent assurance. Wait, I'm fine. Did what, Vardir? You wielded Reshaye's magic directly. You alone. He shook his head. If I had my tools, if I had my study. What does that mean? I asked, and Vardir arched his eyebrows at me. You don't even know? It means a channel has opened. A channel connecting you to the deepest levels of magic, deeper than Valtane or Solari magic, or even Fey magic. He snapped his gaze to Max and grinned. So this is why you ask about such blood magic. You have it too. Yes, I see that now. I don't know how I missed it. Don't know how. My mind has been so fuzzy lately.
I could feel his emotions rippling through his touch, and they were unlike any I had ever felt before. A million disjointed fragments warring with each other, as if he was constantly experiencing all emotions at once and never knowing which one was real. Slowly, I pieced together what Vardir was implying. "You are saying," I said quietly, "that our magic is blood magic? Human bodies aren't built to withstand such power. This magic feeds on life. It will take and consume whatever life you can give it, and more." "The more life you give it?" I murmured. Reshaye curled through my thoughts, landing on a memory. The memory of my fingers on skin, my magic reducing living flesh to black rot. Consuming life. Nausea roiled in my stomach. All those people I had killed, in Threll. Slavers, yes. I couldn't bring myself to be sorry for their deaths. But there was something sickening in that, in the fact that my magic consumed life itself and thrived on death. Max looked as if he did too. One look at his face, and I could imagine what he was thinking. All those lives in Sarla's eye, all that death, just making him stronger. Destruction begetting more destruction. Vardir's gaze flicked from me to Max. "Now tell me, have you tried combining your magics? Theoretically, if you both draw from the same level, you could—" Then he stopped short. His face went suddenly slack, then slowly into horror. Wordlessly, he lifted his hands and began drawing his fingers down his face. It was then that I realized the cuts were claw marks, hundreds of them, from his own fingernails. I lurched forward to stop him on instinct. 1 second, and I was yanking away Vardir's hands. Another, and he lunged for me. I was pinned on the floor, Vardir leaning over me. "How did I miss it?" he breathed. "Until now, I didn't see." His blood, fresh in the newly opened scratches, dripped on my face. He was on top of me, his hands at my throat. A split second later, and I felt the heat of flames, Max's cursing as he yanked Vardir away. The tiny cell suddenly was thick with the smell of burning flesh. My own magic tingled at my fingertips. Rot. Vardir scampered upright, pushing himself against the wall, his eyes glued to me. "They're coming for us," he said, "because of you." I leapt to my feet, my heart was pounding. 2 strides, and I was there before I knew what was happening, pushing Max aside and thrashing the sides of Vardir's bloody face. "You deserve to die," my voice said. My voice, but Reshaye's words. "You locked me up. You tortured me." Black rot sizzled on Vardir's skin, and he let out a raspy, ragged scream. "You will destroy us. You destroyed me. You stop." Max pulled me away, and I whirled around to face him. "He deserves it," I growled. "You know he does as well as I." Fragments of Reshaye's memory slid through my mind. My open entrails, open on a table, a white ceiling, incredible pain. "He does," Max said, "so let him rot here, tearing his own face off." My body was tense, uncertain. "You told me the worst thing about being what you are is that you are neither living nor dead," I told it. "Let him live that way too. It is the greatest torture. Torture." Reshaye said nothing, but slowly I felt it concede, and I carefully slipped back into control. I saw Max's face shift, and I knew he recognized the change immediately. But we had no time to waste. Vardir let out a shriek, still lying on the ground, scratching at a face now so ruined and bloody that it looked like nothing but a smear of flesh. He was weeping. "I can't believe I didn't see. They're coming. They're coming. I can't believe I didn't." The walls themselves seemed to move all at once, lurching in on us. When had it gotten so dark? I shot Max a look of alarm. "That's enough of that," he muttered, and grabbed me with one hand and pressed the palm of the other to the wall. And nothing happened. "Max!" "I'm trying." Again, his palm to the wall. Nothing. It was so dark now. So dark that I was beginning to see movement in the shadows, like ghosts crawling out of the stone carvings. The hair on the back of my neck stood upright.
Express emotion subtly, not dramatically. My heartbeat was rushing. "All right, you miserable bitch," Max muttered. "Enough play." He pounded on the wall and then pressed his palm to it. This time I pressed mine beside his. Open, open, open. The wall parted, and I breathed a ragged sigh of relief. Max grabbed my hand, and the two of us were rushing down those smooth stone hallways. Gods, had I thought they were bright before? Now what had once been eerie bone-white was ashy and dark, as if smoke-stained. The carvings seemed to shift. One turn, and then another and another. Every hallway looked the same. At one point, Max stopped short, his face snapping off down the hall, frozen. "What?" I asked. "What are you looking at?" No answer. "Max." He turned away, pale. "Let's just get out of here." I could have sworn I heard a voiceless whisper. "Stay," Reshaye whispered. We rushed around another corner, and I stumbled to a sudden stop. There was a figure standing before us, a woman with wild black hair and eyes that looked like home. "Tisaanah," she called to me, her hand outstretched. "Tisaanah, my love, my sweet daughter, my strong daughter. I missed you so much." I could not make myself move. "This is not right," a small part of me whispered, far in the back of my mind. And yet everything else within me pulled to her. I could even smell her, salt and jasmine, the scent of childhood safety. "It's not real, Tisaanah." Max's hand clasped mine, holding me back. "Whatever you're seeing, it's not real." "I have missed you so much," she breathed, tears streaking her cheeks. "I called for you so many times, but you never came." I blinked, and her face was bloody, her outstretched hands decaying. "I died alone in the dark, and you never." "It's not real, Tisaanah." Max grabbed my arm and pulled me away, and after a stumble I was running again. "Go back," a voice seemed to whisper. "Don't abandon her again." It echoed with her pleas, fading behind me. "Please, Tisaanah, please, help me. Come back." "That's what this place does," Max muttered. "It feeds on you. Don't stop, no matter what it shows you." My mother was only the beginning. I saw Max, chained and bloody, marred by decay that I immediately recognized as my own magic. I saw Sorel, starving and emaciated, collapsed under the tear of countless lashes. Samarin, Moth, the Threlian refugees, always the same. "Help me, help me." Max, too, lurched to a stop several times, growing paler and quieter each time. I could only imagine what he saw. Once, I needed to hold him back from turning around, dragging him around the corner until he regained his senses enough to push forward. By the time we got to the entrance, it was so dark that I struggled to see. The door was bigger than I remembered it, tall and narrow and black. The symbols on it glinted through the shadows, despite there being no light to reflect. Max put his hand on the door. It did not move. The symbols were rearranging, like bugs crawling towards a carcass, collecting around us. I pushed the door too. "Let us out," I murmured in Thorani, as if to plead with Elizoth herself. "We do not belong here." "You do not?" The whisper surrounded us. "All right, Elizoth," Max muttered. "We're appropriately fucking impressed with you. Now let us go." The symbols in the wall all skittered towards Max, framing his silhouette. Shadows reached from the corners of the room, caressing him.
It sounded nothing like a voice, and yet I could understand its words perfectly. Why should I let you go, now that you have returned to me? Perhaps you escaped me once, but you belong here. No. I thrust my palm against the door and threw all of my magic, all of Reshaye's magic, behind it. A surge of light hit my fingertips. More and more shadows reached for Max, like ravenous hands. "This is your home," Elizoth crooned to him. "And what difference does a few weeks make?" The door held for one more moment, but another burst of power and it flew open. Max and I stumbled through. My eyes recoiled against the brightness of the outside world. Max yanked parchment from his pocket and drew a stratagram. He had to do it twice. His hand was shaking too badly to make the circle the first time. We landed behind the Farleone estate. It was a beautiful day. People were all around us, walking or chatting. So peaceful, it was surreal. My gaze flicked to Max, and the two of us stared at each other in silence. His jaw was tight and his face pale. My hand clutched his so tightly that it trembled, so tightly that I thought I would never let it go. We had seen many horrible things within those walls, but only Elizoth's whispers to Max followed me out. "You belong here. What difference does a few weeks make?" Chapter 36. Max. I could feel Tisaanah's stare picking me apart, though I couldn't bring myself to look at her. My heart was still racing, palms still sweating, unwelcome images behind my eyes every time I blinked. Neither of us spoke until we were back in her room. What was that?" she murmured. "It was fucking with us. You belong here." I blinked, trying to force the words away, but that only invited an onslaught of nightmares in the darkness. "That's what that place does," I said. "It takes your worst fears and tortures you with them. Its people say it's alive. Alive? It's not. I don't believe it for a second. It's just a fancy magical mirror, reflecting your nightmares." I cleared my throat. That's all it was doing, in there, fucking with us. Tisaanah flinched, as if one of her own visions was racking through her mind. I could only imagine what she had seen. Her past was so dark. There would have been plenty for Elizoth to work with. "Why didn't it let us leave?" she said. "Far be it from me to interpret the motivations of an ancient sentient prison. Has that happened before? Does it do that? Not that I'd heard of. But then again, Elizoth was universally regarded to be mysterious and horrible, and no one truly understood it." I ran my hand through my hair. "Maybe it's because of our magic. Perhaps it responded to us differently because of it. Ancient and mystical and evil, just like Elizoth." "Perhaps," Tisaanah said, but I could tell that she wasn't satisfied with this answer. "You escaped me once." I fought a shudder and went to the window, mostly because it gave me an excuse to turn away from Tisaanah's stare, one that, as always, saw too much. "We have more important things to worry about than Elizoth's sadistic tendencies, anyway," I said. Tisaanah and I did what we always did when we mutually needed a distraction that night. We trained. There was comforting familiarity in the two of us throwing ourselves into work, with no room for other unpleasant realities. Tisaanah had gotten better since I left, especially at combat. Il-Sahaj now worked as an extension of her body, and her magic, almost as well as my staff, worked as an extension of mine. But it was still unnervingly strange whenever I caught glimpses of my own tactics in her movements, a reminder of why we were here, and the terrifying thing that now bound us deeper than our friendship or our affection. We trained until our bodies no longer cooperated, and then we rinsed ourselves off and collapsed into bed, where we lay in silence, pretending to be asleep. You belong here. It was past midnight when I felt Tisaanah's limbs wind around me. Her voice was quiet in my ear. "When they charged you after Sarlazai," she murmured, "if you had been found guilty, is that where they would have sent you?" I'd known the question was coming and was dreading it. If I had been convicted, yes. War crimes. That had been my charge. What other word was there for what had happened in Sarlazai? It was oddly difficult to speak. It would have been the right place. To send someone who was responsible for that. "It wasn't you, Max," she whispered. Sometimes I wasn't sure how much it mattered. I wasn't even at the trial. I was distracted. But I heard that the survivors were there. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. They came and testified before the orders because they wanted justice. Just days after they buried whatever was left to bury, I cleared my throat. I was only freed because Nora fought for me. Sometimes I think about that. How those people must have felt, watching me be cleared when I wasn't even there. Is that justice? You going to that place because you felt guilty wouldn't have been justice either. Maybe, but maybe it would have been closer to it. You belong here. When Ilizath had whispered that to me, it had felt like the truth. Max. Tisaanah turned my face to her. Her mismatched eyes were bright and fierce. You have never belonged there, and you never will, no matter what it said to you. Do you understand? She said it the same way she had once declared that she would free the Threllian slaves, the same voice she had used when she insisted that she would save Sorel, even when the world told her it was impossible. Relentless brute force. I kissed her on the forehead and pulled her into an embrace. "I know," I murmured. She did always make it seem so easy to believe her. But when I looked at her again, her face, as I had seen it in the darkness of Ilizath, stared back at me. Ilizath's whispers caressed my dreams all night long. Chapter 37. Tisaanah. I couldn't shake the things that Ilizath had shown me. Sleep was restless. It was nearly morning by the time I finally dozed off, and when I woke again, Max was gone, a note on his pillow. T. Your snoring was charming, and you were too peaceful to wake. Early drills. Dinner later. Love, M. It was so deceptively nonchalant, written as if we were two very ordinary people leading very ordinary lives, and like we hadn't been victimized by a magical ancient prison 12 hours ago. I set the note aside. Then, as I rose and began to prepare for the day, I noticed another letter that had been slid beneath the door. It was from the refugee dwellings, from a young woman named Phaedra, whom I had met a few times before. Her grandmother needed my help and requested that I visit that day, though the letter remained somewhat vague as to why. Not that it mattered. Whenever the refugees asked me to go, I went. Today would be no exception. Thank you, Tisaanah, for having the time to come. The old woman spoke with a thick Durali accent, a dialect of Thereti that was sharp and choppy. Her hands shook as she served us stew, broth splashing across the table as she struggled to support the weight of the ladle. I gently took the spoon from her and poured the stew myself. For me, for her, and then for Phaedra, who sat silently with her eyes lowered. Of course I have time, I said. I settled back into my chair and sipped my stew. The flavors weren't quite the same as those found in Threll. It had that classic Aran fishy burning spice, but still, nostalgia flooded over me at even an imperfect taste of Threllian food. My eyes drifted to the corner of the apartment, where a little boy, perhaps no older than 5, played with blocks on the floor. I gave him a small wave, which he seemed reluctant to return. "That's my boy Mio," the old woman croaked, following my gaze as she settled into her seat. "Not by blood, but I love him all the same," I said. There was a long, awkward silence. The old woman was peering at me through cataract-ridden, wrinkled eyes. Phaedra wouldn't so much as look at me. I cleared my throat. "So, what can I help you with?" I did have a grandson, though, the woman creaked out, as if she hadn't heard me. I did have a lot of things a long time ago, before Duralin fell. I used to live in the capital, you know, before it fell. The woman's stare blazed over. I knew that look. Almost everyone got that look when they got to thinking about the past. I put down my spoon, realizing that what this woman needed above all, right now, was to talk. It was the Asarians that got us, she went on. We were all surprised by that. Those ink-stained mice brought down the great Duralin nation. The Asarians had been one of Threll's only allies. They didn't have a strong military, but they had money and scientific advancements. They used that money to purchase the best warriors, now infamous bands of private armies like the Rose Teeth and Goldbark companies. In the end, though, the Asarians were still playing a game they couldn't win. They spent all their gold trying to keep up with the Thrallians, and when they were no longer useful, the Thrallians conquered them too. Mercenary armies don't stay to defend you if you can't pay them anymore. And so, Asaria fell, just like the rest of us. We got out early, the old woman went on, before the major cities fell. My grandson, my little Senra, was just 13. Dangerous age for a boy. Old enough to fancy yourself a hero. Went on like that for some weeks. Thought we might make it out. But that's when the slavers started to come. And the first time we saw them, my boy didn't want to run. Her voice was flat, too used to telling sad stories, but the grief beneath it never dulled. 13 is a dangerous age for a boy, she murmured, fancied himself a hero. Phaedra's eyes closed, as if shutting out the memory. A terrible thing, I whispered. They took Phaedra and me. God's luck we stayed together, but the others, well, soon it was only us. The woman patted Phaedra's hand. Then I meet little Mara and little Mio. Mara was such a gentle little thing, like a broken bird. And Mio looked just like my boy, he did. Just like him. Didn't he? Phaedra spoke for the first time. Yes, grandmother, he does. She glanced at me for only a second before looking away again. The old woman nodded slowly, then peered down at my bowl, half empty. Eat, girl. You're so small, so thin. Eat. I obeyed. The air seemed thick in here now, almost dizzying. They were all alone, the woman said. I could not leave them that way. They became my family too. But some time later, we were sold. I got to keep Mio. My calves wanted him, but they had no need for a little girl, so Mara was sent away, all alone again. The world seemed to be falling away, except for her voice. The old woman leaned across the table, looking at me with an intensity disproportionate to her frailty. But I'll never leave her that way, Tisaanah. I nodded. Of course. I had said the same thing about all of them, all those people who still remained there, trapped. Phaedra was peering at me now from behind sheets of gold hair, and I felt something sully the air. Regret. Shame. Beneath my skull, Reshaye slithered. I tell you this, the old woman said, closer still, because I want you to know. A headache throbbed in my temples. The edges of my vision were growing gray. Too late, I realized. The world blurred around the old woman's face. I want you to understand me. I would do anything for them, Tisaanah. Reshaye roared. I grabbed for the knife at the table, only for Phaedra to clumsily knock it away. My muscles barely obeyed me. Strong male hands grabbed my throat. My vision was darkening, thoughts unraveling. I thrashed out, catching skin, irregular bursts of magic popping at my fingertips, some faceless attacker screaming in pain and pulling away as I left him with rotted flesh. I hit the floor. Everything went black. Rope tightened around my neck. And the last thing I remembered was Reshaye's frantic, fading whisper. But Even that was claimed by the darkness. Chapter 38, AFA. My father's hands were on my throat. I couldn't breathe. I looked at nothing but his face. He was bigger than me. I was 10 years old, and especially small for my age besides, so light that he could have picked me up with one hand. His breath smelled of wine and rage, both equally pungent. My mouth was opening and closing, but no words would come. This struck me as such an injustice, because I didn't even need a lot of them. I just needed one, just a single word. Please. Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. Please, after all, was a magic word. It was a word that gave me comfort and gifts and safety, pretty trinkets and beautiful dresses, and above all, love. But my vision was blurring, darkness encroaching over me, and I was not granted any of those things, not even that single word. Please, please. With great effort, my eyes opened to see a world on fire. The leaves were now far, far above me, a canopy of scorched green. Little flecks of flames floated down like shooting stars. It was beautiful before I remembered enough to make it terrifying. There was an overwhelming pressure on my chest and something sharp jutting into my right side. Cries surrounded me, some legible, some not. Somewhere behind me, someone was begging. For what, I wasn't sure. A beam from the fallen pub pinned me down. I turned my head and saw Cadouin beside me, half sprawled over my midsection. He was so lifeless that panic cleaved through me. With all my strength, I pushed against the slab of wood. I felt as if my body was 1,000,000 miles away, but by some miracle, I managed to lift it just enough to wiggle out from beneath it. When I sat up, I stifled a gasp. It looked like the end of everything. The world was burning. Flames, orange and blue, crawled over the trees, consuming the wooden footbridges that connected them all above us. Buildings and debris and bodies rained down, shattering on the ground as they fell from tens or hundreds of feet in the air. It was so smoky, so chaotic, that it took me a moment to realize what I was looking at above me. Countless silhouettes surrounded by magic or wielding steel, locked in battle. Humans. I heard the word in my head in Cadouin's voice, just as he had said it before we fell. Shit. I went to Cadouin, yanking the debris off of him. He was still, violet blood plastering the fabric of his shirt to his body. It ran down the side of his face, too, sticky in his copper hair. Cadouin. I felt for his heartbeat, breathing a sigh of relief at the weak but steady pulse. Get up, we have to go. Cold fear settled over me. He would wake up, I told myself. He would open his eyes. He had to. The last thing I said to him had been so cruel. He would wake up. But he didn't move. Cadouin, please, please. Gods, that word. How it had lost all of its magic. The screams above us seemed to be getting louder, more desperate. Yathara was only a trading hub. There was no military here to resist the attack. We had no time. I leaned over Cadouin. One of his hands was free from the debris, dangling over a beam. I grasped it and pushed up his sleeve, pausing. I knew Cadouin was a skilled magic speaker, even though I didn't know much about what exactly his gifts were. But I was desperate. Mathyra, this had better work, I thought to myself, and sunk my teeth into the inside of his wrist. I was not expecting it to hit me so hard. One swallow, and I felt his magic swell in the pit of my stomach. Ishka's magic had felt powerful, but strange and unfamiliar, like trying to speak a new language with sounds that didn't sit right on my tongue. This This felt like a song I didn't realize I remembered. Oddly familiar, oddly right. I blinked, and when I opened my eyes again, something was different. It was like seeing color when I had once seen only black and white. Except color was life. The pulsing beat of life in the soil, in the leaves above us, in the wood that made up the splintered floorboards, and in Cadouin, weak and waning, like a delicate butterfly fluttering in the center of his chest. I leaned over him, calling to that thread of light. Something intrinsic in me now understood how to speak to it. "Rise," I whispered. "Come back." All at once, he surrounded me like a gust of wind. The power of it was intoxicating, sweeter and headier than any wine. Every part of me was calling for him, reaching deeper than the warmth of his skin, deeper, rawer than the physical desire of lust. I felt so utterly exposed. Cadouin's eyes opened. I couldn't look away. We just stared at each other, that connection burning between us like light refracting through stained glass. Neither of us blinked. Neither of us breathed. Our noses were nearly touching. My heartbeat pounded in my chest, perfectly in time with his. "Afy," he murmured. It felt so good to hear his voice. I couldn't speak. His hand lifted to my arm, skin against skin, a touch that only further awakened this torrent between us. And then he said, "I can't get up." What? I looked down and realized that I was draped over Cadouin's body. Oh, I pulled myself off of him. Together we staggered to our feet. Our power still roared. I could see the veins of life running through everything around me. It was intoxicating. Is this how Cadouin felt all the time? I knew he was powerful, but this? I glanced at him. He stared down at his wrist, at the bleeding mark, brow furrowed. Then at me, back again. "What did you do? Why does this feel so different?" There was a crash in the distance, yanking him away from his half-finished thought. His gaze snapped to the sound, a collapsing building, and his expression went rigid, as if for the first time truly taking in the horror around us. He didn't need to speak. I could read it in his face. "Not again." "No," I said. "It won't be. I swear it." "The inn," Cadouin said. I whirled in the direction of the inn, which had once been nestled high up in the trees, and my stomach plummeted as I saw nothing there but flames and splintering wood. Shoban, Ishka, Ashraya. If they were... No, I didn't have time to let myself think about that. We just needed to get there. "Let's go," I said. "Now." Cadouin and I wove through the city, dodging falling debris. It was not easy to get back to the inn. The roads were blocked. Cadouin's magic pulled me in 100 different directions at once. Humans surrounded us, and though I could not see their faces through the flames, I could feel their vile presence, like snakes coiling in the brush. My blades were out, and I fought through them, one after another after another. How fragile they were. How quickly they fell. I barely felt the wounds they left me as parting gifts. I wasn't sure how long it had been when I stumbled, disoriented, and Cadouin grabbed my arm to steady me. "Focus," he said. "You're running in circles." It was easier said than done. The air was strange and thick. The fire moved unnaturally, as if it were alive. Human magic was capable of so much, so harsh and violent. I had never seen it with my own eyes before, and it made a pit coil in my stomach. Fey magic was powerful, but I had never seen it inflict this kind of frenzied violence. "There," I panted, at last, thrusting my blade to our left. I could make out the shape of the inn caught in the trees halfway to the ground, burning but mostly intact. Surely, I told myself, our companions had survived that.
We pushed towards it, beginning to scale a pile of debris that blocked it from us, when a fresh set of screams cut through the air. Cadouin whirled around. I felt his attention shift, like someone had yanked on the magic we shared. In the distance, silhouettes clashed. Humans circled a group of Fae who were trying to escape. One look at the Fae told me they were merely travelers, not fighters. They would not last. Cadouin turned to me, jaw set. His hand tightened around his sword. He didn't have to say anything. "Let me lead," I said. "You're still hurt." He just shook his head, as if this was a silly statement. We launched ourselves into the fight side by side. We rose up behind the humans like shadows in the mist. Our midnight training had paid off. Cadouin was swift and lethal, and we fought well together, intuitively covering each other's blind spots and weaknesses. His magic still pulsed in my veins. Our connection ran deep, as if we spoke a wordless language that only the two of us understood. Bodies fell around our feet like autumn leaves. I relished every single one.
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. I caught Cadouin's eye, and the look on his face sent a shiver of satisfaction running up my spine. We were winning. I spun, ready to deal a killing blow to another human soldier. And then, suddenly, I was blown through the windows of a fallen building, shattered glass raining around me. My back slammed against a wall. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move, as if my control over my body had simply been severed. My thoughts felt as if they were moving through sludge. Pain tore through my abdomen. I looked down. For a moment, my mind couldn't reconcile what I was seeing. A wooden handle, violet blood, a spear in me, a spear through me, pinning me to the wall. There was a sudden crack. The earth beneath me shattered. It was nearly impossible to see in the darkness, but what I could make out through my blurring vision were several stones hurling at me through the air, and beyond them, a silhouette with their arms lifted. No. If I was to die, I would die dragging them down with me. But then a voice rang out in a language I didn't understand. The rocks froze. The silhouette stopped, turning, replying. Two voices spoke back and forth. A figure emerged from the smoke. It was a human man. His hair was white, though he did not look old, and his eyes so starkly silver that even from this distance they glinted through the shadows. He was tall and thin, with a smattering of silver facial hair, wearing laced-up battle clothing. He stopped and spoke to the stone-wielding man, and then turned to me. My hands managed to grab the spear that impaled me, so tight they trembled. Yet the slick of my own blood undermined my grip. I snarled as the man approached me, his eyes glinting with obvious interest. As he drew close enough for the bloody light of flames to catch his face, it revealed a garish scar that extended from the right corner of his mouth all the way to his ear. It seemed at odds with the rest of his appearance. I had expected some barbarian, but this man was neat and dignified, the type that appeared better suited to a library than a battlefield. He muttered a word that I didn't understand. His fingertips brushed my jawline, turning my cheek. He was so close I could rip his face from his skull, but my muscles would not so much as twitch. Was human magic really capable of such a thing? But he was not the only one with power. I still had a grip on Cadouin's magic. I forced myself to focus. I could see it, feel it, the force that bound me, and I poured all of my stolen magic into severing that tie, into breaking free, pushing past it. It cracked just enough for one brief opening. I snapped at the human's hand, catching his ring and little fingers between my sharpened teeth. His blood, rotten and red, flooded my mouth, and I spat it onto the ground as the man leapt back and howled. and at that same moment, Caduan swept into the room. His magic roared to life in my veins, more powerful than it had been before, and I knew it because I could feel it burning through me, like a mirror compounding the strength of the sunlight. At first, my mind couldn't make sense of what I was looking at. He was surrounded by vines, moving vines. Tree branches and plants and leaves were unfurled around him, driving through human attackers like spears or encircling their throats. The silver-haired human lunged. Light sparked to his fingertips, lethally powerful. He lifted his hands, and Caduan stumbled back, as if struck. The hold on my mind released. Temporarily, I was sure. I had seconds. The spear was not coming out of the wall, but I was. With a roar, I tightened my grip around the handle, and slowly, so slowly, too slowly, I pulled myself forward. Caduan lunged. The vines moved with him, matching every attack, every movement, even every wince of pain. But the human tore his hands through the air, releasing a sudden invisible force so strong that it snapped Caduan's tree branches into splinters and would have knocked me back to the wall if I hadn't been holding on to the spear so ferociously. He descended upon Caduan. The world narrowed to these precious seconds. I let out a scream. 1, pull, 2, 3, and then I was out, and I was running. I didn't think. I wielded Caduan's magic, reflecting it back to him twice as bright, and in the same moment I grabbed my dagger and drove it into the man's back. He whirled to me, ready to counter, but just as quickly branches wound around his throat, then his wrists, his arms. Behind him, Caduan descended, eyes cold. The forest was an unstoppable wave, branches and vines and leaves shattering windows and crawling through the wreckage. I looked down and saw moss growing over my feet. "Tell me why you are doing this," Caduan demanded. And I had never heard his voice like this before, raw and agonized. "Tell me why you're killing my people." The human did not answer. Why would he? He couldn't understand Caduan's words anyway. He opened his mouth, and blood dribbled out. The vines tightened around his throat. "Why did you do this to us?" The human's face was overtaken by flowers, buds spouting over his eyeballs. The magic we shared was waning, running too hot, too fast. My blood pooled on the ground. I stumbled. Caduan's attention snapped to me. Just for a split second, but that hesitation was all it took. The human's magic rose before he did, a wave of lethal blue light. It lunged for us, and I didn't think before I threw myself in front of Caduan, pouring all my remaining power into our magic, into lifting my blades. A smear of gold passed over my right shoulder, warmth spattered me, and suddenly the human was a heap on the ground, his face bloody ruin. A golden owl, Ishka, swooped down. A puff of smoke, then Ishka straightened in fey form. He cast only the slightest glance of confusion at the scene, men impaled by winding branches and smothered by leaves, before his gaze settled back on us. "We were looking everywhere for you. Reshaye and Siaban have shepherded survivors to the east end of the city. We need to go," I said. My voice sounded strange, like it belonged to someone else. "This place is overrun," he said. "No," I snarled. "Don't tell me that there's no chance." I wanted to roar and scream and weep. I wanted to kill every last one of them until they forced me down. But no, there was nothing to be won here. We would walk away and leave the bones of the dead with the bones of the city, just as we had 2 times before. Afe, Ishka, approached me cautiously, a wrinkle between his brows. But it was Caduan's face that jerked me to reality. I wasn't sure that I had ever seen him look so afraid before. "What's wrong?" I started to ask. But then I looked down at myself. at the hole in my abdomen, at the blood that now soaked my clothing. I did not remember falling. Chapter 39, Max. I had been 21 when I was first put in command. Back then, I had been given a team of just 30 soldiers, all wielders. When I met them, they had been disasters. New recruits, barely trained, some with a lack of control over their magic that was downright dangerous. I'd thought to myself, this is it. My military career over before it even began. Because surely there was nothing I could have done for that group of people. Utterly fucking hopeless. Well, it turned out I had been wrong. A month, then 3, then 6 of consistent training, and together we forged iron into steel. I had loved every minute. There was the egotistical rush, yes, of triumphing over a near impossible goal. But stronger than that was the satisfaction of studying my soldiers just as carefully as they studied me, helping them turn understanding into competence, into mastery. But I'd been so naive. I lost sight of what I was training them for. How many of those people were still alive today? I understood, now, the ugliness in it, in crafting such tools of ascended damned artistry, only to send them off to be destroyed.
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. This was the only thing I could think about as I ran through drills with my team that day. They had been good when I got them, and now they were phenomenal. Yet there was no pride in this thought, not with the past feeling so close, and Ilizath's whispers still echoing in my ears. I saw its visions all day, no matter how I tried to shake them away. During a break, sweat-soaked, I sank onto a stool, rubbing my eyes. Ascended, Max. Get it together. Is something wrong, Max? Moth's voice pulled me from my distraction. I looked up to see him staring at me, then too quickly snapped my head away. Fuck, I breathed. What? Moth asked, alarmed. I closed my eyes. It took several long seconds for the image of Moth, as I had seen him in Ilizath, to fade. When I turned back to him, he looked perfectly normal, skin intact, unburnt, perfectly unharmed. Get it together. Nothing, I said, nothing. Go take a break. I stood and went to the door, leaning against it and trying to force myself into composure. My head was pounding so hard that I didn't hear footsteps approaching until they were beside me. Welcome back, Nura said. Been watching the drills. I have to give you credit where it's due. They've gotten good. It's uncomfortable when you shower me with flattery, Nura. Makes me feel like I'm gonna look down and see a knife sticking out of my ribs. Besides, they were all ready. I turned to her and stumbled over my words. I had seen her in Ilizath too, crawling towards me, her body scalded and broken as she had looked in Sarla's eye. I looked away. They were already good. I cleared my throat, but I could feel Nura giving me a perplexed look. Ascended, Max. What was that? What? I've known you for 20 years. Don't insult me. I dragged my gaze back to her. Ilizath's vision was gone, but then again, I didn't need any magical prisons putting nightmares in my head to conjure that particular image. It wasn't imaginary, after all. It was a memory. Nothing, I said. I'm tired. She didn't believe me, and we both knew it. But so much of my relationship with Nura had been built on deliberately avoiding unspoken truths. And so she didn't press, instead reaching into her pocket and pulling out a little velvet pouch. Here, she said, I found something for you. After a surprised pause, I took the pouch. It was old, the burgundy fabric worn and crushed. I opened it and extracted the contents, and my throat was suddenly tight. This is yours, I said. I frowned down at the fine piece of metal in my palm, a delicate silver necklace with a single gemstone charm. It looked like a shard of crystallized ice, all hard angles and sharp edges, with flecks of red distilled within it.
Morrigan's ice, a rare gem from the south. It had been my mother's. You should have it, Nura said. She gave it to you. A lot has changed since then. A flicker crossed her face, hidden beneath a wry smile. She probably want you to have it now. And besides, I haven't worn it in a long time. You should save it for your daughter one day. I was silent. I could still remember so vividly the day that my mother had given Nura this. We were teenagers, home for a few weeks on leave. It was the first time we returned to find that Nura's grandmother no longer remembered her name. Nura hadn't said a word about it, no matter how much I pried. But I knew it devastated her to lose the only family she had left. We had been about to leave for the towers again when my mother had pulled Nura aside and pressed the necklace into her hands. This has been in my family for hundreds of years, she said, passed from mothers to daughters. Morrigan's ice is created in some of the most inhospitable places in the world. It could have been refined into something more traditional, but I've always loved that this one is unfinished. She gave Nura a barely there smile. I think there is a beauty in that, don't you? In being a little different, a little sharper. I had never seen Nura cry before, and that day had been no exception. But I could tell that she had to try hard to avoid it, blinking a little too fast, her words rough. I can't take this. Give it to Mariska or Shailea or... I think it suits you, my mother had said, gently. And Nura went silent for a long, long moment before pulling her into a fierce embrace. It was only later, when we bid our final goodbyes, that my mother had taken me aside. Keep an eye on her, she had murmured. She needs us, that one. At the time, I had attributed that to my mother's kind affection for a lonely orphaned girl. But now I looked back and wondered if perhaps there was something else my mother saw in Nura. If she saw what she might become, if left alone to bloom in the darkness. Now I looked down at the necklace and heard my mother's words. Despite it all, it didn't seem right to take it from her. In all the ways that counted, she lost her family that day too. Perhaps this was the only thing left tethering her to them. Hell, maybe she wanted to get rid of it because it so reminded her of them. I understood that, in a twisted sort of way. I put it back in the pouch and handed it to her. It's yours. I don't want it anyway. Nura hesitated. Really? I said. I don't. She reluctantly slid it back into her pocket, her gaze still searching my face. I heard that you and Tisaanah took a trip to Illisath, she said. I scoffed. Keeping track of me? It just seemed out of character for you to step foot in that place. We had some questions that needed answering, that's all. Vardir is insane, too insane to answer many questions. A breath through my teeth. That he is, I muttered. The frustration of it still hadn't eased. If he didn't have answers, I wasn't sure who would. Be patient, Max, Nura murmured. She'll make it out of this. It just takes time. Be patient? What was that supposed to mean? We didn't have time for that. We didn't have time for any of this. But before the words could leave my mouth, a voice cut through the air. General Farleon! I turned to see Zareth striding towards us. He looked even worse than he did when I saw him a few days ago, but more terrifying than that was the sheer rage on his face. Something metal glinted in his hand. When he drew close enough for me to see what it was, my heart stopped. It was a necklace of butterflies. We have a very big problem, Zareth said. Chapter 40. Tisaanah. I dreamt of a wall of black. It was slick like glass or wet stone and stretched across my entire vision. There was a silhouette reflected there, one that never quite came into focus, not even when I came close enough to press my palm to its surface. Someone was calling to me, using a name I didn't remember, speaking in a language I didn't understand. A ghost that remained forever out of reach. Like the tall grass against my hands. Forward, backward, again. The swaying of the grass began to lurch more sporadically, like the fragment of memory was degrading. The tips against my palm. Back, again. Back, again. The planes dissolved. I felt Reshaye's pain, dull and aching, spread through my bones. The comforting heat of the sun fell over my face, sweat dotting my cheeks. As quickly as it had come, the sun was replaced by a steamy rush of rain, the damp scent of earth rising. The rain was gone. The sensation was replaced by only one other, the feeling of a hand in mine, the warmth of skin, the throb of a pulse. The warm touch was gone. Suddenly there was pain, a flash of white, 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 a fragment of golden hair, a glance of mossy green, and someone watching, someone calling, someone searching. And I had felt Reshaye recoil from terrible memories, but above all, this tenderness is the thing that scared it most. Why? I asked. I didn't understand. Why do you fear the thing you want most? Then what? Its voice was quiet, childlike. I felt a breath, a name I couldn't understand, a hand reaching. I felt it closer than ever, so close it raised the hairs on the back of my neck. I turned, and then I woke.
Express emotions subtly, not dramatically. Something warm and wet was dripping down the side of my face. Blood? Everything hurt. I could see nothing. I heard voices, but the words ran together. It took concentrated effort to orient myself. My thoughts were sludge.